Chapter 196. When Knight brought Sillin and the others over, the lab was busy, so there was basically no one at the staff dormitory. It was fine as long as they could avoid the surveillance cameras. As for the surveillance cameras, it wasn't difficult with Hui Mao and Cheto around. It was also because the lab was busy that Yu Lu and Feng Haichao were the only ones in the room. The others were collecting information at various places. Yu Lu and Feng Haichao thought that they were rescuers when they saw Knight bringing them in, but they quickly dismissed the thought. With their eyesight, there was no way they couldn't tell the difference between an experimental subject and an outsider. But after they heard Sillin's words, their wariness turned into surprise and doubt. They believed that Knight wouldn't do something so stupid as to dig up their secrets without permission. But who in the world was this person who saw through their secrets with a single glance? Yu Lu, who was playing with his gun on the bed, sat up. The gun that had disintegrated into parts in midair became whole again when it landed in his hand. Tang Qiuqiu's red eyes flashed when she saw Yu Lu's move. At first, Knight was thinking about how to introduce Sillin. After all, Sillin was dead back then. He didn't expect Sillin to expose himself. This was fine. Only when both sides knew each other's background would they be able to cooperate better. Although this operation to search for evidence was classified, it wouldn't be classified anymore after the incident was successfully concluded. The public would be able to guess some things from the media. After Knight's explanation, Yu Lu and Feng Haichao only sighed for a moment. They weren't too surprised by Sillin's resurrection. That's why Yu Lu said back then that someone like Sillin wouldn't die so easily. Feng Haichao smiled. Knight was conflicted. Why was he the only idiot who thought that Sillin was dead? No, wait, there was also Long. Both of them had idiotic thinking, but it couldn't be helped. At the time, they had witnessed Sillin's assassination. He was shot through by a bullet in front of so many people and bled so much. Not even the instruments could detect any signs of life. It was hard not to believe it. Hearing their conversation, Tang Qiuqiu bit her finger. Are you guys talking about the time Sillin was shot at 7 Lights back then? Knight and the other two looked at Tang Qiuqiu at the same time with inquiring eyes. Tang Qiuqiu continued to bite her finger, but she didn't say anything. Sillin rubbed Tang Qiuqiu's head. She was the one who copied the gun. The mouths of Nat and the other two formed an O shape. Looking at the gun in Tang Qiuqiu's hand, Knight came to a realization. If she had such skills, it was no wonder Sillin gave her the gun. It seems like we have two sharpshooters here, Feng Haichao said. Tang Qiuqiu looked at Yu Lu. When she saw Yu Lu playing with a gun, she knew that his marksmanship was very good. It wasn't because of the way he played with the gun, but because of the way he looked at the gun. It was obvious that Yu Lu was very interested in this young sharpshooter. If there's a chance, let's compete. Okay. During this time, Sillin discussed their next operation plan with them. With Cheto and Hui Mao's help and Knight's cooperation, things should be a lot easier. The reinforcements should be arriving soon, and the evidence we've gathered is almost there. When the time comes, we'll be able to send a message to the reinforcements, Knight said. As long as we follow this plan, everyone will be able to retreat in one piece. Feng Haichao nodded. While they were talking, another person entered the room. Sillin didn't know this person. Luther, you're back. Knight introduced Sillin and the others to Luther. He emphasized that Sillin and the others were trying to rescue their companions, and that Sillin and Knight were old acquaintances. Luther only nodded expressionlessly. Sillin wasn't angry at Luther's reaction. It was because Luther was shrouded in a dark aura right now, and it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. Considering his cautious personality, he didn't even ask about Sillin's background. What's wrong? Feng Haichao asked. Luther exhaled heavily. Don't count on the reinforcements. They won't make it in time, and it'll take them at least 40 to 50 hours to get here. 40 to 50 hours? A new batch of exotic beast puppets would have appeared by then. Then what the fuck is the point of fighting? Knight immediately swore when he heard Luther's words. Come to think of it, there were so many reinforcements. Even if they didn't let Miracle know what they were planning, with so many old foxes in Miracle's management, they would definitely create some trouble just in case and obstruct them. Plus, the voices in the army weren't unified, so after going around in circles, they might not be able to rush over even if they were all wiped out. Crouching on Silin's shoulder, Hui Mao's tail wagged intermittently. He didn't look worried, but he seemed to be thinking about something. Hearing that there was no reinforcements, he glanced at Silin and looked down again. How could Hui Mao's little movements escape Silin's eyes? After spending so much time together, he knew what kind of shit this cat was going to take as soon as it wagged its tail. Stroking Hui Mao's ears, Silin told it to use that method if there was no other way. Hui Mao couldn't hold back its excitement. It meowed and rubbed its face against Silin's face. Knight's face twitched. Motherfucker, what kind of situation is this? And you're still acting like a master and servant. When the members of the team returned, Tang Xiaoqiu met the person who injected him. It was one of the members of the operation team, Ruo Lin. Thank you, big brother. I'll treat you to some candy when we get out. Ruo Lin pinched Tang Xiaoqiu's face with a smile. Sure. Knowing that there would be no reinforcements, the operation became much more difficult. Schultz's experimental subjects are very strong. It's useless even if you shoot them in the heart. You can only hit their heads. Those puppets no longer have their own thoughts and only listen to their master. Knight explained the situation at the base to Silin. They could still tamper with the defense system a little, but those puppets were too difficult to deal with. Those people were originally A-rank genotypes, and they became even stronger after being modified. The guard in the base were basically these modified humans, and some of these modified humans will be sold at a high price after being modified. Whether it was assassination, bodyguard, or combat, these people were all very good choices. But it was different for Knight's group. After all, there were only 10 of them, and even with Silin's group, they weren't confident that they could escape. Without reinforcements, they would all die here unless they stopped the mission and hid here until reinforcements arrived. But if they did that, they would miss out on important evidence, and it would also give the people of Miracle time to whitewash it. It would be difficult to find an opportunity then. Time waited for no man. Seeing that they still hadn't come up with a good plan, Silin said, I have an idea, but it'll cause a lot of commotion when the time comes. What idea? Tell me first. Knight asked Silin. Silin took out a round ball about the size of an egg. There are thousands of parasite eggs inside. These are a type of parasite called brain devouring. They will feed on the host brain during parasitism in order to satisfy their own growth needs. All 10 people's faces twitched without exception. Vanguard Division 6? You're that person, Rowland exclaimed. Knight only said that Silin was a hunter of one of Vanguard's B squadrons. He didn't elaborate on the specifics, nor did he mention which B squadron he was from. But speaking of parasites, Rowland recalled a piece of news he had heard before. Rowland continued, someone told me about eliminating Poison Fong and killing Skeleton King back then. Knight and the others looked at Silin in a flash. So it's you. The A Squadron of Vanguard had covered up the fact that they had eliminated Poison Fong back then and did not reveal who it was. Not many people knew that it was the 6th Division who did it, but there were still some people who knew part of the truth. Skeleton King had died a terrible death. They had seen images of Skeleton King through certain channels, and it was no surprise that their blood ran cold. They also knew that the main cause of Skeleton King and Poison Fong's demise was parasites. They never knew that parasites could be as powerful as biological weapons or high-energy weapons. Now that they saw the egg in Silin's hand, all 10 people took a step back in unison. How are you going to guarantee that these parasites won't attack us? Knight swallowed and asked. Silin took out another box of pills and tossed it to Knight. These pills will keep these parasites away from you. Although Knight believed in Silin, the others were still skeptical. Rowland, on the other hand, was more excited than the others. He hadn't been satisfied when he heard that person's story, but now he finally had the chance to experience it himself. Those who knew herbalism examined the pills Silin gave them and proved that they would not harm the human body. Moreover, the effects of the pills were limited. After this time, the pills would break down in the body and be excreted as bodily fluids or metabolites. The duration is 50 hours. There aren't many people here, so there are 30 pills. Everyone should bring 2 pills just in case. We'll talk about it again if there's a special situation. Silin took back the pills and said, That's fine, but you must first prove that this pill is effective. Someone said, then let's find 2 people and try it. And so, Luther knocked out a researcher, brought him back, gagged him, and locked him inside a small bedroom. I was also inside the bedroom. This was Knight's own initiative. After he swallowed a pill, he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall of the bedroom. There were 3 insect eggs in the bedroom. After they hatched, 3 little fellows the size of ants crawled out. After a brief pause, they crawled straight towards the researcher. The insect egg beside Knight crawled away like a mouse that saw a cat after it hatched. It crawled straight towards the researcher on the other side of the bedroom. Knight in the bedroom and the operation team members outside the bedroom heaved a sigh of relief. Then they stared closely at the unconscious researcher. 10 minutes later, the researcher began to twitch. The veins on his forehead bulged and his breathing quickened. Half an hour later, the researcher's face turned green and bloodless. His breathing slowed down and his body spasmed. Knight touched his forehead. It was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 197. The parasitized researcher's face turned from red to white and then green. In the end, blood splattered everywhere as the parasites burst out of his skull. The splattered blood was not bright red, but black and viscous. It solidified not long after it splashed out. This blood is all contaminated. The toxins secreted by the parasites can flow to every part of the body through blood circulation. This is a side effect of the brain being devoured. Sillin explained the image of the parasites entering a human's body. Sillin's tone was calm, but the rest of the group felt chills running down their spines. They had faced alien beasts dozens of times larger than humans, fought through bullets and brushed shoulders with death many times before, but they couldn't help but shudder at the sight of these parasites. They couldn't help but feel like their brains were reacting to them. After taking care of the 3 multi-legged parasites, Knight sighed emotionally. Too fast. They're growing too fast. In just half an hour, these parasites had grown from the size of ants to the size of a palm. It had to be said that these guys' growth rate was astonishing. The reason they could grow so fast was because Sillin had thought about the parasite's genes. It was similar to the 2 parasites he had used to eliminate poison fawn. They were all injected with lethal genes, and there was a critical point. When these parasites grew to a certain stage, these lethal genes would activate and cause them to undergo programmed death. However, these brain-devouring parasites could not reproduce. They did not exist naturally, but were born in the workshop NG had left for Sillin. Sillin did not want a species invasion to happen in the future, so he did not give these parasites the ability to reproduce when he created them. Sometimes, Sillin thought that he was actually not much different from the researchers at the Miracle Research Base. They were cold-blooded enough. Back then, when he watched the poison Fong people on the entire planet slowly die in fear, his calm mind allowed him to realize that he was capable of numbing himself. Selfishness was innate in humans. Treat yourself well, treat people you know well, and walk your own path. That was all. I admit that these parasites are a great threat, but that's only against the defenseless researchers. What would happen to the puppets? What would happen to the puppet beasts? Someone asked. It's simple. We just need to catch one and experiment on it, Luther said expressionlessly. There's not enough time, Knight said. There's no time for special experiments. Then let's make a few plans now and change them according to the situation while we're experimenting, Yulu said. Sillin agreed with Yulu. Right now, he needed to save Xianxia and Qifeng as soon as possible. Create chaos. Most of the puppets in this base are puppets, while the rest are researchers. As for the other guards, as long as the puppets are in chaos, the guard will naturally deal with the puppets first. There's no need for us to do anything. You'll be able to gather more information in the chaos, and I'll be able to rescue my friends. After thinking for a while, the 11 of them gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Tang Xiuqiu and Cheto stood at the side. Tang Xiuqiu's attention was originally on Sillin's group and listening to their discussion on how to save Xiuqiu and Qifeng. However, her gaze suddenly swept to Huimao. Right now, The cat was wearing a strange expression on its face. Crouching on Silin's shoulder, Huimao thought about how to create chaos and eat some experimental alien beast that hadn't been injected with the drug yet. Judging from the information they gathered, these beasts were of good quality and should taste good. It's been a long time since I've eaten something like that. An hour later, while disguised as a technician, Roland and another team member carried the 2 parasite eggs Silin had given him and headed towards the important research area. Although they had to go through multiple identity checks and scans, Cheto was accompanying them. Earlier, Cheto had hacked into the system to check the information of the researcher whose head had been blown off by the parasite. His iris, fingerprint, and genetic information were all there, so he didn't need to put on any makeup to disguise himself. After putting on his work uniform, he led the way not far away from Roland and the others. Be it the access control or the scanning system, Cheto and the others ignored them. The door opened automatically, and the scanning system didn't sound any alarm. Like before, Silin and the others were still inside the staff dormitory and watching the situation on the monitor. Their movements were all displayed on the monitor, and they had even drawn out a detailed layout of the area at the same time. They didn't go deep into the area. Instead, they quietly planted 2 parasite eggs on the bodies of 2 puppets that were guarding the edge of the area. Then, they stood guard at the corner. From a monitor Cheto had replicated beside the passageway, they could see the 2 parasite eggs hatching on the puppets' bodies. Then, the 2 parasites quickly burrowed into the puppets' bodies. Those parasites look very excited. The puppets are much more attractive to them than normal researchers, Silin said while looking at the monitor. This was without a doubt good news. Although the puppets had lost their sense of pain, their control over their brains was much simpler. Moreover, they had been modified and strengthened. This kind of brain environment was exactly what the parasites liked the most. It didn't take long for the 2 puppets' facial muscles to start twitching, but their eyes hadn't changed at all. They were empty, numb, and emotionless. Moreover, they could no longer feel pain. 10 minutes later, the meridians on the puppets' faces started bulging, and they added an extra layer of savagery to the puppets. Moreover, the puppets' eyes were starting to turn red. A drop of dark red blood seeped out of the puppets' eyes and slid down their dissatisfied meridians. Then a second drop, a third drop. The puppets weren't as rigid as they used to be. Their arms were trembling, and their heads were shaking slightly, as if they were struggling with some kind of mental struggle. Suddenly, one of the puppets threw a punch at the other puppet and sent it flying. However, the puppet crawled back to its feet after falling to the ground, and the dark red blood in its eyes flowed faster and faster. The blood that fell to the ground quickly solidified and gave off a pungent smell. Cheto was controlling the defense system so that it couldn't activate the alarm because of this. Silin's eyes lit up when he saw the analysis data Cheto sent over. The blood of the infected puppets contains a volatile gas. If inhaled too much of it, it will cause a person to faint, foam at the mouth, lose consciousness, and even suffer severe brain contusion. Roland and the other team member had already put on a protective mask at Cheto's suggestion, but they were a little puzzled when they saw that Cheto wasn't wearing any protective measures at all. However, they didn't ask any more questions after giving it some thought. There were a lot of strange people in this world, and the one in front of them was probably one of them. What they didn't know was that Cheto wasn't a human, but a robot. Execute Plan B. As the operation team, Knight ordered everyone to split up and begin the operation. Meanwhile, Silin, Tang Xianxia, and Huimao also began the next step of the operation. Inside the key laboratory, Shelt was smiling very happily as he watched Xianxia and Chiefing locked inside the monitoring room. The electronic notebook in his hand was refreshing one line after another. Although the drugs hadn't arrived yet, the initial resistance tests showed that these 2 test subjects were excellent test subjects. They were much better than the 1,000 or so animal test subjects before them. The white animal's genes were very complicated. At the very least, Shelt had never seen such a genetic organism before. The complicated, multi-strand helix made this fellow who looked like a pet bear look very different from the other experimental beasts. As for the half-beastman who had both human and canine genes, Schelt was preparing a different kind of drug to stimulate both genes. He didn't know whether the human gene or the canine gene was the dominant factor. Other than that, he could also extract strengthening substances from these two test subjects. However, it would probably be difficult to use a knife on a human. It would seem that he would have to find a new batch of test subjects after the drugs were delivered. Just as Schelt was planning in his heart, an alarm suddenly rang. A source of contamination has appeared in the XR area. Initial inspection shows that it was brought in by modified test subjects. Schelt was thinking about the two new test subjects when he heard the AI system's report. He frowned a little annoyed at the sudden interruption. As expected, modified test subjects were useless things that only spoiled things. Not only did they not strengthen their abilities by much, they even brought in a source of contamination. Without looking at the specific effects, Schelt said directly, get rid of them. The laboratory in this area was controlled by a common AI system, and the only person controlling this AI system was Schelt. Schelt had always been conceited. He wouldn't think that someone had tampered with the puppets, nor would he believe that his AI system assistant would be blind. All right, the AI system named AI replied. Her voice was soothing and gentle, and it calmed down a lot of people's agitation. At the same time, the two puppets who were fighting until black blood splattered everywhere were frozen in a solid ice by an ultra-low temperature freezing gun that appeared on the wall. Then, a sonic gun shot through and turned the two bodies of ice into ice powder. However, the gas in the air didn't react at all. This was the result of Cheto's work. At this time, Knight and his team members were carrying some insect eggs as they snuck into the research base in the important area step by step. Knight placed a small ice cube at a corner. When the ice cube melted, the insect eggs inside would be exposed, and a large number of parasites would hatch soon after. Silin told Hui Mao and Tang Xiuqiu to stay together while he went another way. He checked the time. Everyone should be ready already, so it was time to move on to the next step. Cheto began. Cheto, who was approaching the core of the research base, received the message and looked at a monitor. Every monitor was a part of the AI system. Cheto would be able to interfere with the entire AI system by attacking a small part of it. The battlefield of electronic networks belonged to Cheto by nature. He might not be as powerful as Hui Mao, but he wasn't any weaker than the current Hui Mao when it came to electronic systems. Right now, Hui Mao was lacking in experience. Compared to him, the Cheto created by Silin was much more cautious. Every step he took was precise to the extreme and left no hidden dangers behind. The alarm inside the important research base rang again. The AI system's voice said, "Source of contamination discovered. Puppets out of control." Schelt stared at the light screen in front of him. The puppets guarding the passageways outside the lab were going berserk. They weren't under the AI system's control at all, and one of the experimenters walking outside had already been torn to pieces. While Schelt was talking to the AI system, everyone's gazes were focused on the light screen due to the commotion outside. While the experimenters were running into the lab, Cheto followed the people who were rushing into the lab. The newly hatched parasites were running towards the people around them. Schelt was angry because of the puppets' rampage outside the projection. "Just clean them up." "I'm sorry, the cleaning equipment has malfunctioned, and the power supply is insufficient," the AI system said. Schelt was a research maniac, but he was definitely not a good analyst. His intelligence was all in experiments, and his ability to analyze the situation was far inferior to his research ability. It was also a factor Knight and the others had considered when they came up with their plan. Insufficient supply? How can there be insufficient supply? Where are the energy blocks? Send someone to find them. How can the lab's power go out? "Boss, something's wrong with test subject number 107. A researcher said. "What's going on?" Schelt roared. The test subjects here were his blood, sweat, and tears. How could they be acting strangely without a good result? Right now, a lion-like beast locked inside the surveillance lab, number 107, was scratching the walls around it madly. The walls were all reinforced, so it was not that easy to scratch through. However, this test subject thought that it could not scratch inside, so it started using its body to ram into the walls. Its 5-meter-tall body slammed into the reinforced walls, producing a series of dull thuds. The surrounding air vibrated along with it. "Boss, we can't go on like this. Do I need you to tell me that?" Schelt slapped the researcher who spoke. "Aren't you in charge of this test subject? How could something like this happen?" I don't know either." The researcher shivered. Although he usually vented his anger on this test subject, it was always within the test subject's tolerance. Something like this had never happened before. According to the analysis, test subject number 107's nervous system is damaged. The air input from the local life support system contains a gas that can cause nerve damage. The AI system analyzed the measured data and reported. Slap. Another slap to the face. If he had a gun in his hand, Sheldon would definitely have shot this researcher dead. From his point of view, the error in the local health system's gas input was definitely a problem with the researcher. Restoring the air composition. Before Schelt could finish his sentence, Al reported the same thing that had happened in several other laboratories. "Oh, boss, did someone invade and cause trouble?" A researcher behind Schelt asked in a low voice. Slap. Another slap. Schelt said angrily, "If someone invaded, do you think Al is just a decoration?" The other researchers all lowered their heads. As for what they were cursing in their hearts, they did not know. This had just been solved when the AI system indicated that there were several more abnormal conditions in the test subjects in the experimental rooms. Cylin had added something to the life support system of this experimental room, introducing the gas released from the blood of the puppets after they were infected. It was not just test subject number 107. Cylin had also added the same thing to the other experimental rooms. The problem with the test subject had not been solved yet. At this moment, a researcher screamed and squatted down while holding his head. His 10 fingers hugged his head tightly, as if he was going to stab his fingers into it. His veins protruded, and his eyes began to change. The white of his eyes was gradually replaced by black and red. This was just the beginning. Researchers with the same situation followed one after another. Now, Schelt also knew that something was wrong. There's a source of pollution here. Who brought it in? Check the source. Check the source. Unknown source found. The light screen that appeared showed the location of the research institute that carried the source. Get rid of it, Schelt said mercilessly. Boss, don't kill me. Schelt, you can't do this. We can still be saved. Ignoring the shouts of the experimenters, a transparent barrier enveloped the experimenters. With a flash of white light, they turned into dust. Analyze the type of source, Schelt ordered. Sorry, unable to analyze the type. How is this possible? Before Al could answer, the experimental rooms where the test subjects were locked opened one after another. The animals inside rushed out and bit anyone they saw. Al, Schelt roared while fleeing. Sorry, unable to control, AL's AI system said. Screams sounded again and again. But how could the researchers fight against the newly released test subjects? Cheto admitted that he had arrived at a control room when he was not paying attention. Screech. Following the sound, Cheto looked over. There was a person standing there. No, it was an image created by the system. It was a beautiful girl dressed in white, but she didn't look like a pure human. Her eyes were closed left and right instead of up and down, and there was a pair of snow-white wings on her back. She looked like a certain character from the myth of creation. Schelt said that I am the best AI system, the girl said while looking at Cheto. There was no joy or anger in her voice. It was more of a gentle, breezy voice. Cheto looked at the image for a moment before turning around and continuing to walk inside. He said while walking, but Cylin said that I am the AI system with the most potential. I think so too. Following Cheto's voice, the girl's image began to become intermittent and then extinguished. Cheto opened the lab door and let the test subjects out. A while later, he opened a room where Xianxia and Chiefing were locked. Entering the lab, Cylin was about to bring the unconscious Xianxia and Chiefing out when his communicator rang. It was night. What is it? Cylin asked. I have bad news. According to a source, one of Miracle's executives, Caldwell, had just given the order to destroy this base, and it will only cause accidents. Chapter 198. I have bad news. According to our sources, Caldwell, one of the executives of Miracle, had just ordered us to destroy this base and make it look like an accident. How much time do we have left? Sillin asked. I don't know, but it's best if we leave the base within 10 minutes. We'll meet up at the Miracle Goddess. All right. Sillin, be careful. Although the incident back then wasn't real, he still felt a sense of suffocation every time he thought back to it. I know. You guys be careful too. After ending the call, Sillin carried the unconscious Chiefing and Xianxia out and passed them to Cheto. Take them to the Miracle Goddess's statue. Xianxia and Weez are heading that way. Leave this place immediately. This place is going to be cleaned. What about you? Cheto asked. You guys go first. I'll catch up later. Cheto nodded and stopped asking questions. He put on the protective masks for Chiefing and Xianxia, grabbed them in each hand, and ran outside. Cheto had released all the experimental beasts he had locked up in the base. Although the parasites didn't like them too much, the vapors of the parasite-infected puppet's blood were enough to drive them mad. The maddened experimental beasts fought against the base's guards and the uncontrollable parasite-infected puppets. Severed limbs and bloodstains could be seen everywhere. Gunshots, curses, screams of pain, and roars of beasts were all mixed together. Cheto had activated a protective barrier around himself. Right now, his main goal was to escape, not attack. That was why Cheto was nimbly weaving through the gaps between the giant experimental beasts. If there were any puppets blocking his way, Cheto would simply ram his way through them. Cheto's cannonball-like impact knocked the puppets over like they had been rammed by an armored car. After the gray cat received Sillin's message, it led Tang Xianxia away through a small, secluded passageway. The passageway was originally used to transport medicine and goods, so it was a little crowded even for an adult. It was even more impossible for the puppets and the gigantic experimental beasts to enter. Moreover, the parasites didn't give a damn about them either. So Tang Xianxia and the gray cat's escape was relatively smooth. Tang Xianxia had sniped a couple of experimenters and a dozen or so puppets. She had also found her emblem in an inventory room. In the face of the puppets that had already become inhuman and the experimental beasts that were roaring and baring their fangs and claws, Tang Kikikiu was much calmer than her peers. The environment in which she had grown up, coupled with the many things she had experienced later on, had tempered her mind and made her much more tenacious. Tang Xianxia did not ask what would happen to the others. After Hui Mao said that he would take her away, Tang Xianxia quickly followed behind Hui Mao without a word. In a hunter regiment, doing their job well was the greatest help to the team. Sillin looked at the time, left the lab, and walked toward another passage. Under Cheto's command, all the access controls in this area were removed and all the passages were opened. Sillin ran toward a certain direction. When Sillin walked into this area, he had a feeling that there was an inexplicable attraction from a certain direction in this area, beckoning Sillin to go there. Olilo's star map fragment. It resonated with the one he obtained from the Sky Prison Hunter Regiment's trader back at Sector S. Right now, the two fragments were attracting each other like two magnets. Although one was inside subspace, the attraction between them was as clear as day. A puppet covered in black and red blood rushed towards him. Sillin jumped up and stepped on the puppet's head before jumping far away. He flicked out his wrist blade and cut open the head of a puppet in front of him with a pop. At the entrance of the passage ahead, an experimental beast was fighting against a puppet. The narrow space of the passage limited the experimental beast's abilities, and the puppets had the advantage in numbers and were much stronger than their original bodies before they were modified. It was a situation where both sides were heavily injured. The experimental beast was repeatedly stepping on some of the fallen puppets on the ground. Half of their bodies had been stomped into meat paste, but their heads were still there. Their mouths were open and closed, and their faces were covered in protruding meridians and black and red blood. It was a very strange sight. Sillin seized an opening and slipped through like a swimming fish. Before the puppets and experimental beast could react, he quickly left. I'm almost there. After turning the corner, Sillin saw a room. The door to this room was closed, which meant that this room was not under L's control. It was clearly in L's network area, but it was not under L's control. One can imagine how special this room was. Moreover, the star map fragment Sillin was looking for was inside this room. Since he didn't know if it required iris, fingerprints, genes, or something else to pass through, Sillin didn't use the information Cheto collected directly. He took out a button-like object and sucked it onto the scanner. A light screen popped up, and some characters appeared on the light screen. Sillin's fingers flew across the light screen. After the characters were combined and decoded, they flashed by one after another and slowly formed a double link. Mitochondrial DNA? Inside the room, Shelt was covered in blood. He was connected to the communicator while receiving treatment from the medical apparatus. He was panting heavily. However, no one answered his call. Shelt felt colder and colder, and the feeling of uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. This uneasiness escalated to a certain degree and turned into extreme anger. Although Shelt was usually simple-minded when it came to anything outside of experiments, he had finally thought through some things. Caldwell, are you trying to destroy this research base? Shelt's hand, holding the communicator, was shaking. He murmured, "You can't do this. You can't. These are all rare experimental data. You can't lose them. You absolutely can't lose them." Beep. The door opened. Shelt abruptly turned his head to look outside the door. A pungent smell came into the room, and there were roars and gunshots in the distance. There was no one outside the door. Who's outside? Shelt's voice was a little hoarse and filled with intense panic. There was no reply. Shelt barely managed to prop himself up. The hand holding the gun was still trembling. The broken bones and damaged muscles made even the smallest movement extremely difficult for him. It was already a blessing that he was able to make it this far alive. Pooh! A needle was pierced into Shelt's neck, and the toxins contained in the needle quickly seeped into Shelt's body. When Shelt fell, he only saw a hazy figure. Although the toxins attacked quickly, Shelt's tolerance to drugs had improved after so many years of research. He didn't faint immediately. Instead, he pointed to a cabinet. "Take it away." After uttering these two words, Shelt didn't make any more movements. The cabinet also had a password set, but it did not take Sillin much time to crack it. Opening the thick alloy cabinet, there was only a metal box inside, and the password to the metal box was Shelt's genetic sequence. After opening the metal box, Sillin saw a star atlas fragment and a chip inside. Without checking what was inside the chip, there was no time. Sillin searched the room briefly and came out. As soon as he stepped out, he saw an image. It was Elle, and the image was created by the system. A beautiful girl dressed in white, special eyelids, and a pair of snow-white wings on her back. Sillin thought that it was Elvia, the goddess of miracles from the myth of creation. Right now, Elle's image was unstable and flickering from time to time. "Are you Sillin? Is it the intelligent system you created?" Elle asked. Sillin frowned. It seemed that the AI system in the research base still had a buffer, and it still survived Cheto's interception. Sillin did not answer, but Elle continued. "I'm just telling you that I'm not my father's proudest creation. I'm just an eliminated one, and my father gave it to Shelt." "Who is your father?" "All I know is that people call him Juno. He's the one who created the strongest AI system in this world. Not you." Elle's image disappeared with the last word. "Who is Juno?" Sillin put the question aside for now. Right now, the most important thing was to escape this place. There were only 3 minutes left in the 10 minutes that Lynette had mentioned. The research base was still filled with chaos and panic. The parasites seemed to have entered a hotbed as they gnawed on the puppets' brains madly. The puppets were even crazier, and the only thing left in their minds was slaughter. The experimental beasts were rampaging, and the gaseous environment inside the base was making them more and more irritable. The experimenters had become the sacrifices of both sides, and after the guards saw the situation, they no longer cared about what was going on here. They all had the mentality to escape. On the other side of the planet, there was a bustling city. Inside a tall building, Caldwell looked at the giant statue of the goddess at the edge of the city and said softly, "Some people are destined to become sacrifices. Shelt has undoubtedly brought great profits to Miracle, But even under such circumstances, he still cannot change his fate. He can only blame himself for being too conceited and not listening to advice. Many people had criticized Miracle for so many years because of Shelt's matter, but when these criticisms accumulated together, it became a different story. Finally, it exploded directly this time. Caldwell's words sounded dignified, but in fact, how could Shelt do these things without the tacit approval of the management? Boss, everything is ready. Let's begin. Yes. Caldwell looked at the image in his hand. The vast base was slowly expanding in all directions with a loud bang like a storm. Everything was sucked in, torn apart, and destroyed. The huge research base was reduced to ashes after this loud bang. Dust and debris were swept toward the city along with a wave of air, but the momentum was just right in front of the giant statue of the goddess, weakening to a bearable range. What was left was no different from an ordinary sandstorm. However, the sky full of sand and dust also blocked the view of some people. The giant statue of the goddess, Elvia, the god of miracles in the myth of creation. The wings on her back seemed to bear the pain for everyone. Her open arms and those smiling eyes that were wrapped in special eyelids were said to bring miracles to people. Pure white ankles were wrapped around her ankles, and they looked as if they were dancing in the sandstorm. And on top of this giant statue, between the folds of the goddess' skirt, lay many people covered in dust. Fuck poo, I blew it into my mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Fuck, that was close. Thank goodness I ran fast, or I would have been blown away. What the fuck are you shouting for? Is everyone here? Knight crouched down in the folds and said to the communicator. The group of 10 people reported their situation one after another. The statue of the goddess was huge, and there were a lot of folds on the goddess' skirt. Everyone arrived at different times and crouched down in different places. After confirming their positions, they slowly gathered toward Night. Huimao, Tang Xiuqiu, Cheto, and Cheto Xiueqiu and Qifeng had found a place to crouch down, but Silen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Silen, are you there? Knight spoke into the communicator again. I would ask every once in a while, but there was no reply until now. His temper rose again. Where the hell are you? Can't you give me a fucking squeak? Knight was yelling at the communicator when a flying claw suddenly flew toward him. He tilted his head to the side and evaded it. The flying claw landed on the protruding folds with a clang, and the thin threads attached to the claw contracted. Then, a person smashed over and collided with Knight with a bang, almost causing Knight to slip and fall down from the impact. Holy shit, fuck! Knight slid down and rolled on the ground. After he steadied himself, he kicked the culprit. Can't you just hit me somewhere else? Ahem. Silen wiped the sand off his face and sat down with his back leaning against the protruding part of the crease. He ignored Knight's kick and smiled at him. I'm really sorry, this shitty environment is affecting my vision. Bullshit. How dare you hit me when it's affecting your vision? Knight kicked Silen a few more times while saying, Your claw almost smashed my head. You wouldn't be Knight if you were so easily smashed. Knight let out a snort and sat down next to Silen while leaning against the protruding wall. What took you so long? I ran into a little trouble, but I got something. Silen felt a lot more at ease after learning that everyone was here. My dad always says I'm restless, but you're even more restless than me, you bastard. Silen threw a punch at him. Who's your dad? Son, let's hear it. Fuck off. Silen's communicator rang while he was talking. It was Cheto. What's wrong? Silen asked. Something's wrong with Qifeng and Xiueqiu. They've been injected with stimulants, and they're starting to react. I'll be there immediately. Silen turned around and said something to Knight before heading to where Cheto and the others were. It was still better to catch the grappling hook rope. It would be difficult to move barehanded in a sandstorm like this, so it was better to use the grappling hook to save time. When Silen arrived, he saw Qifeng and Xiueqiu convulsing all over. Tang Xiuqiu was looking at them worriedly from not far away. Huimao was standing in front of her, and Cheto was crouching beside Qifeng and Xiueqiu. This is the analysis result of the drug's composition and effects. A small light screen appeared in front of Cheto. It displayed the drug's molecular formula and other relevant data. The sandstorm blocked the light from the sky, so Sillin and the others were all shrouded in darkness. When the light screen appeared, their surroundings were illuminated. Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank when he felt the light from the light screen. Then, his pupils abruptly widened, and his aura turned ferocious. He bared his teeth and pounced towards the direction of the light screen. Sillin borrowed the momentum from Xianxia's charge and kicked Xianxia's side, sending him crashing into the statue's body. He also used the rebound time to wrap the rope around Xianxia's body a couple of times, but Xianxia easily broke free. "Cheto!" Sillin yelled. After receiving Sillin's signal, Cheto's hands turned into tentacles and bound Xianxia. Although Xianxia was struggling hard, he couldn't break free for the time being. Sillin wanted to use this time to analyze the drug, but it didn't take long for Qi Feng to wake up completely. His long fingernails were even sharper than before, and they left many cuts on the statue. The hair on his body was so long that it made Qi Feng look even more like a wild beast than before. Sillin stopped Qi Feng from pouncing towards him and yelled at Qi Feng, "Look at me, Qi Feng. Look into my eyes." Qi Feng's struggling and biting movements slowly came to a stop when he saw Sillin's eyes. It was as if a power was controlling him. "Look into my eyes, Qi Feng. Look." Sillin's deep voice brought Qi Feng into another world amidst the whistling sandstorm. "Qi Feng, do you remember what I asked you before you joined Vanguard? Tell me that answer again. Do you choose to be a human or a hellhound?" Qi Feng looked into Sillin's eyes, but his eyes were unfocused. After hearing Sillin's words, Qi Feng paused for a moment. "When? Human. Good. Since you've chosen to be a human, suppress the beast inside you. Don't let it control your body. Suppress it and control it. Suppress it, control it." Qi Feng repeated Sillin's words. He didn't attack again when Sillin let go of his claws. His eyes slowly closed and he collapsed. Sillin let out a sigh of relief. The hypnosis still has some effect. This means that the effects of the drug aren't that bad yet. After analyzing the drug once and combining it with the results Cheto had already analyzed, Sillin quickly came up with a temporary solution to the problem. He took out a few reagent bottles and injected Xianxia and Qi Feng with the medicine according to the calculated ratio. It was only after the duo's vital signs gradually returned to normal that he relaxed. "This is all we can do for now. We'll deal with them once everything is over. Right now, we have limited resources, and the situation isn't easy to deal with." "What's wrong with them?" Hui Mao walked over and asked. "Some of their genes have been overstimulated, causing their consciousness to weaken. It's close to going berserk, but it's slightly better than that," Sillin explained. "How much longer is this going to last?" "I don't know. It depends. At the very least, we're not alone." The research base was destroyed, but the parasites were still alive, and the gas that came with the explosion was still there. Chapter 199. Considering the scale of the research base, the sandstorm caused by this level of destruction would last for at least an hour. The sky was still covered in sand, and the wind was still as strong as ever. If he wasn't wearing a protective mask, he would have had a hard time breathing, and every time he opened his mouth, sand would come out. "Read this chip, Cheto." Sillin took out the chip from the metal box and passed it to Cheto. The fact that Shelt had stored it in the same place as Olillo's star map fragment meant that it was very important. At the very least, it was very important to Shelt. "Okay." Cheto accepted the chip, popped out a socket on his arm, and inserted it. At the same time, rays of light shot out of his eyes and gathered into an image in front of him. At first, it was just some data. Sillin could still understand it, and most of it was about the research results Shelt had done in this research base of Miracle over the years. Inside the chip was a record of every experiment subject, whether it was a failure or a success. The number of human lives sacrificed for LTEC's research was in the 5 digits, and it was growing towards the 6 digits. The number of animals sacrificed was even higher. Large beasts and all kinds of rare and exotic beasts were consumed in large quantities. It could be said that this chip was LTEC's experimental record, and it was an important piece of evidence. With this, the League of Stars could officially sue Miracle Corporation and the upper echelons would have a huge motivation to fight for power. However, as he continued to read the chip, he discovered that the contents behind it were all characters that looked like some kind of password. Every time he tried to read the chip further, he would be blocked by these characters. Cheto tried to decode it, but no progress was made even after several attempts. Sillin stared at the characters in silence. These characters weren't unfamiliar to him. They were used in many fields, but in different fields, every character had a different extended meaning. So what was inside this chip? Sillin carefully read the characters that repeatedly blocked the reading process again and again. Suddenly, he felt that they looked a little familiar. What on earth is it? Sillin couldn't think of it right now. Everything that had happened recently had complicated his thoughts. Sometimes he clearly felt a flash of inspiration, but he just couldn't grasp it. While Sillin was thinking, Huimao walked over and rubbed against Sillin's hand. It had eaten a full meal at the research base, and most of the experimental beasts Tang Xianxia encountered were eaten by Huimao. Some of them didn't taste good, but it was very full right now. It would sleep after eating, regardless of the situation. Sillin glanced at Huimao and knew that it was going to sleep again. He scratched Huimao's chin with his finger. Good boy, go to sleep. I need to think. Huimao snorted twice in dissatisfaction. This statue is not comfortable to sleep on. He looked around and saw Xianxia and Qifeng lying next to Tang Xianxia. He walked over, grabbed Qifeng's tail with his claws, and moved closer to Xianxia. Xianxia's soft, round body, thick fur, and Qifeng's tail made this temporary nest not bad. Satisfied, Huimao curled into a ball and started sleeping. Sillin suddenly remembered something when he saw Huimao curling into a ball. If it's like that, it really matched. The sequence that appeared in Sillin's mind was connected to the characters. His fingers moved continuously on the control surface and rearranged the characters. Correct, passed. Correct, passed. Correct, passed. Cheto's eyes flashed as he stared at the flashing pass on the screen. Ever since he met AI, he had a desire to learn new technology that leaned toward a human's way of thinking. The reason Sillin said that Cheto was the one with the most potential was because Cheto had the ability to determine his own direction of development within a certain bottom line. Not all passwords are suitable for normal decoding methods. Sometimes it depends on the person and the situation. Sillin's words were directed at Cheto. He didn't want Cheto to develop in the same direction as the other robots. These characters are actually the commonly used codes for amino acid abbreviations transcribed in Skelt's mitochondrial DNA. After the characters were decoded, they flashed past each other and slowly formed a ring that looked similar to Skelt's mitochondrial DNA. Once the ring was complete, the image changed and some information appeared. It was a brief introduction to the later parts of the chip. Some representative names appeared inside, and they were all people related to Miracle. There were politicians, the military, and a few famous merchant groups from the League of Stars. Other than that, Sillin also saw a familiar name, Juno, the person who created AI. At the time, Sillin didn't have the time to analyze the last words her had said, but he had to admit that her last words had shaken Sillin a lot. According to AI, Juno wasn't the only one who created this AI system. The fact that AI was able to be used in Miracle Corporation's research base meant that AI's ability as a system must have been recognized. But AI said that she was eliminated by Juno. Then where were the other AIs that hadn't been eliminated? Looking at the names displayed on the screen, he realized that this was only a part of it. The later parts of the chip must have involved a lot more secrets about Miracle and more people. The importance of this chip was definitely worthy of Skelt's attention. At first, Sillin was going to give this chip to Knight, but now it would seem that he couldn't do so. It wasn't that he didn't trust Knight, it was that Sillin had no choice but to take a lot of precautions against the military. He was just about to ask Cheto to copy the earlier parts of the chip and create a new one for Knight, but Sillin rejected the idea. Knight and the others were probably almost done with the research content by now. Giving it to Cheto now wouldn't help much, and it might even raise some people's suspicions. This chip must be very important to the higher-ups of Miracle, and the fact that Sillin possessed this chip must not be exposed. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to return a vanguard. After thinking for a while, Sillin decided not to tell Knight about this chip. When he came back to himself, Sillin couldn't help but sigh at Skelt's madness. He actually hid such important information inside his own mitochondrial DNA. It was obvious that according to the comparison information and sequence profile analysis, Skelt's current mitochondrial DNA wasn't his original sequence. There were a lot of major flaws in this mitochondrial DNA sequence, and the physical diseases caused by them would often require the help of equipment in daily life. In other words, Skelt didn't hesitate to modify his own mitochondrial DNA in order to keep this information a secret, even if it left him with physical defects. What kind of madness was this? Skelt was a relatively extreme person. He made Sillin think of Ori, the man who hid underground all year round, used complicated and primitive methods to avoid the planet's investigation, and even modified himself to look like that. One should never underestimate the madness of such researchers. They were ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to themselves. After reading the decoded information of this mitochondrial DNA, the last piece of information shocked Sillin again and again. The remaining information in the chip was also blocked by some character codes, and it required a decoding method similar to the mitochondrial DNA sequence. However, the decoding method was no longer using Skelt's mitochondrial DNA, but the genomic DNA inside his body. Not only did he modify his mitochondrial DNA, he also modified the genomic information inside his body. He didn't modify it in the best and strongest direction, but in the direction of confidential information. Such a modification would lower his constitution and gene rank by several levels compared to his original state. Right now, Skelt's gene rank was C, and his handling genes were probably a rank as well. Turning himself from an A-rank person to a C-rank person wasn't just an ordinary kind of cruelty. Cheto, have you collected all of Skelt's genomic information? Sillin asked. Yes, I have. For safety's sake, I even took a portion of tissue samples to preserve. I also took a bit of somatic and gonadal cells. The corner of Sillin's eyes twitched. Gonadal cells? How did this guy take them? However, I discovered that there are two different sets of DNA in his gonadal tissue samples. One set is the same as the somatic tissue samples, and the other set is different. Sillin was astonished. Although this phenomenon existed in other races in the League of Stars, it was rare to see such a situation in the general human race, and Skelt was undoubtedly a general human. In that case, the information stored in the chip is twice as much as I imagined. He had always thought that Skelt was just one of the many important researchers of Miracle, but now it seemed that Skelt possessed far more information than he knew from his current position. Logically speaking, the higher-ups of Miracle shouldn't have done something like this so carelessly if Skelt's information was used to locate where he should be. Sillin suddenly thought of Al, the artificial intelligence system that Juno had gifted to Skelt. It seemed that most of this information came from Al. He recalled Skelt's words of taking when he collapsed and a hateful gaze in his eyes. That gaze wasn't directed at Sillin, but at Caldwell, the manager who had ordered the destruction of the research base. Skelt had purposely given this chip to Sillin in order to take revenge on Caldwell. After putting away the chip and asking Cheto to keep this record a secret, Sillin settled Tang Xiaoqiu down and checked on Xiueqiu and Chifeng's conditions before contacting Knight. At first, he was going to discuss the upcoming bitter battle with Knight, but Knight brought a piece of good news. The army's reinforcements would arrive in 6 hours, and as long as they could hold on for 6 hours, they would be able to survive successfully. Since the army could arrive in 6 hours, Sillin wasn't going to release the remaining parasite eggs. After the storm had passed, the killers Caldwell had sent to carry out the cleanup mission would definitely be waiting for Sillin and the others. The light gradually grew stronger, the sand and dust covering the sky thinned, and the wind gradually slowed down. What about Xiueqiu and Chifeng? Tang Xiaoqiu asked. The medicine can temporarily suppress the stimulant in their bodies for 20 hours. I'll give them another shot later to wake them up first. They won't go crazy like before under the medicine suppression. Sillin answered. 10 minutes later, Sillin received Knight's operation signal and gave Qifeng and Xianxia a shot to wake them up. After waking up, Qifeng and Xianxia felt that their memories were blank, but Sillin didn't give them time to recall. After explaining the operation's precautions and route, he began to move. If all the sand and dust stopped, then they would be completely exposed, and they would be in a more passive position. It was better to leave this place as soon as possible, find a place to hide, and snipe and counter-snipe. They had worked together at Seven Lights before, and although it was almost 4 years ago, Sillin and Knight's cooperation was very smooth now. A gesture was all it took to know which route to move stealthily next. The western image showed the map and terrain of the city after scanning, and Sillin instructed Tang Xiaoqiu and the others about their operation route. The gray cat opened its blurry eyes and yawned. It crouched at the edge of the fold wall and stared at the city that was separated by a layer of wind and sand. It said quietly, "Actually, there's another way. It's safer this way." "What way?" Sillin and Tang Xiaoqiu looked at Hui Mao. Hui Mao licked his claws and said calmly, "Dig a hole." Sillin, "Our main goal right now is to delay until the military's rescue team arrives. It's not like we're going to attack. If we hide underground and perform a little surgery on their underground detection device, it won't be a problem to delay them for 6 hours. But the truth is that you're too lazy to move, aren't you?" Sillin criticized inwardly. "You're the only one who can hide underground. How are we supposed to hide?" Hui Mao looked at Cheto. "This guy's an excavator." Sillin looked at Cheto. It sounded reasonable. "Where's the best place to hide?" Sillin asked. The assassins would definitely pay attention to the ground when they were cleaning. Wouldn't it be obvious that something was wrong if they saw a hole? Hui Mao looked around. His beard shook, and he said with certainty, "From under the goddess' skirt." 2 minutes later, Knight stood beside the goddess' feet and looked up. There was a hole just big enough for one person to pass through in a corner where the skirt was covering. He couldn't even fart for a long time. In fact, they were prepared to fight a hard battle, but Yu Lu agreed with Sillin's idea. The most important thing in a mission was the result, not the process. Their job was to protect the evidence and hand it over when the reinforcements arrived. The hole above the ground was a little narrow because they had to pay attention to secrecy. But underground, the hole was a little wider and extended all the way to the bottom of a certain tall building in the city. The hole under the goddess' skirt was sealed again. It was very difficult to discover that there used to be a hole there unless you looked carefully and didn't use any equipment. The aura and some small traces left behind the goddess' skirt were swept away by the wind and sand. "This place isn't bad." Yu Lu nodded in satisfaction as he walked along the temporary underground shelter they dug. They always carried oxygen supply equipment with them when they moved, so they wouldn't suffocate even if the shelter was sealed. "Although we've blocked the scanning from above, we still can't know what's going on up there," Feng Haichao said with a frown. They were a little worried about a situation they couldn't control. "Cheto, go up and take a look," Sillin said. "That's not very good, is it?" Someone in Knight's squad objected. They didn't know that Cheto was a robot, so they were worried that he would be exposed if he went out. "It's fine." Knight shot Sillin a glance and stopped the 2 people in his squad from saying anything. "Let's do this, Cheto. Please." Cheto nodded in a gentlemanly manner, but he immediately started digging. They couldn't see his hand movements clearly, but it felt like the rocks and soil were parting directly to the sides, and Cheto was moving forward at a walking pace. The sound he made during the whole process was so soft that it didn't sound like he was digging a hole at all. Everyone in the military acknowledged a capable person, not to mention that he was a comrade who had gone through thick and thin together. Therefore, Knight's squad's impression of Cheto rose to a whole new level. They didn't notice that Cheto was digging a hole in front of them when they entered the cave, so they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when they saw him now. At first, they thought that Cheto was holding a high-end machine that could open holes, but now it felt like Cheto's hands were digging in like tofu, and then he pushed the hole to the sides. Who would have thought that this kid was so skilled? After Cheto went up, he hid himself in a remote corner of the underground building and avoided the surveillance cameras. His body transformed and stuck to the metal objects around him. If someone came in to take a look, They wouldn't know that there was an intruder here at all. Cheto followed the surveillance network and transmitted everything that was happening around the building to Sillin, who was hiding underground. Due to the gas pollution that drifted over after the destruction of the research base, some people's nervous systems were affected. A portion of the manpower in the city was sent to deal with these people. There weren't many parasites left, so they were quickly taken care of by Crodwell's men. Some of the guards who escaped from the lab were killed by the assassins, and all the humans and beasts who escaped from the lab were taken care of by the people scattered around the city. However, in another tall building in the city, Crodwell was very angry because he hadn't found the intruders yet. He wasn't stupid enough to think that the intruders had perished along with the research base. Send more men and continue to search. Search thoroughly. Search the guards thoroughly. I'd rather kill the wrong person than let a suspicious person go. Crodwell roared angrily. The army would be here in a few hours, and if the rats found some bad evidence, Caldwell's future would be bleak. However, an hour passed. 2 hours. 3 hours. The sweat on Crodwell's forehead grew thicker and thicker. His communicator rang, and on the other end stood a man in military uniform with the insignia of a major general. Mr. Crodwell, long time no see. Chapter 200. The person with the rank of a major general might look young, but the steadiness and reserved sharpness in his eyes made it obvious at first glance that he was no ordinary person. Fiegler Holando. Caldwell almost growled the name out loud. He had always been gnashing his teeth at this name. Fiegler Holando was 10 years older than Knight. Due to his family background, he had joined the army a long time ago, and Holando had already started killing enemies on the battlefield before Knight had even entered the army. His personal ability and dazzling military achievements had allowed him to rise to the rank of a major general at such a young age. The reason Caldwell was gnashing his teeth at Holando like this was because Holando had targeted them more than once, and Caldwell had suffered a lot at Holando's hands. That was why Caldwell revealed an undisguised hatred the moment he saw this person. But compared to Caldwell's reaction, Holando was very calm. He was even smiling a little, and that smile was an eyesore in Caldwell's eyes no matter how he looked at it. According to the information Caldwell received, the army that had come in the name of formula inspection this time wasn't Fiegler Holando. If it was anyone else, Caldwell wouldn't have lost his composure like this, but it was obvious that it was Fiegler Holando. This man would never give them a way out if he found an opportunity. Why is it you? The armrest of the chair in Caldwell's hand was left with a deep handprint. It must be known that the things Caldwell used were all of the highest quality, and for such an armrest to be left with a handprint like it was made of mud, one could imagine how Caldwell was feeling right now. In response to Caldwell's question, Hulanduo only smiled. His smile made Caldwell want to rush over and stomp on his face. It can't be helped. Some people in the army are just too inefficient. I can't stand it. While Caldwell was sending people all over the planet to search for Sillin and the others, Sillin and the others were safe and sound underground. They could even receive Cheto's live stream. Knight, it's about time now. Should we contact the army? Someone asked. Knight shook his head. There's no telling who's leading the army this time. If someone over there leaks our location to Caldwell, then we're dead for sure. Based on Caldwell's personality, as long as there was a suspected base, he would do his best to destroy it. According to the plan, if there was something wrong with the reinforcements from the army, how could they be delayed? Or was it because the voices in the army weren't united? There were people who leaned towards miracle. Before this matter was over, Knight would never trust anyone without confirming the leader's identity. Stabbing someone in the back was the most unjust. Sillin checked on Chiefing and Xianxia's condition. Both of them were in a very bad state of mind. Although the medicine had suppressed the effects of the stimulant, it had also made them feel fatigued and unable to exert any strength. He could only hope that this matter would end as soon as possible so that they could receive a comprehensive treatment. Keep them under control. Otherwise, there might not be anyone around to help you if something similar happens in the future, Sillin said to Chiefing and Xianxia. Chiefing gritted his teeth and nodded. The tuft of hair on his head had grown again. When Chifeng lowered his head, it covered his eyes so that no one could see his expression clearly. Sillin rubbed Chifeng's head and pulled him closer to himself. It was also a silent encouragement and comfort. Xueqio's round body was squeezed together with Tang Xiuqiu, and Tang Xiuqiu was combing its fur with her fingers. Lying in Sillin's arms, Hui Mao's ears suddenly twitched. His eyes were still closed, but his head had tilted slightly in a certain direction. No one else noticed this detail, but Sillin knew Hui Mao very well. It was probably the army. If it was one of Caldwell's men, the gray cat definitely wouldn't be as lazy as it was now. As expected, Cheto quickly sent a message saying that the army was approaching the planet. Don't go out yet. Let's see who's leading the army. Knight stopped his men from getting up and said, Cheto, pay attention to the leader of the army, Sillin ordered. Got it. Cheto followed the surveillance network and hacked into the defense system of some other buildings. At first, he wanted to hack into the satellite network, but Sillin told him not to take the risk this time. Therefore, Cheto only hacked into the information network on the ground. The light screen in front of Sillin showed the image of the army's warship. The League of Stars' military emblem was on the warship. Unlike Sillin's starship, the army's warship landed directly on the ground. It looked very dignified and intimidating. Moreover, before the battleship landed, many fighter aircrafts flew out from inside, densely packed together in all directions. Some aircrafts also flew out alone. They must have been assigned missions long ago, so they all flew away very straightforwardly. 2 of the 3 warships landed, and the last one stayed outside the planet to prevent certain accidents and prevent certain important figures of the miracle on the planet from escaping. After the warship landed, armored vehicles, tanks, and squads of infantry came out one after another. After that, Hulan Du and his men slowly walked out. Hulan Du looked at the nearby city and said, "Move out." Yes. A major behind him saluted and left with his men. Strange, we haven't received any news from those kids yet. Even the locator can't find their position. A person standing behind Hulan Du looked at the light screen that had popped up from a disc in his hand, then glanced around and asked in confusion. They're either completely wiped out or they're hiding very well. Do you think they're completely wiped out? The man looked at Hulan Du. How is that possible? We're from the Fiegler family. It's not that easy. The man only chuckled when he heard Hulan Du's extremely confident words. Let's go find those kids. I think they're in this city. It's just that we in Caldwell can't find them. When Hulan Du and his men walked towards the city, Knight and the others who were hiding underground all had different reactions. How could it be them? Yu Lu asked doubtfully. According to his thoughts, the 2 of them shouldn't have come personally for something like this. They should have taken over later on. Otherwise, how could their team have met with such a delay? Feng Haichao said. Although the 2 of them weren't very high in terms of military rank, the significance they represented was great. Even if there were different voices in the army, no one would dare to openly obstruct the 2 of them when they appeared at the same time. These 2 were not to be trifled with, and the people behind them were even more so. At the same time, it meant one thing. There was already a conclusion to the matter of miracle. If it's them, then there's nothing to worry about. Ruo Lin stood up and stretched. His heart was finally at ease, and he felt much more relaxed. After Sillin saw the Major General leading the army on the screen, he looked at Knight. The 2 of them looked somewhat similar. When Knight saw the 2 people on the screen, he cursed in a low voice, "Fuck! Why are these 2 guys who usually don't show up here at the same time?" Although he was cursing, his eyes were full of smiles, and he no longer had the doubts and wariness from before. "Who are they?" Sillin asked. Knight pointed at the person who looked somewhat similar to him and said, "This is my cousin Fiegler Holando. He's 10 years older than me and has already become a major general." Knight then pointed at the person beside Holando. "As for this one, don't you think he looks familiar?" Sillin took another look. He did look somewhat like that arrogant fellow. "Someone from the Ji family?" Knight gave a thumbs up. "Pride's that brat's second brother, Ji Feihong. He's only a few years older than us, but he's already been promoted to lieutenant colonel. Pretty fast." "Then what about you?" Sillin asked with a smile. "Ahem, I'm not talented, just a mere first lieutenant. Suddenly remembering something, Knight gave Sillin a punch. Didn't that guy Lung tell you? He did. Then why the hell are you asking? I'm just asking. It's been almost a year. Who knows if you've been promoted? Oomph. I'll be promoted when I get back. I'll be promoted to colonel within a year. Then I wish you a happy promotion in advance. In a League of Stars, the promotion of one's military rank was achieved through hard work. Just like this time, if they had not encountered Sillin, Knight and the others would definitely have experienced a difficult and bloody battle. Are you preparing to go out? Sillin asked. Knight looked at the time and said, in another hour. Based on Knight's understanding of Hollando, an hour was more than enough for the matters above to be settled. That would be the most suitable time to go out. Of course, Knight had another thought, which was to see if Hollando and Ji Feihong could find them within this hour. If they could not, then it could only be said that the people on Sillin's side were indeed very capable. Above, Hollando was already facing Caldwell. This time, it was an absolute suppression. If Caldwell resisted, he would be killed on the spot. This was because Hollando's actions had been approved by the higher-ups. Even if he blew up this planet, no one would say anything. Caldwell did not want to die yet, so he did not resist. He would not contact the assassins he had sent out, and if he did and was caught by Hollando, there would be yet another piece of evidence pressed against him. What Caldwell did not know, however, was that Hollando would find out about this sooner or later, and his methods of revenge would be even more vicious. After all, the people he had sent to kill were from the Fiegler family. After detaining Caldwell and some of the management personnel of Miracle, Hollando looked at Caldwell, who was still acting all high and mighty, and said calmly, "Don't hope that anyone will plead on your behalf. You're nothing but a sacrificial pawn." To Caldwell, these words were undoubtedly a sharp blade that pierced straight into his heart. How laughable! He, Caldwell, had just mocked Schelt as a sacrificial pawn, but a few hours later, it would be his turn. As a sacrificial pawn, he knew very well how the people behind Miracle did things. They would never let him live to the final trial. "You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. I'm going to see." Before Caldwell could finish his sentence, he was knocked unconscious by a soldier indicated by Hollando. The main point of the instructions Hollando had received was not on the people behind Miracle. He had already received quite a few hints. What should be vague should be vague. There were some things that everyone knew even if he did not say them. Others might not know who was behind Miracle, but there was no way that person from the Fiegler family did not know. As for the evidence Knight was looking for, it was nothing more than an honorable reason to make a move. Moreover, this move was nothing more than a cover for the overall goal. Only when Hollando accepted this mission did he realize why the military had suddenly unified their voices. "Go look for it." Hollando gave Ji Feihong a look. Ji Feihong nodded and walked out with a small box in his hand. Not long after, Ji Feihong returned with the box. Nothing could be seen on his face, but the brief exchange of glances between Ji Feihong and Hollando proved that everything had gone smoothly and the item had been obtained. Obtaining the item proved that the main objective of this mission had been achieved. Since we've obtained the item, it's about time to let those little fellows out, right? Ji Feihong put the box away and said with a smile, "But these little fellows sure have some tricks up their sleeves. Even now, I still can't figure out their exact location. All I know is that they're in this city." Hollando looked at the time and said, "They'll be out soon." The members of the Fiegler family more or less understood each other, and Knight and Hollando were people who were more familiar with each other's style of doing things. Just as Hollando finished speaking, the light screen on the circular detector in Ji Feihong's hand displayed a strong signal. "Oh, it's true, but it's actually here. According to the reports I received, this place has already been carefully searched. I didn't expect to be fooled by them." 10 minutes later, Knight brought his men to Hollando's side. "I didn't expect the two of you to come." Knight raised his hand and punched Ji Feihong. He only called Hollando, who was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, "Bro." Then he dragged a chair over and sat down. What a difference between a stranger and a stranger. If it wasn't for your somewhat similar face, people would have thought that Ji Feihong is your brother. Halando said. Knight shrugged. It can't be helped. You started too early, old bro, and the generation gap between us is too deep. Back when Brother Feihong brought us to fight, old bro was pacifying Sector V's chaos. Halando swept his gaze across the group of people sent over by the two squads of soldiers. In the end, his gaze landed on Sillin. Knight, aren't you going to introduce these people? Sillin's group was either an animal or a half-human, and there was even a child. When he thought about the situation from before, he felt awkward no matter how he looked at it. Knight introduced Sillin briefly and told him directly about Sillin's identity and his purpose in coming to this planet. As for some details, he did not explain. It was at this time that Halando received a report from his subordinate that the 3rd and 6th B squadron starships were heading towards this planet. The people who've come to pick you up are here. Halando looked at the two starships on the display and said. Halando did not make things difficult for Sillin's group. In fact, he even sent a space plane to send them over. In reality, it wasn't that Halando did not want to ask, it was that he could not. The way he looked at Knight was already glaring at him a few times. As for Ji Feihong, when he heard the name Sillin, he looked at Sillin with a meaningful gaze. The first time he heard the name Sillin was from his younger brother Pride. Ji Feihong had no choice but to look at a person who could make the usually proud Pride give such a high evaluation. However, it looked like they would not have the chance to learn more about him now. Two squads of the Hunter Regiment had come over to demand their people, so they could not hold them back no matter what. When Sillin was facing Hulan Du and Ji Feihong, she did not show any special expression. There was no nervousness, and there was no obvious alienation. She just had a calm attitude, and she even gave Hulan Du and Ji Feihong a smile that could be considered sincere out of respect for Knight. However, that smile looked silly no matter how one looked at it. It made the corner of Knight's mouth twitch. Sillin brought Tang Xianxia and the others on the space plane, sent by Halando, and arrived at the spaceport outside the planet. There was already a space plane waiting there. Shotten, Carrie, and the others were all standing there. When they saw that Sillin and the others were unscathed, they also let out a sigh of relief. Shotten stopped Carrie from speaking. We'll talk when we get back. After bidding farewell to Knight through the communicator, Sillin followed Shotten back to the 6th Division starship. The first thing he did when he got back was to call Tico and Lycrabe over. Together, they gave Chiefing and Shuecho a thorough checkup and treated them accordingly. After working for nearly 50 hours, they were finally released. After exiting the infirmary, Sillin briefly told everyone about what had happened on that planet. No matter what, at least everyone was fine. Shotten also let out a sigh of relief. However, he was also rather angry at the Miracle Company. Who would have thought that the people of Miracle would be so daring? They clearly knew the identities of Tang Xianxia and the others, but they still dared to make a move. If they were from the A Squadron, the people of Miracle probably would not dare to touch them. It seemed that the 6th Division still had to hurry up and develop. After working for so long, Sillin was unbelievably tired. After taking care of everything, he took a shower and lay down on his bed, ready to rest. However, before that, there was one more thing he had to take care of. He scooped up Hui Mao, who was lying on the edge of the bed pretending to be asleep, and rubbed Hui Mao's belly. Tell me, I haven't had a good sleep for a few days, and I've lost a lot of weight. Hui Mao snorted as he opened his eyes and complained, I've wanted to tell you for a long time, but you've been busy. I couldn't find a chance. After changing to a more comfortable position, Hui Mao said, When I was at Knight's place, I felt a familiar presence. What presence? The presence of Olillo's star map fragment. It's different from yours, but I'm sure that it's Olillo's star map fragment. Although there was no attraction between the different star map fragments of Olillo's star map, for someone like Hui Mao, attraction was not needed. Olillo's star map fragments all had some slight similarities. By remembering a presence, as long as there was an Olillo's star map fragment within a certain range, Hui Mao would be able to sense it, and he would even be able to tell if they belonged to the same star map. After hearing what Hui Mao said, Sillin could think of many things along the same line. No wonder those two would appear at the same time, and no wonder the military's voices were unified so quickly regarding the miracle matter. The military of the League of Stars was a huge machine that should never be underestimated. Chapter 201. After they sent Sillin and the others away, Hu Du and Ji Feihong both asked about Sillin, and the news they received shocked them beyond words. The fact that Vanguard was able to evade their detection and escape from so many puppets and experimental beasts proved that Vanguard truly lived up to its name. Even their beast squadrons were impressive. After the matters of the Miracle Corporation's branch on this planet were settled, Hu Du and Ji Feihong sat in a private meeting room. I remember that Sillin was listed on the A rank in the secret report regarding the 6th Division, Hu Du said. The military of the League of Stars had a secret list. At that time, the League of Stars would list out some famous forces or people who were as famous as the 4 great hunter regiments. From high to low, they were S, A, B, and C. The A rank ranking Sillin was mostly made up of a few captains of the 4 great hunter regiments and people from the 4 main squads. Although the Vanguard Division 6 Captain Schotten was a captain, he was not listed on the A rank ranking. Instead, it was Sillin who had just taken over as a vice captain not long ago who was listed on the A rank ranking. This was something Knight did not know. He had not reached the level to know about the ranking yet. That is true, Ji Feihong nodded. Because of pride, when he found out that there was a person named Sillin in the 6B Squadron, he suspected that the assassin Pride spoke of wasn't actually dead, and that it was just a hunter regiment's ploy after completing their mission. It was exactly because he had done a special investigation and checked some military documents that Ji Feihong found out that this person had already been listed in the A rank ranking. How much do you know about him? A little. But the main reason he was listed on the A rank ranking was Wei Fun. The Wei Fun Ji Feihong spoke of was actually a mouse who once worked undercover in Poison Fong. His real name was Wei Fun. Wei Fun, the guy who snuck into Sector V to carry out a spy mission and was promoted to major after Poison Fong, was eliminated. He actually has such a high evaluation of Sillin. Hulan Duo still had some impression of Wei Fun, because he knew that Wei Fun had been exchanged by the military from the Vanguard. Although Wei Fun was exchanged as a captive, no one dared to slander him. After all, Wei Fun had provided a lot of high-level intelligence over the years as a spy. Moreover, the biological samples he brought back from the army were highly valued by the higher-ups. Ji Feihong briefly explained what he knew and what he learned from Wei Fun. If what Wei Fun said is true, then this Sillin person is really dangerous. After all, he is still very young. Something like potential is too difficult to fathom. Helanda sighed. When he thought of Knight, Helanda suddenly said, based on what you said, Sillin isn't just a powerful individual. He also has a wide network of connections. Your Fiegler family's Knight and Dreyer family's eccentric Kailong, the CI family CI Jincheng, the 4-star academician's old man Mo, and the one who surprised me even more was the Yu family's little grandaunt. All of these people are connected to Sillin. Hulan Duo let out a low laugh. Interesting. He stopped studying Sillin and asked, are there still no video recordings on the other side? No. All the surveillance devices are collectively blinded, and the research base's AI system AL has been hacked and destroyed. That Cheto is the only person who can escape our signal detection. It is very difficult to figure out his background. Hulan Duo crossed his arms and asked in puzzlement, Cheto, Sillin, what is their relationship? Before this, I don't remember this person being mentioned in the investigation report on Vanguard Division 6. Ever since the 6th Division came out of Sector Z, the military had investigated Vanguard Division 6 in detail. However, there was no such person as Cheto. Every B squadron absorbs new blood. This Cheto is probably one of them. Unfortunately, we don't have the chance to test their strength. Hulan Duo looked at the sky outside and said in a low voice, there will be a chance. Right now, Sillin was completely unaware that he was listed on the military's secret A-rank list. Right now, he was performing a final checkup on Chiefing and Shuecho together with Tico and Lycrape. The results are pretty good. At this rate, They should be able to fully recover in 2 days. Sillin patted Xianxia's fat, but then grabbed the white fatty's ear just as he was about to slip away. Control your appetite for the next 2 days after you fully recover. Don't overeat. After being listless for a few days, the white fatty had lost a lot of weight and regained his vigor. He would probably eat to his heart's content until he had indigestion. Hearing Sillin's words, Xianxia's ears drooped and looked pitifully at Sillin. There's no point in acting pitiful. Weez, keep an eye on him. If you see him overeating, give him a claw and make him lie down for a few more days. Got it. At the side, Hui Mao wagged his tail inattentively and ignored Xianxia's pleading eyes. Chiefing became a little more diligent after he recovered. He sought out Carrie and the others to give him pointers on combat and marksmanship. Even in his sleep, he practiced piloting the virtual cabin. The experience this time was a pretty big blow to him. After the disappearance incident at the City of Trade, everyone realized that this was no longer the era when people didn't even dare to touch the squads of the Big Four. After dealing with Chiefing and Xianxia, Sillin returned to his room and called Cheta over. Together, they read the chip's contents. Since he was bored, Hui Mao also joined in. There was a lot of information hidden in the 2 sets of DNA, but even Sillin was shocked by what he saw. There were too many people connected to Miracle Corporation, and there were some politicians who looked like they were worried about their allies and their people. In fact, they had secretly supplied Miracle Corporation with a lot of experimental subjects that came from unorthodox sources. The 13 backward sectors were especially populated by people. After all, most of the planets there were underdeveloped, and losing a few thousand people wouldn't affect them at all. It was possible to analyze the factional struggles between the political groups and the League of Stars' military from the list and its contents. Although Sillin couldn't do anything with these lists right now, it might come in handy in the future. To be honest, Sillin was a little disappointed. The Fujihara family wasn't included in the list. What kind of existence was the Hara family? Shotten had just finished reading the chip's contents when he received an urgent message and hurried to the main starship's conference room. It was a meeting. What happened this time? Sillin put away the chip and went to the main starship. What's wrong? Sillin asked. Shotten looked at the lieutenant commanders and pressed a button. A light screen appeared on the conference table and displayed a video. It was a video reported by a very influential media in the League of Stars. Olillo's cage, Sillin thought. He knew that the video was related to Olillo's cage the moment he saw it. Shotten might know a little about Olillo's cage, but the other lieutenant commanders didn't. That being said, Shotten briefly explained some things about Olillo during the meeting. He didn't go into detail, though. He only explained the important points. If the conflict 50 years ago was about the universal energy White Knight, then this time it was about another matter altogether. Moreover, it was under the military's control. Just as Hui Mao had predicted, Hu Landu and Ji Feihong obtained an Olillo star map fragment from Miracle. Adding that the military already had such star map fragments, they pieced together the star map, found the key, and opened Olillo's cage. However, they didn't expect that Olillo's cage would be like this after it was opened. In the myth of creation, one of Olillo's cages was the God's back garden that represented a fairyland. Surprisingly, the location of this God's back garden was actually a place in Sector Z. A lot of astronomers had once studied Sector Z, but due to the harsh space environment, their understanding of Sector Z was still at an elementary stage. However, a long time ago, some researchers had discovered a black hole area in Sector Z. What they saw through their binoculars was a large black area, and none of the probes they sent out had returned. Some said that it was a black hole, but according to the data provided by the probes on the outside, it wasn't a black hole. However, there was no other explanation. Those who were lucky enough to enter that area and never came out again. The moment they entered the black area, all communication was cut off, and it was a permanent cut. Therefore, the League of Stars didn't have high restrictions on the development and adventuring of Sector Z. Sometimes, they would even encourage hunter regiments and adventurers to enter the area and then buy the information from these hunter regiments and adventurers at a high price. But now, no one had expected that the black hole area was actually one of Olillo's. Since the military had publicized this footage, it meant that they either had the place firmly under their control, and the reason they released this footage was to increase their influence in the League of Stars, or they had run into an unsolvable problem and needed to find a solution from the public's hands. We don't know the specifics, but I've contacted the A-Team. They said that 2 of our squads are to go there, and that the rest of Vanguard will receive us when the time comes. Xianxia told the A-Team's message to them, but Silen's thoughts weren't on it. He already knew what the A-Team's focus was, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The God's back garden that represented a fairyland. The name alone was enough to tell that there would be a lot of rare things inside, and it must be beautiful. The released footage didn't reveal anything. The military didn't release the scene inside, and only the general appearance of the black hole area after it brightened up. This was the first Olillo's cage to be opened in so many years. Not even that White Knight had truly opened it before. As the first Olillo's cage to be opened, the matter behind it must be unimaginably complicated. No one could say for sure if the incident from 50 years ago would repeat itself, especially after the incident at Sector S. Silen thinks that Mist and Wuxia were the ones who had been too quiet after the incident at Sector S, as if they had never appeared in the first place. There was also Azrael. Every incident involving Azrael was devastating. Silen had a feeling that these guys would all appear at God's back garden this time. No matter what, we will cancel our previous mission plan and head to Sector Z with the 3rd Earth Division Squadron. Xianxia said solemnly. Since the arrangements were made, the other lieutenant commanders had nothing more to say. After the meeting was adjourned, they would have their subordinates make preparations. In truth, everyone in the 6th Division had a strange feeling towards Sector Z. After all, their previous experience at Sector Z was too tragic. But as hunters, they had to get used to it. Silen, you stay. Just as Silen stood up and was about to leave, Xianxia stopped him. After the other lieutenant commanders had left, Xianxia asked, "What do you think about this incident?" "What do I think?" "Amen. Tell me what you think." Actually, we didn't see much from our position. The A squad has never interfered with the squad's business, and if they did, it would be a big deal. Since the A squad has asked us to do this, we will go. However, there are some questions that I still want to understand. Xianxia said with a frown on his chair. Silen shook his head. I'm not in a position to comment on the Olillo cage, but I think the A squad sent us to support them in this incident. Xianxia nodded. He had considered this as well. It was fine as long as they weren't cannon fodder. With the style of the upper echelons of the 4 great hunter regiments, they usually wouldn't let their subordinates be cannon fodder. If they did, it would be very difficult to absorb new blood as a supplement in the future. Our B squadron isn't the only one going over this time. I believe that the other B squadrons will also go over one after another. Since Vanguard has done this, the other 3 of the Great 4 will also do the same. This way, the implications will be much wider. If the military intends to have a dispute, once a fight breaks out, it will definitely cause great damage to the entire GL. They won't do such a stupid thing. Xianxia had thought about all the aspects Silen had mentioned before, but after Silen gave him a confirmation, Xianxia also let out a small sigh of relief. After all, the 6th Division had developed to its current level after much difficulty. If they were to suffer another great blow, Xianxia would vomit blood. After speaking for a while more, Silen finally left the meeting room and went back to inform everyone about the upcoming formation and things to pay attention to. There was no need to emphasize it any further, and everyone quickly got into the mood. Sector Z was a sector that left a deep impression on them. If they weren't prepared, they might lose their lives. After giving out orders, Silen returned to his room and closed his eyes to think on his bed. There were many things he wouldn't tell Xianxia directly. It would expose too much of himself. Silen wasn't ready to take out the 2 Olillo star map fragments he had yet. Now wasn't the time yet, and taking them out would only bring destruction to the entire 6th Division. As he thought, Silen felt a little tired and slowly fell asleep. Who's talking? In a daze, 2 voices appeared in Silen's mind. Other than the voices, Silen also vaguely felt a familiar and strong magnetic field change, air pressure change, and a sudden change in temperature that rose more than 50 degrees in a second before falling below zero. His surroundings were dark, and he couldn't see anything. He could only hear the hazy voices, the sounds of fighting, the strange gunshots, and the strange yet familiar energy fluctuations. Suddenly, Sillin felt a heavy blow to his abdomen, shattering all the voices and sensations. Sillin abruptly opened his eyes and saw Huimao bouncing on his stomach. Letting out a long breath and wiping the sweat off his forehead, Sillin mumbled, "What the hell are you doing?" We stopped bouncing when it saw that Sillin had woken up. It stared at Sillin from head to toe with its round cat eyes and moved its ears a little. Then, it said with a grateful look on its face, "You were very strange just now. You looked like you were in hibernation, but your heartbeat was very fast and irregular, and you were sweating a lot. Look at you, you're wet, sticky, and dirty. You didn't respond when I called you. That's why I did it." Hearing Huimao's words, Sillin was stunned. Hypnosis. Sillin thinks laughed. He had hypnotized others so many times, but he didn't expect that he would be the one being hypnotized. If his analysis was correct, the person who hypnotized him was one of the two voices he heard at that time. As long as Sillin thinks thought about what happened at that time, he would be affected by the voice and would not be able to calmly analyze what happened at that time. However, Sillin was puzzled as to why that person chose to hypnotize him instead of killing him directly. It should be known that Sillin did not have the slightest ability to resist at that time. Moreover, in that kind of situation, it was almost impossible for him to survive. Sillin sat up and scratched Huimao's chin. "Thanks." Huimao narrowed his eyes and snorted. "You had a nightmare, right?" "I knew it. I wasn't the only one who had a nightmare." "What was your nightmare about?" Sillin asked as he scratched Huimao's chin. At the mention of this, Huimao's beard trembled. "It was about fish biscuits. That day I dreamt that all the fish biscuits in my cupboard grew legs and ran away. That's why you ate them all the next day." No wonder he saw this glutton squatting there and eating a cupboard full of fish biscuits that day. The floor was covered in crumbs, and Sillin had to clean it for a long time before he could get rid of the fishy smell. "I didn't have that dream again after I ate them," Huimao said proudly. "Proud my ass. What an idiot." Sillin was utterly speechless towards this cat. "All right, are we still going to the planet where we discovered the special energy mine at Sector Z?" Huimao asked expectantly. "When we reach the edge of Sector Z, we will decide the best sailing route. If it's not on our way, then we won't go. If it's on our way, then we can go and see how the planet has been modified. I hope it's on our way. I miss the fish there. Amen. If it's on our way, then let's go and get more living creatures." While Sillin and the others were sailing towards Sector Z, many people from the 4 great hunter regiments were also rushing towards Sector Z. At that time, it would be the true gathering of the 4 great hunter regiments. No one could say for sure what kind of collision would occur, but one thing was for sure. This time, it would be the most influential gathering in the entire League of Stars. Chapter 202. The God's Back Garden that the military had just opened was located at the center of Sector Z. The strange thing was that after this black hole area was lit up, the space environment of Sector Z underwent a 180-degree change. The ordinary magnetic field anomaly had also gradually stabilized, and the occasional large-scale ion storms had mostly stopped since the activation of God's Back Garden. The existence of the former black hole area was actually a form of protection for Sector Z. Sector Z was incredibly rich in resources, and while the special energy or Sillin and the 6th Division might not necessarily exist on the other planets in Sector Z, there are definitely a lot of them that were of similar grade. Once Sector Z's space environment became ordinary, then it was undoubtedly a huge piece of fat meat. The League of Stars' military alone would not be able to swallow it all. This was probably one of the reasons why the military had announced all of this directly. According to the news that the League of Stars' 10 great business families represented by the Andryra family, the 4 great hunter regiments, and some other high-ranking hunter regiments and famous adventure groups had all received an invitation from the military to discuss how to split this huge cake. When the Dark Triangle was no longer the Dark Triangle, and Sector Z was developed by the various forces, the fate of Sector Z would change from then on. It was not hard to imagine that Sector Z would no longer be one of the 13 backward sectors after this incident. It would become a developed sector, and the 10 trade sectors would become the 11 trade sectors. Due to the change in Sector Z's space environment and the military's direct permission, Cylin and the others' entry into Sector Z was very smooth. According to the star map, that so-called God's Back Garden is located in the triangle's Sector Z, and it is at the same distance from every vertex of the triangle. Yudi explained some of the results of his calculations to the crowd. This means that this area may be artificially controlled. It will be too much of a coincidence if it's natural. Beaver said, everyone's thoughts were more or less the same. The real question was, who exactly developed this area? Who had the ability to produce such results? Carrie scratched his head. Does this mean that the lit area controls the entire Sector Z space environment? When this area was still a black hole, Sector Z space environment was so bad, but it stabilized after it was lit. I don't think so, Cylin said. The worse the environment is, the better it is for the creation of special energy ores. The fact that there are so many special energy ores, special species, and rare metals in Sector Z means that Sector Z's environment is different from other sectors. I agree with Lieutenant Cylin's opinion. Yudi switched the image on the light screen, and Sector Z's history appeared. This history may not be complete, and there are obvious traces of embellishment, but the most important thing is that Sector Z's harsh environment has always existed. Cylin knew about Olillo's incident more than 1,000 years ago, but there were records about Sector Z even earlier. At the time, Sector Z was still the famous Dark Triangle, and it was like this even before the Alliance was founded. According to the history Yudi released, there were no records about Sector Z's black hole at the time. Although it bore the name Dark Triangle, there was no explanation about the black hole at the center. Sector Z's black hole appeared more than 1,000 years ago, and it was also when Olillo appeared. Xiaoxiang rubbed his chin, sighed. Do you guys think that a higher civilization had appeared there before? Otherwise, even the League of Stars wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat right now, would they? Yudi glanced sideways at him and said, we'll know if it's a higher civilization after we go there. If it's a higher civilization, we can see it clearly from the building traces there. Cylin looked carefully at the records about Sector Z on the image. It was a record from 1,000 years ago. Something's not right. Cylin pointed at the description of Sector Z. No matter how I look at it, the records are even scarier than the Sector Z we know. If that's the case, we couldn't have traveled safely at the time, and we couldn't even stay at the borders of Sector Z. Yudi nodded. I've always thought that the people of that era were exaggerating things. But looking at it now, it may be true that the records are true. It's just that the center of Sector Z had improved after it appeared, and in order to hide that area, someone had used certain methods to make Sector Z's cosmic environment turn hostile once more. But that area is real, so no matter how they try to hide it, Sector Z is no longer as hostile as it was 1,000 years ago. Something suddenly became clear in Cylin's mind. The Wonderland Olillo was talking about wasn't just that lit-up area, but the entire Sector Z. The lit-up area was admittedly the core, but that area's existence was to improve Sector Z. Once it was improved, the entire Sector Z would become a fertile land. This was a huge gift. In reality, the conclusion of Cylin's squad's discussion was more or less the same as the military's analysis. Since the military possessed more information, they were certain of this conclusion, unlike Cylin's squad who were only guessing. After a period of flight, the 3rd B Squadron and the 6th Division arrived at the coordinates given by the A Squadron at the same time. At the time, the image released by the military was blurry, and no one could see the full picture of the lit-up area clearly. But now that they saw it with their own eyes, it was truly amazing. There was a star in its prime in this area, and the planets orbiting this star each had their own unique characteristics. Among them was a giant planet with a rank A habitability. There was a satellite belt around this planet, and on these satellites were some asteroids with rank B and C habitability. However, Both the satellite belt and the giant planet were guarded by the military right now. The few planets with rank C habitability and above were all under the military's control. Seeing the military forces dispatched by the League of Stars, there was no way they could keep this a secret even if they didn't announce it to the public. The most amazing thing was that there was a platform between this giant planet and the satellite belt. Yes, a man-made platform that was much bigger than the spaceport Scylla had seen before. It was obvious that this was the spaceport of this giant planet. The spaceports he had seen before were like fishing boats compared to an aircraft carrier. There were many fortress-like buildings on this platform-shaped spaceport. The buildings were surrounded by energy shields, and the military starships, fighters, and aircrafts were parked in the open areas. Under the flashing light of the energy shields and the illumination of the star, the entire spaceport flashed with a mesmerizing light. It was incomparably dazzling. Who the hell built all of this? It's too fucking cool. Sai, how cool would it be if Vanguard Spaceport was built like this? Carrie wanted to stick his face to the display screen. Although Yudi was also very surprised by this spaceport, he still mercilessly attacked Carrie's words. If Vanguard Spaceport was built like this, how much energy would it consume every day? We don't have as much capital as the military. Carrie curled his lips, but he didn't retort. That giant planet was definitely out of the question. Cheto and Hui Mao could feel the planet's domineering defense network just from its periphery. The coordinates given to them by the A Squadron were located on a rank B habitability asteroid in the satellite belt around the largest planet. Although the planet was marked as a rank B habitability planet, Scylla felt that the environment here was even better than the rank B habitability planets in other sectors. If it was just a little bit better, it would reach the requirements of a rank A habitability planet. This kind of environment was already very good for Scylla and the others. The A Squadron had built a temporary spaceport on the outskirts of the planet. Looking at the two starships parked inside the spaceport, it was obvious that some B squadrons had already arrived. They weren't the first to arrive. After parking the starships, Scylla and the others boarded a spaceplane and flew to the asteroid. Some fortresses had already been built on the asteroid. It was obvious that they were going to be stationed there for a long time. Scylla and the others below the rank of lieutenant commander were resting at their assigned places. As the captain, Schotten had already rushed over to report in. A communication network had already been built on the asteroid. Everyone had adjusted the frequency of their communicators so that it would be easier to communicate on the planet. However, Scylla had just stopped when someone informed him that a guest had come to visit. Me? Who is it? Scylla asked in puzzlement. The person in charge of notifying the guest had an odd look on his face. You'll know when you come over. The A Squadron had built a reception point on the asteroid. Inside this reception point, a certain someone was holding a cup of tea with his legs crossed and a book open on his lap. He was drinking tea and reading at the same time. Most of the people in charge of the reception point were Vanguard's A Squadron members. Of course, they hadn't reached Somba Leruo's level yet. Not every squadron member was promoted from a captain to a captain. Although the youngsters in charge of the reception point were usually a little arrogant, they restrained their arrogance in front of the person who was leisurely drinking tea. Although there was no kindness or malice in their eyes, there was a hint of admiration. A 16 or 17-year-old girl was talking to her friends about the person sitting there. Hey, did you see the emblem on his chest? One of the girl's eyes were full of stars. Another girl replied, How could I not see it? It blinded my eyes. Gentleman, knowledgeable. He doesn't look much older than us, right? He's already a one-star academician at such a young age. A one-star academician at the League of Stars Research Institute. What's wrong with his head? But usually, a gentleman isn't necessarily what he looks like on the inside. A gentleman is nothing more than a patient wolf. What's there to be afraid of? Patient wolf. Forget it. A few boys next to them rolled their eyes. Hey, you two be more reserved. What's there to be reserved about? The two girls sneered. It's not easy to find a satisfactory target. Yeah. Do you think the child's IQ would be very high if you were to have a child like this? Last time, I heard someone say that the child's IQ is more related to the mother's. How can that be? Last time, They said that my IQ was close to that of a modern ape. Don't be afraid. In terms of combat strength, they're like eggs in the hands of a modern ape in front of you. The boys around them sweated profusely as they listened. They glanced at the person who was still sitting there reading peacefully, as if he didn't hear what was going on around him. They sighed in their hearts. Such determination. Sillin walked in while the juniors and the home team were discussing. Seeing the person who looked like a senior academic sitting there reading and drinking tea, Sillin said in pleasant surprise, "I didn't expect you to come." As he spoke, Sillin strode over. C.I. Jincheng, who was sitting there drinking tea, raised his eyes to look at Sillin. He elegantly put down his teacup, closed his book, and placed it beside him. Then, he stood up and gave Sillin a flying kick. The surrounding crowd. The word gentleman was directly erased from everyone's minds. Sillin, who was kicked, was sent flying in a parabola. But not long after, he walked in with a chuckle and gave C.I. Jincheng a hug. Then he hammered C.I. Jincheng's shoulder and pointed at the emblem on his chest. "Yo, not bad. You're an academician now." C.I. Jincheng looked at the face in front of him expressionlessly. It was just as Knight and Lung had said, "Stupid no matter how I look at it." Patting the leg of his pants, C.I. Jincheng said, "Aren't you going to invite me over to your place? We need to have a good talk." "Of course, academician C.I., please." C.I. Jincheng suddenly paused after taking 2 steps and said, "Sir M.O. has also been invited over. He's on that main planet right now." Speaking of Sir M.O., Sillin really didn't know how to face him. Although he had sent a few coded messages in between, sending messages and meeting him were 2 different things. If he met him in person, his already stupid face would probably become as stupid as a pig's head. "All right, I forgot to tell you," C.I. Jincheng revealed a gloating smile. "I've already told Sir M.O. before I came here. I think in another, 2 hours, Sir Mo should be done with his work by then." Fuck. After Sillin and C.I. Jincheng had left, the youngsters gathered together once more. "Hey, who was that guy just now?" "I don't know. He looked a little stupid." "TSK, look at your eyesight. That's called concealment. You guys actually don't know who that guy is? He's a helicopter member who was internally selected beforehand. So you're saying that guy is at the captain level?" A girl asked. "I don't think so. But I heard from my father that that guy was internally selected by the higher-ups a long time ago. As long as he's willing, he can directly enter the A Squadron at any time. He's that good. Anyone who was promoted to the A Squadron from a branch team was someone with true strength. No matter what kind of background you had in the Vanguard, you had absolute strength. I really didn't expect there to be such a person in the branch. You don't know, do you? Let me tell you guys." Sillin did not know what those youngsters would say about him. Right now, he was facing C.I. Jincheng's fierce criticism. As expected of an academician-level figure of the League of Stars Research Institute. He had probably traveled to various sectors to give lectures many times already. After a series of criticism, he didn't even drink a cup of water, and it looked like he was going to continue. Hui Mao stared at C.I. Jincheng on a cabinet not far away with a pair of round eyes. Was that the researcher Sillin was talking about? Although Sillin said that this was a good researcher, but were there good researchers in the League of Stars? That being said, watching Sillin get scolded was a very satisfying thing. While C.I. Jincheng was listing out the troublesome things that had happened during the years when Sillin played dead, Sillin's communicator rang again. M.O. Hung, old M.O. had arrived. Sillin did not need to go to the reception area to pick him up. Old M.O. had volunteered to come personally, and with Old Mo's status, naturally he would be accompanied. Sillin's face twitched. It would be fine if they came one by one, but he would probably drown in their saliva if they piled up together. Hearing that Old M.O. was coming over, C.I. Jincheng stopped talking. He picked up his tea, took a sip, crossed his legs, and put on an expression that said good luck. People like Sillin who understood Old Mo's temper knew that the old man could put on airs and be amiable normally. But in the words of Seven Lights Vice Headmaster and Ting, he was a senior academic ruffian. Speaking of which, Old M.O. had already thought things through when he received the military's invitation. There was no doubt that the newly opened God's Back Garden was attractive, but at the same time, He also knew that various major forces had also been invited, and all of them had mobilized a lot of manpower. That little bastard disciple of his would probably be among them. That was why old Mo had arrived very early. At the time, Vanguard's B squadrons had not arrived yet. The old man took a general look at the newly opened area, and just as he had analyzed earlier, it was not built by a higher civilization. While he was arranging everything, he received C.I. Jinsheng's message. He could not sit still the moment he heard that the 6th Division had arrived. He was planning to supervise the current project to completion, but his hands just couldn't stop itching. Since he could not calm down and supervise the project, he let another engineering scholar take over and sent him to the little planet where Vanguard was located. Now that old Mo had arrived, the ones to receive him were definitely not the juniors. The A Squadron had specifically sent someone over, and the one to receive old Mo was one of Vanguard's high-ranking officials, Sui. Suali's status and influence in Vanguard was much greater than Sombalero and Bart's. The fact that this high-ranking official showed up in person immediately shocked the youngsters at the reception point. They really did not expect that an important figure like Sual Li would personally come to visit them. Sual Li and old Mo could be considered old acquaintances. He sighed about the things that had happened over the years as he walked towards the 6th Division. Along the way, he ran into Bart and Sombalero, who had just returned from a mining planet. After exchanging greetings, the duo did not linger and headed straight for the 6th Division's temporary base. What's going on? Why is that old man here? Bart said while stroking his long beard. Sombalero did not answer. The corner of his lips curled meaningfully, and he turned around to continue walking. Over at the 6th Division's temporary base, Sillin was rubbing his face thoughtfully when he suddenly heard a loud roar from outside. Get your ass over here, Sillin. Chapter 203. Mo Hang's roar immediately aroused the curiosity of the 6th Division and the 3rd B Squadron, who were resting in the neighboring building. They stretched their necks and looked over, and some of them even secretly adjusted their surveillance cameras and watched from inside the house. A few of the lieutenant commanders recognized Sual Li, so they were even more puzzled. Just what kind of person could make Sual Li accompany him so patiently? Behind Sir Mo were 2 people from the military, and there was also a team of guards at the reception point. The lowest rank of these guards was a major, and they were all here to protect Mo Hung. The 2 people following Mo Hung were both major generals. It was clear how influential Mo Hung was in the military. However, Sual Li was the only one who knew about this. The people of the 6th and 3rd B Squadrons did not know about this. None of the people protecting Mo Hung were wearing military uniforms or badges, but it was obvious from their movements that they were from the military. It was just that they did not know their ranks. Hearing Mo Hang's voice, Sillin hurriedly walked out. It had been a few years since they last met, and to be honest, he missed the old man a lot. He had only seen Sir Mo's image in a few electronic magazines with high contribution points, but that was the side Sir Mo wanted others to see. The other side was only known to those close to him. For example, right now, when Mo Hung saw Sillin walking out, he examined him from head to toe. Before this, Mo Hung had seen Sillin's current appearance, but after seeing it in person, he still couldn't help but sigh. Look at this kid's stupid face. Since there were a lot of people watching, Sir Mo was merciful enough to not make a move. Let's talk inside. Mo Hung put his hands behind his back and walked straight inside with a straight face. After you. Sillin let out a sigh of relief. If Mo Hung were to pull his face right now, Sillin's prestige would probably drop to 0. The fact that he was pulling a straight face proved that Mo Hung wasn't really angry right now. On the contrary, Sir Mo must be plotting something. This was what Sillin guessed based on his understanding of Mo Hung. As expected, the moment he entered, Mo Hang's hand reached out from behind his back and grabbed Sillin's face. Squatting on a tall cabinet not far away, Hui Mao's mouth was wide open. Oh my, this old man is even crueler than CI. He actually pinched his face. The faces of the 2 major generals behind Mo Hung twitched. Old Master Mo's old habits were acting up again. They had seen with their own eyes how Elder Mo had pinched the face of their boss, the famous general of the League of Stars, until it was red. Suo Li, who had followed them in, looked at the master and disciple pair with great interest. He had only heard a few things about Sillin from Bart, Nada, and Sombalero. Even Ji Feng had praised Sillin, so he couldn't tell much about Sillin at such a close distance. "You're really heartless, aren't you?" "Yes, yes. If you say so, then it must be." Elder Mo continued to reprimand Sillin until he was done, seeing the red marks on Sillin's face. Even Suo Li and the two generals felt pain in their balls and faces. Then, as expected, there was a barrage of criticism and reprimand. He had finally said all the words he had been holding back for so long, and he had scolded everything that needed to be scolded. He beckoned with his hand, and a major general carefully brought over the box he was carrying and a spherical instrument. The moment he saw this, Sillin knew that Mo Hung was going to check his homework. Sillin hadn't used the instrument to measure the overall accuracy for years, but it shouldn't be lower, right? Sillin brought Mo Hung to a temporary workshop, and C.I. Jinsheng came over to join in the fun. Huimao wouldn't miss this opportunity either. Cheto, who was in the next room, didn't need to go over to watch. He could know what was going on inside through the surveillance network and the monitors in the workshop. Also, he was responsible for destroying the recording after this incident. It was Sillin's order, and Mo Hung carried the box over and put it on the table. Then, he carefully took out a pile of parts inside. They were all finer parts. He pressed a button on the circular instrument, and it floated up to reveal a scanning hole in Sillin's direction. At the same time, a light screen popped up on top of the prototype, displaying some basic test data. Even Suo Li was a little surprised when he saw the data. It wasn't a lot of parts, but there were almost 100,000 of them. Needless to say, Sillin began to move after he pushed aside the parts and took a look. A major general brought over a chair and let Mo Hung sit down. Then, everyone's eyes were subconsciously drawn to Sillin's movements. Every time Mo Hung watched Sillin assemble, it was like he was admiring a rare work of art. Mo Hung had used one of Sillin's assembling videos as a teaching example, but it was more of a deterrent than a guide. After all, there were too few people who could do what Sillin did, and not even some of the great instructors in Seven Lights could do it. After Sillin had left, every Seven Lights student who had seen the assembling video tried to inquire about the person who did it, but all the instructors who knew the inside story shut their mouths at the same time and said that it was someone related to Mo Hung. Until now, the video was hailed as a classic by the students of Seven Lights. Mo Hung knew, from experience, that Sillin had definitely improved without even looking at the instrument. He would know the answer he wanted as long as he moved his eyes away to look at the data on the light screen of the instrument. But Mo Hung could not bear to move his eyes away. It was undeniable that watching Sillin assemble was a pleasure in itself. Unlike the sense of urgency some so-called senior engineers and technicians had when they were assembling, Sillin's movements looked very comfortable to the eyes. It was as natural as breathing. However, in reality, Sillin's movements were very fast, so fast that it was easy to overlook some of his movements. Even so, it didn't affect the smoothness of his movements at all. Different people, different levels of strength, and different angles of view would more or less miss some of his movements. But all of them were slowly attracted by Sillin's hand movements without any prior agreement. At this time, no one in the audience would think about how this person was able to distinguish the order in which the parts were assembled, or why this person knew what parts to assemble without looking at the fitting parts. The audience's mind was actually very empty. As Sillin's hands moved, the thoughts in their minds were unconsciously emptied out, and the only thing left in the empty world of their minds was an object that was slowly taking shape. 10 minutes later, a finger-thick, half-meter-long mechanical snake was assembled. The two major generals immediately shuddered. They had actually been distracted just now. If someone had tried to harm Mo Hung during this period of time, they would not have had the time to react at all. People like them who had gone through strict training and experienced countless battlefields actually had their thoughts emptied out. Although part of the reason was because they believed that Sillin would not harm Sir Mo. As guards, they had still underestimated Sillin. In the face of a person like Sillin, even the slightest bit of negligence could put them in a passive position. Now, they finally knew why Sillin had entered the A-rank list of the military's secret files. The people around Mo Hung would certainly do some research on Sillin. With their status in the military and the secret information provided by General Mo Qing, they naturally knew a lot of things that others did not know, especially about Sillin. At this time, they even wondered how long it would take for Sillin to enter the S-rank list. The assembled mechanical snake did not look like a mechanical snake at all. The special materials and precise assembly made the little snake look no different from a real one. It nimbly circled around Sillin's arm, raised its flat triangular head to look at Mo Hung and the others, and flicked out its tongue. Mo Hung swallowed. When Sillin's hands stopped moving, his mind was no longer on the little snake. He did not need a detector to test the snake's qualification. He could absolutely confirm that it was a high-rank qualification. Mo Hung tilted his head to look at the data displayed on the holographic screen. One of the columns showed a series of numbers. The first few times, the comprehensive accuracy reached the theoretical value of 98%, but after 3 steps, it reached 99%, and it had maintained this data since then. Mo Hung's old face was flushed with excitement. His mouth trembled, but he could not say a word. After taking a deep breath, he completely forgot to exhale. Master, take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Don't forget to exhale. Sillin hurriedly reminded Mo Hung. Mo Hung stood up abruptly. You. Mo Hung directly grabbed Sillin's face. After saying you for a long time, he still could not say you. His breathing quickened, causing the 2 major generals and Suali to be afraid that something had happened to the old man. Master, breathe. Take a deep breath. Breathe slowly. Sillin said. Slow my ass. Mo Hung almost roared. The corner of Suali's mouth twitched. This was the behavior of a dignified 4-star academician. After Mo Hung let go of Sillin's face, he spun around in circles. Seeing this, Sillin and the others were puzzled. What was wrong with the old man? While Sillin was thinking, Mo Hung suddenly paused and pointed at Sillin. You're coming with me to that planet in a moment. There's a mission. No one could dissuade Old Man Mo's words, so the 2 major generals did not try to dissuade him at all. Now that Mo Hung wanted to bring Sillin to that planet, he would definitely need the approval and permission of some people in the military. Old Man Mo would naturally contact the relevant personnel for those matters. They only needed to protect Old Man Mo Hung was a man of action. After making the decision, he had Sillin pack up his things and bring along any handy tools. Of course, this handy tool referred to tools related to assembly, not dangerous items such as firearms. After that, Mo Hung took out his communicator and started contacting people. Suali was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. He wasn't a member of that circle, and he didn't know what the theoretical 99% comprehensive accuracy meant. He might know a little, but he didn't know what it meant to people like Mo Hung, so he couldn't understand Mo Hung's feelings right now. While Sillin was packing up his tools, he sent a secret signal to Cheto. Cheto's eyes flashed for a moment before he deleted everything that had happened in the workshop just now. He had been paying close attention to the monitor all this time. Although the video had been deleted, the scene of Sillin assembling still existed in Cheto's memory bank. Unless he forcibly deleted it, the memory would always be there. At the same time, Cheto's eyes turned very subtle, and his fingers moved slightly. If Sillin was here, he would have noticed that his fingers were moving at the exact same frequency as when he was assembling just now. The only difference was that Cheto's movements weren't as big. It didn't take long for Mo Hung to finish contacting people. Then he nodded at Sillin and said, "Let's go." Suali was familiar with Mo Hung's personality, so he didn't mind Mo Hung's disregard. He shot Sillin a look and said, "Pay attention. Contact me if you need anything." Sillin nodded and left. C.I. Jinsheng was one of the invited members of the League of Stars Research Institute, so he left with them. Hui Mao and Cheto didn't go with them. Setting aside whether or not the military would allow people like them to enter a planet like this, if they exposed themselves in front of the League of Stars Research Institute's academicians, it would be hard for them to get away. After all, their characteristics were too special. Imo Hung told Sillin about the so-called mission while he was taking Sillin to the planet. The academicians of the League of Stars Research Institute who were invited this time were people who had made contributions and influence in different fields. Right now, they were all conducting research in different places and regions. There were a total of 16 engineers like Mo Hung, and right now, they were working on a machine the size of a small mountain. Due to their age, some of the senior academicians who were invited couldn't do everything by themselves. They had to take a break after a while, and during this break, they would supervise and guide the work. The people they brought with them were all their favorite students, and they would guide them while they were working on the huge machine. However, Imo Hung didn't bring any students with him when he came to this planet, so he couldn't avoid the criticism of his old enemies. That was why Imo Hung gave Sillin a good scolding when he saw him and vented his grievances. However, Imo Hang's arrogance when he got off the space plane surprised a few of his old colleagues. Sillin was following beside Imo Hung while carrying a toolbox that wasn't fancy at all. His presence was low, and he looked pretty ordinary. He looked like an errand boy. But everyone who knew Imo Hung knew that he wouldn't let an ordinary errand boy follow him. The people who helped Imo Hung with the toolbox were all major generals. Imo Hung slowly walked over with his hands behind his back and stood with a few old academicians. He looked at the huge machine and nodded. Sillin, go ahead. Sillin's stomach hurt when he heard this. Why did it sound like close the door and let the dogs go? A few old academicians who were resting next to him looked over in surprise. An old man who was also a 4-star academician thumped his leg and shouted, Old ruffian Imo, who is this guy? You know, we can't let unrelated people in here. Those who could come in were, of course, approved, so they were definitely not unrelated people. The old man said this just to stop Imo Hung, and everyone understood this. Imo Hung didn't put on a straight face like before. Instead, he pretended to be calm and said, This guy is old and can't move anymore. Let my disciple do it for him. These words surprised the old academicians. It was still the old man who asked first, Old ruffian Imo, when did you have a disciple? Imo Hung looked up at the sky. I've had a disciple for a long time. Hearing old man Mo's proud sigh and trying to pretend to be bitter, Sillin's hand that was holding the box trembled. Look at him. It's as if having a disciple has been through the vicissitudes of life. The old academicians curled their lips and continued to pretend. For Imo Hung, this disciple who appeared in front of these leading academicians for the first time, the old academicians diverted part of their attention. Not only was Imo Hang's disciple mysterious, but he was also too young. So young that they couldn't trust his ability. After Sillin walked over, he didn't do anything immediately. He put down the box and walked around the huge machine, attracting the attention of the old academician's disciples who were busy working. Seeing that his disciple was paying attention to old ruffian Mo's disciple, an old academician's face immediately darkened, and he shouted, Focus on your own work. Why are you paying attention to others? Imo Hang's eyes narrowed. Sigh. Some people are just born to attract attention. The other old academicians who were sitting there resting decided to directly filter out Imo Hang's words and didn't pay much attention to Sillin. In any case, if he couldn't do anything, it would be a slap in the face for Imo Hang. Reality proved everything. Let's see how long that old ruffian can be smug for. Ignoring what the others thought, Sillin walked around the huge hemispherical machine and thought for a while with a frown. Huimao once said that machines also had their own language, and the information they wanted to express could be understood by listening. This big machine was huge, complicated, and could even block scanners. Without understanding the principle and general structure, no one dared to work on it. So until now, there had been no substantial progress, even with more than a dozen academicians personally working on it. They might be experienced in assembly, but when it came to the language of machines, they couldn't compare to Sillin, so they wouldn't think in that direction. He carefully sensed the subtle movements caused by non-human activities in the surroundings. There weren't even any plants around, so the subtle movements should be caused by this huge machine. After being further stimulated by the chip, Silen's ability to listen to machine language had improved a lot. As his thoughts slowly settled, he could listen to some intermittent language. Silen converted these languages into shapes in his mind. And so, in Silen's mind, the big machine was surrounded by floating shapes from time to time. From the floating and moving trajectories of these shapes, Silen came to one of the parts of the machine. The spot Silen was looking for was nearly 10 meters above the ground. Activating his hoverboard, Silen flew to the spot and pressed down. "Hey kid, don't touch it," roared an old academician in exasperation. Impatient. Young people are too impatient. Mo Hong didn't care. Being too impatient would only ruin things. He still needed to hone his skills. However, as soon as the old academician finished speaking, the huge, motionless, hemispherical machine split into a few petals like a flower and spread out from the point at the top. Mo Hong slapped his thigh excitedly. "Hey, look, it moved!" The old academicians rolled their eyes at the same time. Anyone with eyes would know that it was time to move. However, they had to admit that Mo Hang's mysterious disciple was indeed capable. Whether it was by coincidence or not, he did touch a key spot. This was as exciting as opening a shortcut in a maze. However, looking back at Mo Hong, the old academicians really wanted to remind this arrogant academic ruffian, "Mo, watch out for your arrogant tail." Chapter 204. Because of Silen's actions, the project made great progress. This huge hemispherical machine was like a flower bud that took a small step forward. However, this small step was enough for everyone to see the general direction. To be able to become an academician of the League of Stars Research Institute, one's eyesight must be quite good. After the big machine moved, several old academicians quickly formulated the next steps based on the information collected before. The old academicians didn't have the time to stop Silen's actions just now. Although it was a significant step, the project was just too important. They had no choice but to be as cautious as they could be, and they wouldn't allow Silen to do whatever he wanted from now on. Under the guidance of several authoritative figures, each of the direct disciples had the intention of showing off their skills to gain face for their masters, trying their best to show off their most powerful side. The old academicians who were supervising the work nodded at the performance of their disciples. They all thought that their disciples were the best. Every engineering technician had their own assigned tasks. Everyone's assigned area was recorded, and there was a special monitor monitoring it not far away. Every area would be inspected again. If there was a problem, they could directly find the person in charge of that area. Even though the disciples were the ones who did the work, the main responsibility was still on the masters. This was because the masters would personally inspect the work after it was completed. The military wouldn't admit fault because their own equipment didn't detect any problems. They would still look for authoritative figures to take responsibility. This was something that Mo Hong didn't like. As the old academicians were talking, Silen slowly walked over. Mo Hong glanced at him and grinned. He tried to make himself look more serious. "It's done." Silen showed an honest smile. "It's done. Master, do you want to inspect it?" "Ahem. Of course I have to inspect it. Don't cut corners by finishing it so quickly. If there's a problem, I won't forgive you." Mo Hang's words sounded harsh, but who in the room could not hear the smugness in his voice? As the first person to complete the work and Mo Hang's precious disciple, the old academicians were tired anyway. It was a good time to see what Mo Hang's disciple was capable of. Mo Hong didn't stop them. Instead, he was quite happy. He put his hands behind his back and walked over without Silen's help. The old academicians behind him curled their lips. Look at how cocky he is. When they arrived at the area that Silen was in charge of, the old academicians could tell that it was definitely the work of an extremely professional. It could be said to be perfect. Even the old academicians couldn't guarantee that they could do a better job than the interface of the parts, the connection of the wires, and the placement of the small instruments. In fact, Silin had already finished his work a long time ago. He had even studied the entire machine, but because he had only done the preliminary work, there was a limit to what he could study. After a while, he got bored and stood up to report to Imo. He wondered what the other academicians would think if they knew the truth. He took the military equipment and inspected it. It was indeed of excellent quality. This time, Imo's tail, which had been raised high up in the air, was about to reach the sky. Seeing that the old academicians had been silent all this time, and that he couldn't find any fault to scold, Imo grinned and waved his hands. He pretended to be disgusted and said, all right. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you've completed the project. When we get back, massage this old man's legs and test your recent homework. Recent homework? What the hell is there to do recently? Silin rolled his eyes on the inside, but Silin was well aware of Imo's desire to show off. After Imo lay down on the recliner, he obediently massaged Imo's legs. Aging was first manifested in one's feet and legs. Among people of the same age and gene rank, some would walk as if they were flying, while others would stagger. That was the difference. Moreover, the legs and knee joints had to bear the weight of the entire body. Over time, they would wear out and seriously affect the movement of the joints. As one grew older, the wear and tear would become more and more serious. Even someone like Imo, who was once famous when he was young, had no choice but to accept his old age. His occupational disease was very obvious. His hands were fine when he worked selflessly, but the damage to his legs was more severe. His frequent menstrual cramps had also gradually shrunk. Back at Seven Lights, Silin would massage Imo's legs from time to time. Until now, Imo still felt that the healthcare machine's effect was inferior to Silin's massage. Sigh, my legs feel much more comfortable after every massage. My blood vessels are unblocked, and the soreness and weakness in my legs are greatly reduced. Imo sighed. The few old academicians who had just returned to their seats pretended not to hear anything. Show off all you want. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. It was only after Silin massaged Mohang's legs for a long time that the people on the other side finally finished their work. Because of the importance of this project, many people would rather slow down in order to make every step perfect. But the old academicians had to admit that there was still a gap between their engineering quality and Silin's, even if they did so. In truth, they had already performed very well and exceeded their usual standards. But with Silin as a comparison, they were not as eye-catching. Although the gap was there, the overall engineering quality of this step was still excellent. Are you ready? Yes. Someone on the other side made a gesture. All right, start the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Connect. Following the old academician's order, this step of the project began. The energy was connected, and the engineering areas began to come into play. The huge hemispherical shape that opened a little at the top began to change. This big flower bud bloomed into a big arc, and its appearance also changed, revealing some control surfaces that everyone was very familiar with. Everything was difficult at the beginning. The most difficult part had been completed, and the rest of the project would be easier. There was no need for these people to fully invest in it. The things to pay attention to in the early stage and some of the working principles of this big machine had been annotated, so the people inside the military should be able to handle it after taking over. Originally, someone in the military wanted Imo to participate in the later stages of the project, but Imo refused. This time, he did not want to get involved in the internal affairs of the military. If he caused trouble, it would also affect Imo Qing. Imo had a deep understanding of the problem and was quite decisive. He would immediately cut off what needed to be cut off. After working for half a day, Mohang was also tired. Although he wanted to talk to Silin for a while, for the sake of Imo's health, Silin refused and let Imo rest. After being invited to this planet to do the project, Imo had not had a good rest. When he was young, he could work hard, but when he was old, he could not. After Silin repeatedly promised that he wouldn't disappear for no reason this time, Imo finally showed mercy and let Sillin leave. In fact, the main reason was that Mo Hung was in a good mood today. He was in a pretty good mood. He was exhilarated and proud of himself. Even when he was sleeping, his mouth was upturned. The person that Mo Hung sent to send Sillin back was one of the two major generals. Although this person was still expressionless, at least when he looked at Sillin, his eyes were not as cold and alienated as before. They also admired Sillin's ability, so it was no wonder that Mo Hung wanted him. A person that could make those old academicians and old authorities speechless was definitely a rare person. Originally, the plan was to send Sillin to the small planet Vanguard in the satellite belt, but due to the development of the situation, he was sent to another part of the planet instead. A few hours after Sillin was brought out, the military sent out a message saying that they were going to organize a meet and greet. All the invited parties would gather at the stated location. Of course, the people attending the meet and greet were still the leaders of each party. They were allowed to bring a group of people with them, but the number of people and weapons were limited. The B squadrons of Vanguard stayed on the small planet in the satellite belt, but Somba Leruo and Bart had brought Huimao and Cheto with them. Sillin could go there directly. Right now, part of the teams dispatched by each party had arrived at the mentioned coordinates on the planet. As for the remaining forces of each party, they naturally had their own arrangements. No one was an idiot, and they were all prepared. They wouldn't trust the military completely, not to mention that there were some people who often clashed with each other among these invited forces. Only when they were prepared would they be able to fight. The meeting point this time was specially circled out by the military for the purpose of a meet and greet. That being said, it would be best if the space plane didn't fly into the meeting point. After all, the space plane belonged to the military. If Sillin were to walk out of the military space plane and return to Vanguard in front of everyone's eyes, there was no telling what kind of trouble they would cause. That was why Sillin got off the space plane when he was still some distance away from the meeting point. He activated his hoverboard and flew toward the meeting point. Right now, he didn't know what the leaders were doing. The meeting hadn't started yet, and he didn't see a single big shot in sight. However, the small fries that came along with him were already talking to each other. You could see people wandering around outside everywhere. Sillin's arrival didn't attract any attention. It was too common for people of Sillin's age to wander around everywhere. In this place, most of the hunters were from the four great families, but he basically didn't know anyone he met. Sillin flew along the coordinates he obtained, and when he passed by a certain place, he suddenly sensed an unusual movement behind him. He dodged a whip and adjusted his hoverboard. Then he skillfully hooked the hoverboard and stood still. The person who attacked him didn't seem to have any intention of attacking further. There was no killing intent in that attack just now, and it was more like a greeting. That was why Sillin didn't make a move. After he quickly steadied himself, he adjusted his hoverboard and hovered in place. Then, he turned around and looked at the person who attacked him behind him. "Yo, it really is you," the person said with joy in his voice. The corner of Sillin's eyebrows rose. A familiar face. Long time no see, Wuxia. The person who attacked Sillin was none other than the crow-strisser Wuxia he met in Sector S's prison. Sillin had a good impression of Wuxia. At the very least, she didn't run away alone when the passage door closed and tried to pull Sillin out with a whip instead. This meant that Wuxia was a good person. Right now, Wuxia had changed her attire. She was still dressed as a man, and her mustache was curled at the sides. She stood on the hoverboard and grinned at Sillin. Looking at the area below him, Sillin asked, "You're from Fire Phoenix?" This area was assigned to the people of Sector S as a foothold, and right below, it was Fire Phoenix's territory. In Sector S, Fire Phoenix was just like Flying Snake. They were one of the most famous forces in Sector S. Last time, Sillin Halong's route wasn't in Fire Phoenix's territory, but he didn't think that this Wuxia would appear there from so far away. Moreover, he didn't appear as a prisoner or a prison guard. There was no one from Fire Phoenix in that prison. Of course, Sillin wouldn't ask about the secret entanglements between the forces in Sector S. He wouldn't get a true answer, even if he did. "Yeah, I'm from Fire Phoenix. It's fate that we meet again, and we're comrades who have gone through thick and thin together." Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Xianxia, and I'm here with Fire Phoenix to join the fun. A pause later, Xianxia asked, "What's your name? Also, which force are you from? From the looks of it, you don't look like you'll be staying at the forces in Sector S." "My name is Sillin. I'm from Vanguard." Sillin didn't plan to hide this. "Oh, one of the Great Four, Vanguard. You're pretty famous. I didn't think you'd have such a big background. I heard that the people of the Great Four who can come here are all important people in the Great Four. I'm not really an important person. It's pure coincidence that I'm here." Xianxia didn't believe Sillin's words, but she didn't plan to dwell on this question any longer. Instead, she asked, "Sai, I'm bored right now. Do you have any fun recommendations?" "No, I'm about to report back. I don't have time. Tisk, boring." While they were talking, another person flew over from below. However, this person didn't come from Fire Phoenix's territory, but from Flying Snake's territory. Flying Snake? Xianxia said curiously. Based on her understanding of Flying Snake CGU, this guy usually didn't pay attention to outsiders. "Sillin, long time no see," CGU said with a smile. CGU saw Sillin and Xianxia in the air when he was bored and looked around with his binoculars just now. His main reason for flying over was still Sillin. He didn't have a good chat with him last time at Sector S because there were too many things to do, and he was busy for a long time after that. He didn't have the chance to pay attention to Sillin Halong's movements, and by the time he was free, these two people were nowhere to be seen. It was rare for him to meet someone he knew here, so of course he had to come over and say hello. "Long time no see, CGU." Sillin smiled and fist-bumped the flying CGU. "You know each other?" Xianxia looked at the duo and saw the smile on CGU's face. Their relationship wasn't bad, at least better than her relationship with Sillin. They were familiar with each other. Since when did Flying Snake and Vanguard contact each other? "We met each other by chance when we went to Sector S last time," Sillin said. He didn't mention anything about CGU being rescued from danger. CGU and Sillin were grateful for Sillin's explanation. After all, no one was willing to announce those things to the public, let alone a fellow big-head Phoenix Flame of Sector S. CGU looked around and asked, "Why don't I see Lung? Is he here too?" "He should be, but not in this area. I'm for Vanguard, and he's on the other side. Why don't you give me your communicator's contact number, and I'll tell you when I get in touch with him." The military had set up a special local communication network in this assembly area, and there was a special frequency coverage in the assembly area. Sure, leaving aside the fact that Sillin Halong had saved CGU's life, befriending Sillin Halong would be beneficial to CGU's own development. CGU believed in his own judgment. Xianxia also came over to exchange contact numbers. She was pretty bored here, and she heard that she would be staying here for a few more days. The meeting wouldn't end in a day. Many of his old friends hadn't come, and Xianxia was a person who couldn't stay idle. It wasn't easy for her to meet someone she knew, someone she could call an acquaintance. Adding Flying Snake, yes, and that Lung they mentioned, it shouldn't be too boring. After exchanging contact numbers, Sillin continued to fly towards Vanguard. After Sillin flew away, Xianxia followed CGU with interest. "Hey, how did you two meet? Do you want me to exchange information with you?" CGU glanced at her. "You didn't tell him that you're the disciple of the current Fire Phoenix?" "I didn't." Xianxia raised her thumb and stroked her mustache. Many people would have thoughts about her identity as the disciple of the current Fire Phoenix. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia often put on makeup and left home to roam the world. Fire Phoenix also let Xianxia's behavior be. This was also a form of growth, and it wasn't good to keep her by her side. "Is there a need?" Xianxia looked at CGU. CGU didn't reply. When Sillin arrived at Vanguard's area, he could already see the cat sitting on Somba Leruo's hat from afar. Right now, Hui Mao was scratching his paw impatiently while Bart was teasing him with his long mustache. At first, Hui Mao just shook his ears and ignored Bart's teasing, but in the face of Bart's persistent harassment, Hui Mao finally moved his paw. While Hui Mao was feeling depressed because the B squadrons couldn't come to the meeting point, Bart and Somba Leruo expressed their willingness to bring Hui Mao and Cheto to the meeting point. Hui Mao thought for a moment and decided to tag along. With Bart and Sombalero's guarantee, Huimao wasn't afraid of the military or the monstrous scientists attacking him. But when he arrived, he discovered that he didn't even know them. Just as Huimao was about to shave the old bastard's mustache with his sharp claws, he suddenly sensed something and looked up into the sky. When he saw Sillin, Huimao wanted to shout, "My savior!" He jumped down from Sombalero's hat and climbed up Sillin's leg before Sillin could stabilize the hoverboard. Then he crouched on Sillin's shoulder and shot Bart a "what can you do now" look. Bart simply stroked his mustache and smiled faintly without saying a word. Sillin jumped down from the hoverboard and put it away. Then he flicked Huimao's head and looked at Bart and Sombalero to greet them. "Lil Sillin, are you done over there?" Bart asked. "It's done. The rest will be taken over by the people inside the military." Bart nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Since Bart and Sombalero had been moving all this time, they had already reached the edge of Vanguard Zone. Any further, and they would be entering Lon Hudie's zone. While Sillin and Bart were talking about this newly lit sector, Huimao suddenly let out a shout and pointed his claw in a certain direction. "Sillin, look, it's that kid called Ghost Butterfly something who owes us money." Chapter 205. Huimao had never had any direct contact with Guidai Shichi before. Danlong had once told Huimao about Lon Hudie, and under Huimao's strong request, he had even used a device to draw out Guidai Shichi's appearance. After serving under Sillin for so long, Huimao had developed a temperament that would get excited at the mention of money. He had a deep impression of the people who owed him money, so when he saw the person on the debt list, Huimao became excited. Because Huimao was too excited, his voice was a little loud, so much so that the people around him turned to look at him. Then, they looked in the direction Huimao's claw was pointing at. Guidai Shichi was originally chatting with his two companions about the few big-breasted girls they had met on their way here, but Huimao's loud shout attracted their attention. Then, Guidai Shichi's stomach ached when he saw the person he really didn't want to see. Why is that bastard here? Moreover, because of Huimao's words, everyone's gazes were focused on them. Guidai Shichi just wanted to find a hole to hide in. Bart looked at the constipated expression on Guidai Shichi's face and smiled in relief. Even Lon Hudie's people had times when they were humiliated like this. "Long time no see." Sillin raised his hand in greeting. The corner of Guidai Shichi's mouth twitched. Long time no see." The people around Guidai Shichi looked at Sillin and wondered what level this person belonged to in Vanguard. Judging by age, he was either a B Squadron member or an assistant in the A Squadron. But when they looked at the two people next to him, whether it was Bart or Sombalero, they were both veterans. Who would know them? The person standing next to the two of them was not unfamiliar with them either. He didn't lower his stance either, so there was more to think about. Huimao stood on Sillin's shoulder and stared at Guidai Shichi with round eyes, as if saying, "If you don't admit it, I'll go up and scratch you." Ha ha. So you guys are for Vanguard. I was looking for you guys for a long time, but I couldn't find you. Do you have any contact information? Guidai Shichi took the initiative to walk over and said. It couldn't be helped. If he waited for Sillin to take the initiative to speak, would he, Guidai Shichi, still have any face left? Moreover, Guidai Shichi had personally experienced that brat's character. He was definitely trash. Sillin and Huimao weren't stupid enough to believe Guidai Shichi's bullshit. They just smiled at Guidai Shichi, making Guidai Shichi's hair stand on end. Bart patted Sillin's shoulder and said, you guys go ahead and chat. Sombalero and I will go somewhere else to meet our old friends. After Bart and Sombalero left, Guidai Shichi was visibly more relaxed. After all, the two of them were from the older generation. It was a little awkward to speak in front of them. Moreover, Guidai Shichi was used to being casual in Lon Hudie, so he felt uncomfortable when he saw the older members of other hunter regiments. Brat, the normal stimulant elixirs and nutrition pills cost a total of 1 million, and that's not including the interest. Huimao said. Guidai Shichi glanced at Huimao. How did this pet know about his debt? Without thinking too much about it, Guidai Shichi put his hands in his trouser pockets and raised his chin. Why would Lan Hudi do something so immoral? Find a place to swipe my card, and I'll transfer the money to you. Silen's communicator rang just as he was about to speak. The corner of Silen's eyes twitched when he saw the contact code displayed on the communicator. 888888. Setting aside the question of which party the A represented, Silen knew that it was that idiot just from the 6 8s behind the contact code. Silen looked around and found a quiet place. As expected, Lung's face that had just woken up appeared on the communicator the moment the call connected. I was just about to look for you. But how did you know my contact code? Silen asked. Lung smiled proudly and scratched his hair that looked like a bird's nest. I got it from C.I. Jincheng. Hey, Wheeze, I have a new flavor of fish biscuits here. There are more than 10 flavors, including freshwater and saltwater fish flavors. Really? Hui Mao's dilated pupils showed his excitement. Here, look. Lung lifted up a plate in his hands. The biscuits on the plate were specially made into the shape of fish. Different flavors had different fish shapes. Silen, let's go look for Lung. It's none of our business as long as they don't fight here. Hui Mao slapped Silen's face with his claws and said, You guys can come over now. I have a newly built clubhouse here, and I'm planning to hold a small gathering while everyone is free. We're all familiar with each other, and I've already told C.I., Jin Cheng, and Knight about it. You should come as well. There are a few other familiar faces who will be coming later. Let's have a gathering. All right. Did CGU ask you to invite him? Flying Snake? He's here too? Of course I'm inviting him. Who else is there too? Who's that figure behind you? Do I know him? Lung asked when he saw the figure behind Silen through the communicator. Silen adjusted the angle of the communicator so that Lung could see Guidai Shichi more clearly. When he saw the face on the communicator, Guidai Shichi's mood turned sour again. This guy wasn't a good guy either. However, just as Guidai Shichi braced himself for Lung's next words that made his stomach ache, just like the cat on Silen's shoulder, Lung took a close look at Guidai Shichi and said with certainty, I don't know him. Guidai Shichi. This sentence didn't just make his stomach ache, even his balls hurt. Guidai Shichi never knew that his presence was this insignificant. Hui Mao's beard shook. How can you not know him? He's the one who was beaten half to death, the one who owed you money and was saved by you guys later. You even told me what he looked like back then. Guidai Shichi wanted to kill someone when he heard Hui Mao's words. Fortunately, there weren't many people here, and their voices weren't loud. Otherwise, they would be laughed at for a long time if they were overheard. After looking again, Lung finally remembered that he didn't usually have a good memory for people who didn't trade money with him. So it's that perverted butterfly. Since we've bumped into each other, let's come over together. All right, I'm not going to talk to you guys anymore. I'm hungry. I'm going to look for food. See you later, beep. Before Silen could finish, the guy cut him off. Putting away the communicator, Silen looked at Guidai Shichi. Let's go. We'll go to that rich guy. He has everything, and we can even get some food. Guidai Shichi was quite unwilling to go. He really didn't dare compliment the characters of these two people. But a rich guy? Who is he? Guidai Shichi asked. Silen looked at Guidai Shichi in surprise. You don't know who he is? That guy's appearance rate in the media is quite high. Guidai Shichi was conflicted. He had been busy and didn't have time to pay attention to that. And after a simple check on Silen, he didn't check again. He was really busy at that time. Seeing Guidai Shichi's conflicted look, Silen said, His name is Andrira Lung. Fuck. It turned out to be that poor family that only had money left. No matter what, he had to go get some food. Let's go. Guidai Shichi said angrily. Wait, I'll call someone else. Silen contacted CGU, but Pianhua kept an eye on CGU. So when CGU made a move, she followed. They arranged to meet at the border between Vanguard and Lan Hudi. After all, CGU and the others weren't part of the hunter group, so they couldn't enter any of the areas, so they could only meet at the border. When they arrived at the place that Lung mentioned, they all had the same lament. What a wastrel! The place where Lung and the Andrira family were located was surrounded by the more famous families and business groups in the League of Stars. So this area was the kind that blinded the eyes, but the Andrira family was especially eye-catching. The temporary entertainment area that Lung mentioned was comparable to a high-class hotel. There were servants waiting in front of the door, but other than these servants, there was also a familiar skinny figure walking out from inside, obviously coming for Sillin. The person who came was Brizette. There were a few youngsters talking in the private room above, and Lung felt that it wasn't good for them to talk freely with Brizette around. So he kicked Brizette out and told him to wait for Sillin at the door. Brizette brought Sillin and the others to the floor where Lung and the others were. The little old man's every movement was still very gentlemanly, and he also had a very kind smile on his face, but Cgu and Guidai Shichi were all tensed up. They could feel that this little old man was very strong, and not someone they could deal with. Even if Brizette didn't show any evil intentions, Cgu and Guidai Shichi just couldn't let their guard down. This was a habit that had been cultivated for a long time. Suddenly coming to a new environment and seeing strangers who would let down their guards so easily, Brizette didn't mind, and was still as kind as if he was looking at a descendant of his own bloodline. Brizette brought Sillin and the others to a door and politely made an inviting gesture with his hand. The young master is inside. Sigh, it's better for an old man like me to not attend a gathering of youngsters. I'll only be despised if I do. Seriously, every generation of Andrira's successors had the same bad temper. Right now, he was already looking forward to the next direct descendant of Andrira, or Lung's descendant. It was much more interesting to be led by a little kid. Thank you. Sillin returned to salute. He was still rather respectful towards the little old man Brizette. When he pushed open the door, a few people were already seated around the prepared chairs inside. Most of them were familiar faces, but there were two he didn't know. Lung, Knight, C.I. Jinsheng, Pride, Teresa, and Yu Ling Long, who was sitting in a special wheelchair. When he saw Sillin come in, Lung stood up and waved. Hurry up, Sillin. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hey, Flying Snake, I didn't expect someone from Sector S to come as well. Please take a seat, everyone. It could be said that the people sitting here right now were all reputable figures of their generation. They were all people who held real power in their respective forces, so even if they usually carried an air of arrogance around them, they had to put away for now. Pride had matured quite a bit after so many years. Although his eyes still carried a habitual air of arrogance, it was already a lot better than before. Originally, Pride was busy with other missions and couldn't come to Sector Z. But after Ji Feihong told him about Sillin's situation, and after he confirmed it with Knight, he set aside his mission and came here. Pride still gave that trademark snort, but there was no hint of contempt in it. Sillin didn't mind. After getting familiar with him, he knew that this kid was actually just this awkward. When he was embarrassed, when he didn't know what to say, he would just give a humph. Everyone knew it, but they didn't point it out. Yu Ling Long returned a sweet smile to Sillin. She was still about the same as the little girl he remembered from back then. No one sat on the seat next to Yu Ling Long, and no one dared to. Everyone knew who this seat belonged to. Cgu and Guidai Shichi very perceptively snatched the two seats next to Yu Ling Long. Pai was swept his gaze across the group, once before sitting next to Cgu. He didn't squeeze into the seat next to Yu Ling Long, and just stared at them curiously. Sillin sat down next to Yu Ling Long and looked at her feet. Her feet were wrapped in rehabilitation equipment that was obviously the same as Dias's after undergoing the differentiation therapy. What happened? Sillin asked. It was an accident. It broke. Yu Ling Long answered in a low voice. Her tone was obviously filled with great grievance. Lung, Knight, and the rest immediately shuddered. Little Princess Yu, where's that overbearing aura you had 2 minutes ago? Sillin sighed on the inside. After learning of Yu Ling Long's identity, he also understood that everything that happened around her was not simple. There was obviously a very complicated reason why her feet were broken. Since Yu Ling Long didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask anymore. How are you recovering now? It's all right. I can barely walk, but I can't run. It hurts a lot. She was still feeling wronged. Lung, Knight, and the rest turned their heads sideways and looked at the ground, pretending to know nothing. Little princess, you're lying. I saw you kicking an apple falling from a tree to pieces just 2 days ago. Why didn't you say it hurt then? Teresa, who had been watching all this time, pursed her lips and smiled. She raised the wine glass in her hand and gestured, "Long time no see, Sillin." Teresa looked about the same as before. Time had not affected the beauty of Seven Lights' famous beauty saw, but Sillin knew that Teresa was no longer the Gallo Teresa of the past. Teresa Duance, Aflon Duance's eldest daughter. This was Teresa's true identity. Back then, Sillin had already discovered the genetic relationship between Teresa and Aflon. Long time no see, beauty saw is still the same. But you've changed. You're not as handsome as before. Teresa teased. Ahem. Under Yulinglung's coercion, Lung snapped his fingers, and a big plate of fish biscuits was served. Wow! Huimao jumped onto the big plate and rolled around, smearing all the fish biscuits with his scent. How do you feel about this present? Lung picked up a fish biscuit and tossed it toward Huimao. Huimao caught it with his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed it. It tastes pretty good. I'm going to pack it up and bring it back later. Sure, I'll have someone deliver it to you. Wheeze moved the plate of fish biscuits to the side and ate happily on its own. It ignored Sillin and Wheeze completely. The group of people gathered together, and, as the host, Lung gave everyone a formal introduction. He only introduced them by name and a few simple things. Today's dinner did not involve any secrets, and it was just a gathering of peers. Among the people Sillin did not recognize, there were 2 people who were similar to Xianxia back in the day. However, according to Lung's introduction, the electronic publications behind them were much higher ranked than the Allen families. Both of them had more than 80 contribution points. Punius was backed by a famous internet information magnate with more than 80 contribution points in the League of Stars. Back when Sillin was still at Seven Lights, he had once reported on the Sector Championships Limitless. He was somewhat related to Lung. Funyuzwa was also backed by a famous business-related media magnate with more than 80 contribution points in the League of Stars, Lux. Since he mainly reported on the business sector, he had a lot of contact with Lung. If the 2 media giants Limitless and Lux could reach their current level, then the children they taught wouldn't be bad. At the very least, they wouldn't be muddle-headed when it came to judging and handling people. Therefore, even though they were facing people like Sillin who weren't exactly famous in the upper circle, the 2 of them would not look down on them. Plus, Lung, Knight, C.I. Jincheng, Yuling Long, and many more people valued them. Why should they look down on them? If they didn't even have this little bit of foresight, then what the hell were they supposed to do? The 2 young masters of the media giants were also very interested in the trio who came with Sillin. Pian saw that everyone had stated their background, and after a moment of thought, he revealed his identity as Fire Phoenix's disciple. Flying Snake had no intention of hiding his identity either. Punius and Funyuzwa were obviously more curious about Sector S. After all, the League of Stars' media had the least involvement other than Sector Z. Now that Sector Z was half open to the public, only Sector S was left. After that, the 4 of them had a very congenial conversation. Lung had said that today was just a small gathering. They would not talk about business and only talk about entertainment. Without the interference of their elders, everyone was chatting happily. They talked and laughed at each other's embarrassing moments. At the very least, the atmosphere was pretty good. No one bothered to find out how many complicated things you had behind you or how many shameful criminal records you had. In reality, everyone would probably find out who had a criminal record not long after this gathering. They might not be able to investigate detailed secrets with their abilities, but they definitely had the ability to gather some general information and rumors. After all, this was a large military area, so they didn't dare to play too wildly. They just ate, drank, and laughed to relax everyone. At the same time, they also felt at ease. This could be considered a group. After all, it was far too easy for a lone force to become cannon fodder in this chaotic situation. No matter how high you stood, there was always a chance that you would fall. Also, Judging from the current situation, if you fell, you wouldn't be able to climb the mountain again. Everyone had eaten their fill during the meal, and the worries in their hearts had eased a little. They drank a little too much, so Lung sent people to send them back. Pianhua was having a great drinking contest with a group of men, and she had even knocked out the two young masters of the media giants. They had even started calling each other bro and bro. Sillin didn't know if Punius and Finyuzwa had seen through Pianhua's disguise, but it sounded like they were calling each other bro pretty smoothly. Pianhua herself was a little drunk. Luckily, they were the only ones who knew that Pianhua was a woman. If everyone else knew, then they would have lost a lot of face. CGU had already predicted Fire Phoenix's fury, so it was best to avoid Pianhua for the next few days. Yu Linglong sat on her wheelchair with her head slightly bowed. She did not ask anyone to pick her up, and instead said to Sillin, "Send me off." Okay. Sillin did not plan to ask Lung to send someone off just now. Since he had decided to send Yu Linglong off, then he asked Lung to send Hui Mao back. This guy had to supervise the fish biscuits anyway. They didn't use a flying car. Yu Linglong's area wasn't too far from here, and she didn't want to take a flying car, so she asked Sillin to push her around. Night had already fallen in this area, and at the same time, the temperature difference between day and night was relatively large. Unlike the terrain of the hunter group, the natural scenery here was much better. After walking a few steps, they could see a small stream. Sillin could feel the vitality of the stream. Under the rocky ground, there were living creatures swimming back and forth in the stream. Not far away, there was a stone bridge that looked very ancient, but Yu Linglong suggested walking over it. The stream wasn't deep, not even reaching their knees, so they didn't have to worry about drowning. Your foot is still in the treatment period, so you can't touch the stream. Sillin said, "It's fine, the treatment device on my foot is waterproof." Saying that, Yu Linglong stood up and pressed a button on her wheelchair. The original wheelchair automatically folded up and floated 1 meter away from Yu Linglong. She was a little stiff from sitting for too long today, so she stood up and held on to Sillin's arm as they slowly walked forward. The area of the rich was very particular. Although the security system here was very good, it still maintained a natural appearance to a large extent, and there were even some sounds of insects. The two didn't say anything, and when they reached the edge of the water, Sillin stopped. He slowly knelt down and pulled Yu Linglong's skirt that was almost hanging to the ground up to her knees and tied a knot. This way, the skirt wouldn't touch the water and could also protect her knees. The night was relatively cold, and the stream was even colder. It was important to take good care of the joints of a recovering patient. Yu Linglong felt very hot on her face, and 2 patches of red faintly spread out. However, the twilight covered her blush very well, but her current mood could be seen from her bright and gentle, smiling eyes. Yu Linglong lowered her head and looked at Sillin's movements. Because of her identity, Yu Linglong had always looked down on others with a strong aura, displaying the unique pride of the little princess of the Yu family. However, from this angle, her mood and performance were completely different. "Are you cold?" Sillin raised his head and asked after tying the knot on Yu Linglong's long skirt. Hearing Sillin's question, Yu Linglong was slightly stunned and then lightly shook her head. A slight smile appeared on her face, as though she was still an inexperienced little girl and not the little princess of the Yu family that made Long and the others go crazy from time to time. Sillin also rolled up his trousers, threw his shoes over the side of the stream, and slowly led Yu Linglong into the stream. Sillin first walked in the stream, and then helped Yu Linglong into the water. The cool stream water cooled down the heat caused by the alcohol, and they could feel the fish in the stream pecking at their feet. However, the night on this planet was really cold. Sillin tested the temperature, and it was only about 5 to 6 degrees Celsius. Even if Yu Linglong was wearing a waterproof treatment device, it would still have some effect. Sillin let Yu Linglong help him walk about a meter into the stream, and when they were about 10 meters away from the other side, he stopped again. Sillin bent down and said, "All right, now that you've tasted the freshness, come on up, I'll carry you. The stream is cold, and it won't be good for your recovery if you catch a cold." "Okay." Yu Linglong replied obediently. If someone who was familiar with Yu Linglong saw the usually domineering Yu Linglong being so obedient, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Yu Linglong leaned on Silen's back, and her head rested on Silen's shoulder. Listening to their breathing and the chirping of the surrounding insects, she felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Silen carried Yu Linglong on his back and walked to the other side of the stream. Yu Linglong touched the string around Silen's neck and asked, "What are you wearing?" "A person," Silen replied. Yu Linglong's hands stopped moving, and she didn't ask anymore. There was no point in arguing about the living and the dead. Yu Linglong understood, so she didn't argue about it. However, she tightened her grip on Silen's neck. They quickly covered the distance of 10 meters. "All right, little princess, come down." Yu Linglong pouted and reluctantly got down. The folded wheelchair floated down and unfolded. Silen helped Yu Linglong sit on it and used his sleeve to wipe the water off her legs. He loosened the knotted skirt to cover her legs and adjusted the thermal insulation on the wheelchair. Silen pushed the wheelchair towards the place Yu Linglong mentioned. When they approached the area, there was a group of people waiting there, but none of them came forward. Obviously, they knew little princess used temperament very well. Silen pushed the wheelchair all the way to that side and handed it to the person who took over. However, Yu Linglong turned the wheelchair around and looked at Silen quietly. She didn't say a word, but her eyes were obviously waiting for something. Silen sighed and said, "Give me your hand." Yu Linglong's eyes curved into 2 crescent moons, and she quickly extended her hand. Silen placed a large green pearl on Yu Linglong's hand. Under the twilight, it emitted a gentle green light, and it made people feel that it was full of vitality. Yu Linglong could feel the warmth emitted from the green pearl, and the vitality transmitted to her palm. Even her breathing became much smoother. Of course, she knew that this thing was very precious. At least, with her status as the little princess of the Yu family, she had never seen such a special pearl until now. "This is for you. It's good for your body's recovery." "Thank you," Yu Linglong said, holding the green pearl in her hand happily. "I should be the one saying thank you." Silen didn't know what Yu Linglong saw in him, but during the days when Silen was in the 6th Division, Yu Linglong had helped him a lot, both openly and secretly, some of which Silen didn't even know. Looking at Yu Linglong's childlike expression, Silen stretched out his hand and rubbed Yu Linglong's head like how he rubbed Tang Xiaoqiu. The group of people behind Yu Linglong were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Their dog eyes were really blind. He actually rubbed the little princess's head. The worst thing was that the little princess actually had a shy expression. "Go back and rest early." "Okay." After saying goodbye, Silen walked back, but he didn't use his hoverboard to fly away. This area was currently forbidden for outsiders to fly in the air, and the moment he flew up, he would probably become a sieve for the guards and robots of the various families hidden in the dark. After walking until he couldn't see the people of the Yu family, Silen raised his head to look at the sky and then gave a middle finger. Somewhere high up in the sky, a small round ball was floating there. On the other side of the small round ball was a room in Lung's leisure house. Lung, Knight, and C.I. Jincheng were huddled there staring at the screen. When they saw the big middle finger on the screen, the 3 colleagues shouted, "Fuck. How did this guy find out?" Lung was conflicted. "Perverted senses," Knight said. C.I. Jincheng didn't say anything. He was wondering where on earth the problem was. This surveillance device was floating high up in the sky, where it was hard to see with the naked eye, and it was nighttime right now. How on earth did Silen discover it? Silen didn't know about the 3 fellows' conflict, but he knew that they wouldn't stay put the moment he pushed Yu Linglong out. Lung's side wasn't the only one monitoring him. However, the other parties weren't doing too well, and they were constantly being disrupted by unknown signals. It was Cheto's doing. Silen arrived at the border of several forces. It was the neutral zone, and a lot of people were flying along it. Even though it was very late right now, there were still a lot of hoverboards, flying cars, and so on. Silen shot a glance in the direction of the little stream he passed by with Yu Ling Long on his back. Then, he activated his hoverboard, jumped onto it, and flew towards the vanguard's area. Sometime after Silen's departure, the number of people in this area gradually decreased. There was only one person flying in the neutral zone every 10 or so minutes. After a flying car whizzed past, everything became quiet again. The only sound one could hear was the chirping of insects. Meanwhile, a human figure gradually rose from the surface of the little stream Silin and Yu Ling Long passed by. Its face couldn't be seen clearly, and it looked like it was made entirely out of water. The figure stopped rising after its torso was exposed. The water person looked at the neutral zone and said, "Did that little guy discover me?" "I think so." The voice that answered the water person came from the forest not far away, but there was no one in sight. A gust of wind blew past, and a leaf drifted down. However, it was blocked by an invisible object on its way down, and it made a turn before landing somewhere else. "Forget it. Who cares? Our target can't be him anyway," the water person said. "Why can't it be him? Don't underestimate that brat. On the contrary, that brat has the item." "Really? That brat doesn't seem to be very powerful. He's still a little lacking in power, but he was able to discover your existence, so he must have hidden himself quite well. Let's not touch him for now and observe the situation first." "All right." The water person dove back into the water, and everything returned to normal. The flying cars that occasionally passed by the neutral zone had no idea that there were two people here. By the time Silin returned to the Vanguard's territory, it was already quite late. Apart from the people on shift duty, most of the others were already resting, so Silin walked into his room without alerting anyone. As soon as he entered the room, he was greeted by the smell of fish. There was a big box full of fish biscuits in the room. Judging from the situation, Hui Mao's storage cabinet couldn't fit all the fish biscuits in there. Among the fish biscuits, there was a cat with the tip of its ears sticking out. It moved a little when Silin walked in, but nothing else happened after that. Silin shook his head and let the cat go for now. Standing at the corner, Cheto opened his eyes and closed them again when he saw that Silin had no intention of talking to him. After washing up, Silin lay down on the bed and thought about what happened today. The gathering at Sloane's place was a small matter. The first thing that puzzled him was Yu Ling Long's injuries. When he was carrying Yu Ling Long on his back, he clearly noticed that there was something wrong with her breathing system and heartbeat. Yu Ling Long's emotions were part of the reason, but the main reason was that her internal organs had been seriously injured. Her breathing looked normal at first glance, but Yu Ling Long's internal organs were seriously damaged. Who could have hurt her like that when she was under the protection of so many people in the Yu family? Her internal organs were seriously damaged, and her legs were broken. It wasn't hard to imagine that Yu Ling Long had a brush with death. Silin could see that Yu Ling Long's injury was related to the Yu family, but the second thing that puzzled Silin wasn't as simple as it seemed. When Silin walked into the stream, he sensed something unusual in the water, but he didn't sense any danger. Moreover, there were a lot of Yu family guards hiding in the dark at the time, and they would have come out at the first sign of trouble. That was why Silin pretended not to notice anything and walked across the stream with Yu Ling Long on his back. But when he came back, he noticed an unusual presence in the forest, even though he was walking on the stone bridge. The other party hid themselves very well, and Silin wouldn't have noticed them if he hadn't met them before. The man who once appeared in the prison, Azrael's men, had arrived here without anyone knowing. So, what was their purpose this time? At the very least, Silin hadn't sensed any large-scale strange phenomenon until now. But did the military know about the arrival of Azrael? No matter what, Silin had to be vigilant. Azrael's men were all crazy, and no one knew what they were thinking. Early the next morning, Carrie and the others who knew that Silin would return late came to look for Silin, and wanted this vice captain to tell them about his romantic encounter. To reach Silin's room, they had to pass through a hall in the middle of this floor, but Carrie swallowed his clamor the moment he arrived at the hall. "Nah, Senior Nada." Nada sat on the sofa in the hall, reading a paper book in his hand, and beside him was a box. Towards Carrie and the others' clamor, he just smiled and said, "You're in good spirits." Carrie, Xianxia, and the others scratched their heads with a smile, not knowing how to react. Nada was definitely here to look for Sillin. Carrie and the others stood there awkwardly for a while before leaving. Facing such a senior, it was really nerve-wracking. Not everyone could be as calm as Sillin. When Sillin woke up, Nada had already flipped more than 10 pages of the book. "I'm really sorry, Senior Nada. Why didn't you ask them to wake me up?" "It's okay. You're tired too." Sillin walked over and took out a bottle of water and some jerky from the storage cabinet. When he passed it to Nada, Nada waved his hand. "You can eat. I've already eaten." Sillin didn't hesitate and started eating in front of Nada. "What brings you here?" Sillin asked while chewing on the jerky. The rule of not talking when eating or sleeping didn't apply to hunters. Hunters didn't have time to follow those time-wasting etiquette. Nada closed the book and pushed the box in front of Sillin. "These are some parasite samples collected by some of my friends over the years. You can take a look if you're interested." Sillin clapped his hands, wiped his fingers clean, and carefully opened the box. There were some sealed samples in the box. The bigger parasites only had some images, and the samples were only a part of their body. As for the smaller parasites, there were whole ones and half of them. They had different shapes. Some were ferocious, some were normal. There are some related records of these parasites in the video. It's definitely not as good as the professional records. It's just a rough record. Just make do with it. Sillin closed the box and smiled. "This is enough. They're very precious samples." Nada nodded. "Some of them are very special. There are also some that I couldn't get samples of, only some images. I took a look and there are a few that are really rare. If I have the chance, I might as well catch one." Sillin didn't look at the images. After finishing his breakfast, he brought the box to his room and put it away. "Do you have any plans for the morning?" "If you don't have any plans, accompany this old man for a walk." Nada said, "I don't have any plans. Please wait a moment." Sillin changed his clothes and brought some essentials with him. Then he walked out with Nada. "I heard that you went to Andryra's boy yesterday, and Lon Hudy's men?" Sillin didn't deny it. Many people knew about this. It's a good thing. Whether it's Andryra's, Lon Hudy's, or the people of Sector S, it's a good thing to get to know them. I know that you have a wide network of contacts, and these are all good for your future development. It may not be beneficial to use the old standards, but given the current situation, I believe you can analyze it even if you don't know much. Right now, it's not as stable as it used to be. Although Sillin didn't agree with some of Nada's views, Nada was teaching him sincerely. Sillin just listened attentively. Nada continued. "Yesterday, a few old fellows in the A Squadron had a small meeting. Although the leaders' meeting hadn't started yet, everyone had analyzed some things according to the information we received. Other than the military's absolute control of Sector Z, the rest of the places will be divided. The military doesn't have a stomach big enough to swallow up this big sector in one go. Hunter groups and the like will have at least 10 years of occupation rights. As for the development and collection of resources on each planet, whether or not they can take over the areas they have been allocated will depend on their own abilities. Will there be a lot of competition?" Sillin asked. "Competition, that's for sure. I'm guessing that the leaders will draw randomly when the time comes, and those who get more resources will naturally be eyed by those with less resources. Therefore, your B Squadron's free missions will be canceled. When the time comes, you'll have to stay in your assigned area for a longer period of time and deal with the traps in the dark. You must be prepared for all of this." Amen, I know. This was the benefit of being a big force. Once there was a cake, the big forces in the League of Stars would divide it up cleanly. The small forces couldn't even eat the dregs. While Nada was explaining some things to pay attention to, his intention was to let Sillin be mentally prepared. He didn't tell these things directly to Shotten, but to Sillin instead. It was obvious how much Nada valued Sillin. In Nada's eyes, Sillin was far more important than Shotten. Both his strength and connections satisfied Nada very much. As the duo walked, they approached the neutral zone. There was a flying car waiting for Nada. "Never mind, we'll stop here. I still have some matters to attend to. You go to your own thing." After watching Nada enter the flying car and leave, Sillin also turned around and prepared to go back. It was at this moment a few people on hoverboards flew over and laughed loudly. Hearing the laughter, Sillin turned around abruptly. There were only a few backs left in the air. They looked very ordinary, just like the young people he saw when he first came to this area. The laughter of the people on the hoverboards disappeared in an instant, but it triggered a memory buried deep in Sillin's mind. It was one of the two voices that had been troubling him all this time. Fog or Wuxia? Chapter 206. It was the two voices that Sillin had memorized deeply after the hypnosis effect was broken. One of the voices had hypnotized Sillin. Although he didn't know which side Mist or Wuxia belonged to, it seemed that the person who had hypnotized Sillin wasn't this person. Sillin could tell that the voice hadn't interfered with his consciousness, which meant that the person who had hypnotized him was someone else. Be it Mist or Wuxia, they were flying around the neutral zone openly on hoverboards without anyone noticing them. It was truly dangerous. After all, they were two top assassin organizations. This was the military's territory, and all the satellite surveillance was in the military's hands. Right now, Sillin didn't dare let Cheto invade this place. There were too many experts here, and both he and Cheto would be done for if they were caught. After cleaning up his thoughts, Sillin flew back to the base. There were some things he needed to explain as soon as possible. Just like Nada said, a portion of people had arrived as the day of the leaders' summit drew closer and closer. Carrie and the others were the first batch of Vanguard's follow-up forces, and the second batch would come to replace the first batch. However, every B squadron would send a portion of their people instead of all of them. Then, they would take shifts so that everyone could see the planet and familiarize themselves with the environment and terrain. After Carrie and Xiaoxiang's shift, the 7th B Squadron took over. Carrie and the others had to return to the small planet in the satellite belt. Unlike Sillin and the A Squadron, they couldn't stay here forever. However, Cheto didn't leave. He stayed inside Sillin's room and kept an eye on things without anyone noticing. Before Carrie and the others left, Sillin had a talk with them and told them to train as soon as possible. Lieutenant, is there work to do? Carrie rubbed his palms together. It's always good to be prepared. Sillin didn't say it out loud, but it was enough. All right, don't worry. I'll pass on the lieutenant's message. Even that white fatty will be watching closely. Tell the others to pay more attention. In reality, Sillin knew that the situation was even more complicated and serious than Nada had made it out to be. It would be fine if it was just a fight for resources, but what if it was about Olillo? 50 years ago, it was just one incident that involved several parties. Now they were all gathered here. Once Olillo's senses discovered them, even if they didn't start fighting now, the war that would erupt after they left this planet was not something that could be compared to 50 years ago. After Sillin and the others had left, Sillin couldn't help but feel a little irritated. He didn't know if it was because of the voice he heard earlier or something else, but he just couldn't calm down. He was planning to study the parasite samples Nada had given him, but he wasn't in a good state right now. He didn't have the mood to study the samples at all and just stared blankly at them. In the end, Sillin went around on his hoverboard alone. At the meeting area the military had circled out, there were small automated service points built at intervals. These places provided food, some basic necessities, and some small entertainment. Some young people from different forces would drag old friends they hadn't seen for many years to these places. Therefore, there were a lot of people at every service point. Sillin bought a glass of fruit juice from a small beverage shop. He didn't order alcohol. His mind was already muddled and irritated to begin with, and drinking would only make him even more muddled. Right now, he needed to calm down and think about things. The surroundings were very noisy, but there were still some empty seats around this beverage shop. They were all open air. Sillin sat down in front of a small table for two and drank fruit juice under an umbrella that blocked out the light. He watched the people coming and going. The young people were in groups of 3 to 5, with the symbols of different forces. They were jostling and joking. Sillin also saw a 13 or 14-year-old girl with a butterfly tattoo on her arm. Different from Guadai Shichi's ghost butterfly tattoo, the butterfly tattoo on her arm was a swallowtail butterfly and the pattern on the swallowtail butterfly's wings was like that of tiger. Scylla heard her companions call her Tiger Phoenix. Lan Hudi's swallowtail butterfly was her subordinate. Qing Feng handed the juice to Tiger Phoenix. Noticing Scylla's gaze, she looked back at him, then withdrew her gaze and left with Tiger Phoenix. After Lan Hudi's 2 subordinates left, Scylla looked around again. The cold temperature of the juice didn't calm Scylla down. It was not because of the noise around, but because he had a feeling that something was going to happen. Scylla's fingers were tapping on the juice glass unconsciously. Suddenly, his movement stopped, and all the hair on his body almost stood out. Scylla saw a person who looked very ordinary, and his appearance and clothes were not eye-catching. However, it was this person who made Scylla feel that he was surrounded by icicles, and if he moved a little bit, he would be pierced into pieces. Yes, this was the reason for his irritation. After the shock, the irritation in Scylla's heart subsided. That person just walked over step by step. There was nothing special about him. His steps were not big, and he was neither fast nor slow. Through that pair of pupils, Scylla couldn't see the hidden emotions in them at all. At first glance, he seemed to be smiling casually, but when he looked carefully, he found that he couldn't see anything. Scylla knew too well what such eyes meant. It was either a killer or a person who was so cold that he was almost cruel and numb. The others who weren't stared at by that person didn't have any abnormal reactions. They were still drinking and chatting, and they didn't know that there was such a killer approaching step by step. Only when they met that person's eyes would they understand the uniqueness and horror of this person. Now, Scylla felt like he was in a world of ice and snow. His whole body was cold, and he stood there motionlessly. His whole body was tense, and he was ready to fight at any time. Although Scylla knew that his death rate in this fight was more than 70%, he had no way out when facing this person. Scylla was even careful with every breath, and he always kept his state at the peak. However, under the gaze of this person, Scylla was quite clear about the disparity in strength between the two sides. There were weapons hidden in Scylla's leaf-patterned ring, including guns and cannons. However, against such a person, he would be killed before he could take out the weapons. Therefore, Scylla still put more attention on this person, and at the same time, his mind quickly turned to think of a way out. The strange thing was that when the person walked 5 meters in front of Scylla, he suddenly stopped. The look in his eyes seemed to be a little surprised, and then he smiled at Scylla. That smile made Scylla feel even colder, but the good thing was that the person's line of sight turned away and walked in another direction. It wasn't until the figure was submerged in the crowd for a long time that Scylla slowly let his tense muscles relax, and his back was full of cold sweat. The mouthful of juice was really cold. Do you know who he is? The sudden voice shocked Scylla. After he reacted, he looked behind him. He really didn't feel anyone behind him, but perhaps it was because of this person behind that the person didn't make a move. Just now, Scylla was sure that the person's target was him, and he only changed his mind later. Hunting Knife Gaydar, you're also invited to the summit? Scylla asked. The person standing behind Scylla was indeed Hunting Knife Gaydar, and he still looked like a harmless academic. Gaydar sat opposite Scylla with a glass of juice and smiled. Yeah, but I'm not like you Vanguard people. I'm a Lone Ranger after all, and the only reason they invited me here was to sign a treaty and set their minds at ease. I don't have the right to divide the area or anything, but I will get a sum of contract money. After thinking for a moment, Scylla understood the meaning behind it. After he thought it through, the problem returned to its original track. Who was that person just now? That person? Gaydar swirled the juice in his glass. Back then, he beat me half to death, and it took me more than a dozen years to recover. Scylla nearly spat out the juice in his mouth. It turned out that Gaydar was squatting in Sector S's prison after he was injured, but it was a good place to recuperate. At the very least, it was well hidden. However, someone who could injure Hunting Knife Gaydar. Scylla's eyes widened, and his fingers made a 6 and then a 1. Yes, he is one of the 6 stars lone hunters, as expected of that level. Among the 6 stars of hunt, other than the 4 from the Big 4, you know of 2 lone hunters, right? Scylla nodded. but I don't know who they are. It was true that with Silen's current identity and level, he could not meet the people who stood at the top yet. But what was up with that person just now? Silen did not think that he had offended him. One of the two lone hunters is all right. She is the only female among the 6 stars of hunt, Xian Prisa. She has a lazy personality and does things according to her own preferences, but at least she's not bloodthirsty. Strictly speaking, she's not a lone hunter. Silen raised an eyebrow. He really did not expect there to be a woman among the 6 stars of hunt. As for the other person, that's the one you met just now. Osculo, that guy kills as easily as he eats. He is known as the loneliest and most vicious lone hunter. The people he knows have all killed their way to the top, and he only recognizes them if they can survive his attacks. As for the people he has decided to kill, other than a few star hunters and a few from the Heavenly Edict Empire, no one is still alive. It was just a spur of the moment. He hasn't made up his mind to kill you yet. However, Gaydar looked at Silen. I'm not trying to discourage you, but based on what I know about Osculo, he definitely has his eyes on you. Silen caught the other meaning in Gaydar's words. Just eyes on me? He doesn't want to kill me? That depends on what he has on you that is worth his attention. He is a person who will not make a move without direct benefits. Of course, that doesn't rule out the possibility that he might kill on a whim for fun. Olilo's star map fragment. However, he didn't feel the attraction from Olilo's star map just now. Gaydar could tell what Silen was thinking. He said, there's no need to doubt it. It's exactly what you're thinking. Some people have the means to hide the attraction and resonance. Silen frowned. In other words, the people who were targeted were those who did not have the ability to hide the attraction and resonance. And he was one of them. Do you want to know how to hide them? Gaydar asked with a faint smile. Silen looked at Gaydar. This lone traveler's smile was sly no matter how he looked at it. Senior, if you have any requests, just tell me. I like to talk to smart people. Gaydar finished the juice in the glass, but he still held the empty glass in his hand and played with it. I can tell you how to hide it, and I can also give you a piece of Olilo's star map fragment. Of course, this fragment is not the type you want, but it is the type that the Andryra family needs. Silen lowered his eyes and did not say anything, quietly waiting for Gaydar to continue. Seeing that Silen did not respond, Gaydar continued. The conditions are actually not much. When the time comes, after you collect the Olilo's star map and activate Olilo, I want to accompany you. Of course, I promise I won't delay your matters, and I might even be able to help you. Senior Gaydar, let's not talk about whether I can get it or not. How do you know what kind of fragment I have? Out of the 5 Olilos, only 2 are known. Excluding the one from the Andryra family, I don't know what the remaining 2 are. I know what kind of fragment you have, and the people looking for it are not people you can resist. Azrael and Osculo are both waiting for the one you have. Silen was shocked. There was actually an Azrael. However, from what Gaydar said, he did not know that he actually had 2 pieces. What's this in my hand? Selene asked. In the myth of creation, the one that represents new life is called a shortcut. Shortcut. I once heard a guy from Azrael say that the shortcut might be a space jump point, a jump point to a jump point outside of the star system where the League of Stars is located. This news undoubtedly shocked Silen. Due to the abnormal environment around the star system where the League of Stars was located, the League of Stars Research Institute had tried some space technology, but to no avail. That was why no one from outside the star system had ever entered the star system of the League of Stars, and no one from the League of Stars had ever gone out. Even the people from the Big Four could only go out a little around the star system, but could not completely escape. If this news were to be known by the military, even Knight and M.O. Hung would not be able to protect Silen. But was he going to hand it over to the people for Vanguard now? I advise you to keep it for yourself. Vanguard isn't as united as a piece of iron. Unless Ji Feng personally promises it, don't take it out easily. If Silen agreed with Gaydar, then the best time was to wait for him to join the A-Team. But before he joined the A-Team, then how can I guarantee that I won't be killed by Azrael and Osculo, the Star Hunter? Don't worry about the people from Azrael. Their main goal right now isn't to get the shard, but to find it. The most important thing for you right now is to escape Osculo's knife. Easy for you to say. How am I supposed to escape? Run to Jifeng's place? If you run to Jifeng's place now, it'll undoubtedly be a direct confrontation between Jifeng and Osculo. With the current situation, more than half of the people in Vanguard will die. Sillin fell silent. Don't worry. I've already divined for you. There will be ups and downs, but you won't die in the end. Sillin was so angry that he laughed. I didn't know that Senior Gaydar believed in this. Gaydar simply said, some things have to be believed. Some things have to be believed. Sillin thinks of Tico's rabbit. All right, I'll tell you the method now. As for the people from Azrael, I'll go talk to them. They won't touch you for now. Gaydar and Sillin sat there and chatted, but no one around them could hear what Gaydar and Sillin were saying. Even if there was a listening device next to them, it wouldn't be able to pick up any sound. An hour later, Sillin rode his hoverboard back to the Vanguard area in exhaustion. The moment he got back, he fell asleep. Gaydar's method used up too much spiritual power. Practicing alone took up more than half of it. But even though it was very taxing, Sillin could still afford it once he got used to it. No wonder those who could get the shard without being found out were all strong. Ordinary people with rank A genes would definitely not be able to afford such an amount of mental power consumption. Hey, Sillin, what's wrong? Hui Mao jumped onto Sillin from the cat's nest of fish biscuits. Get down already, you smell like fish. Hui Mao stomped on Sillin a few times like he was venting his anger before jumping back into his nest. As expected, sleeping in a nest of fish biscuits was the best. Sillin lay on his bed and looked at Hui Mao, who had crawled back into the fish biscuits. He began to think of a countermeasure. It was obvious that Hui Mao would be a good helper against Osculos, but whether or not he could be of any help was another question altogether. Just as Gaydar said, Azrael's men didn't come looking for Sillin, and the leaders' summit had begun. The summit ended after 5 whole days of meetings. No one except the participants knew exactly how many people had participated in the summit, or what the process was like. However, the division of Sector Z had been made public. There was no telling if there were some internal rules, but Jifeng's division just so happened to include the planet where they mined the special energy ores. All in all, Jifeng's division was pretty good. Of course, there were people who were satisfied, and there were people who were dissatisfied. The military didn't care what would happen to those who were dissatisfied. It was a matter of personal luck, and they had to accept it even if they were dissatisfied. If you want to fight, then go ahead, as long as you don't break the bottom line. Sillin left the big planet with the crowd and returned to a small planet in the satellite belt. After packing up a bit, they departed for their assigned division. The A Squadron starships were at the vanguard, and the B Squadrons were at the rear. It was an impressive formation that was far more domineering than the 6th Division's solo operation. This was the true strength of the Big Four. At the same time, on an inconspicuous starship, Gaydar was talking to the person opposite him. Can that kid really succeed? The person sitting opposite Gaydar asked. Yes, let's wait and see. Chapter 207. Inside the 6th B Squadron starship, Sillin stared at the string of characters displayed on the communicator in his hand. The characters were decoded to form a message, and it was from Hunting Blaegada. Gaydar was mainly trying to reassure Sillin that Azrael wouldn't come looking for Sillin just yet. Moreover, Osculos was being harassed by some military people as of late. He was a famous star-class Lone Ranger in the League of Stars, and anyone who knew Osculos would keep a close eye on him. Therefore, Sillin was safe for the time being, and Sillin had a buffer period. Sillin had always been curious about hunting Knife Gaydar. A Lone Ranger like him was second only to Osculos, and although Gaydar claimed that he was injured by Osculos and was forced to recuperate in a prison at Sector S, Sillin thought that half of it was true and half false. Sillin believed that Osculos had injured him, but the fact that he was forced to recuperate at Sector S was a different story. The fact that Gaydar survived Osculo's attack proved how strong he was. But at the same time, Sillin also thought about something else. Osculos was able to injure Gaydar back then, but what about now? Gaydar gave Scylla a very strange feeling. Scylla couldn't understand the man at all. Moreover, considering Osculo's temper, why did he change his mind at the last minute when he had set his sights on Scylla? It was all because of Gaydar. Just how strong had Gaydar become after all these years? The fact that Gaydar was able to speak to Azrael alone was already an astounding level of influence. There was also his divination. Whether or not Gaydar was telling the truth, Gaydar was shrouded in a layer of fog. "While we're here," Carrie's shout pulled Scylla back to reality. Everyone was very excited when they saw the image on the big screen. According to the star map, this was the area the Vanguard was assigned to. Zone ZJ, Sector Z, District J. In the next 10 years, this area would belong to Vanguard for mining resources. Next, the team did a detailed analysis of the general situation of this area and listed out the situation of each planet to facilitate their subsequent actions. After 10 days of rough collection, the A-team confirmed a relatively large planet with a level A habitability. They named it Planet ZJ-100. Once ZJ-100 was confirmed, unless there was a special reason, this planet would always be the core planet of Sector J. Whether it was now or in the future, it would be returned to the military. After the central planet was confirmed, the 10B squadrons did not stop their exploration. With Planet ZJ-100 at the center of the division as the core, they spread out in 10 directions. The 10B squadrons would surround the central planet of ZJ-100 where the A squadrons were located and occupy a planet as a temporary stronghold. Then, they would develop the planet on their own. Finding a suitable planet as a temporary stronghold for the B squadrons wasn't as easy as it sounded. It would be great if they could find a level A habitability planet, but if they couldn't, then they could only look for a level B habitability planet. However, level A habitability planets were extremely rare in Sector Z's universe to begin with, and the best one they could find was already a core planet. The communication network of Sector ZJ had already spread out. Coupled with the easing of the universe's environment, the communication between the B squadrons was pretty frequent. They all knew which B squadrons had found a suitable planet, and which B squadrons were still stuck at a standstill. As the exploration work continued, they kept hearing that some B squadrons had found a suitable planet. 2 of them were even lucky enough to find a level A habitability planet. Although the 2 planets weren't big, it was enough to make the other B squadrons envious. Recently, everyone in the 6th Division had begun to grow impatient. This was because the 6th Division had yet to confirm a temporary stronghold planet. They hadn't found a level A habitability planet, and they had only found 3 level B habitability planets. These 3 planets were small in size, and their environments alone were enough to remove them from the candidate list. They weren't suitable to build a temporary stronghold on. As for level C habitability planets, that was even less of a problem. Of course, there were more level C planets, but who would build a temporary stronghold on a level C habitability planet? If this was in the past, the squad members would have rushed over to inspect a level C habitability planet like they were on steroids. But now, they weren't in the mood to look at level C planets. The most important thing right now was to find a temporary stronghold. As for the other inspections and whatnot, they would only have the time and energy to do them after the temporary stronghold was built. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a place to stay, and the squads who had already started building their stronghold were smiling at them. Who would have the mood to inspect a planet? On the main starship, Xianxia and the technical crew were busy looking at the results sent back by the probes. The planets around them were either level C or level D. At the same time, these results would be shared with the squads after being processed by the technical crew so that everyone could understand the situation. Carrie leaned against the back of his chair with a bitter expression as he looked at the results sent over by Xianxia's main starship. He said dispiritedly, "Say, don't you think we're a little too unlucky? Otherwise, how could we have found those 2 underdeveloped level B planets by now?" Yudi glared at him and said, "It's already good enough that they're developing like that in this kind of environment." Carrie snorted, "Are we really going to go back to those underdeveloped planets and build a stronghold in the end?" No way, that's so embarrassing. Beaver looked at the summary of the information he had gathered over the past few days and said helplessly, "There's nothing we can do. Not every bee squadron is so lucky." Carrie turned his head and looked at the white fatty who was rolling around with the Miantuan at the corner of the wall. "Xianxia, come over here and give Big Brother a pinch. It'll help vent some of my anger." Xianxia heard Carrie's words and immediately rolled out of the room. No matter how much Carrie yelled at him, he pretended not to hear him. Fuck, this white fatty is becoming more and more unlikable. Carrie, it's not that Xianxia is unlikable. It's that your period is coming, Yudi said while stroking the Miantuan's tail that had jumped onto his knee. You're the one who's on your period. Beaver heard the conversation between Carrie and Yudi and shook his head. Never mind. Let them bicker all they want. He looked at the analysis data again and glanced at the scene outside on the big screen. They were about to pass by a C-grade planet. The surface area of the planet was not bad, but according to the data from the probes, it was not suitable for landing. How good could a planet with a C-grade habitability be? Many people thought the same as Beaver, so the 6th Division starship had no intention of stopping. However, as they got closer and closer to the C-grade planet, Hui Mao, who was sleeping on Silen's shoulder, suddenly opened his eyes and his ears perked up. "What's wrong?" Silen asked when he saw Hui Mao's reaction. "Something's wrong. That planet. Something's wrong." Hui Mao stared at the image displayed on the big screen. His gaze landed on the planet that had been identified as C-grade habitability. "What's wrong?" Hui Mao did not speak, but Silen saw Hui Mao's pupils dilate and contract into the shape of swords. Something that could interest Hui Mao so much, Silen immediately connected to Shotten's communicator. "Commander, please stop the starship for a moment. Something's come up." "What is it?" Shotten asked. Right now, Shotten was not in a good mood either. After all, the 6B squadron had not made any progress until now, and Shotten was the one who drew lots to decide the sailing direction and route of each B squadron. Now that they had not encountered any good planets along the way, the members were all starting to complain in their hearts. Therefore, the pressure on Shotten was considerable. "I've discovered something. I want to take a look at the planet that has been appraised as a rank C habitability planet." Celine told him her thoughts directly. Shotten frowned and fell silent for a moment. Then he said, "Sure. How much support do you need?" "No need. Wheeze, Cheto, and I are enough. I'll give you 3 hours. If you find nothing, come back immediately." "All right." Some of the technicians complained after Shotten ordered the starship to stop, but Shotten didn't say anything. Since they had chosen to trust Silen, they had to endure the pressure. Carrie wanted to go with Silen, but Silen turned him down. Instead, he piloted a small space plane and flew over with Hui Mao and Cheto. The air on this planet was very thin, so the cosmic rays were very strong, and the air itself was harmful to human breathing. That was why Silen walked out of the space plane wearing a protective suit. Hui Mao was the one who pointed out the landing spot. Hui Mao and Cheto were very comfortable. After walking out of the space plane, Hui Mao kept running in a certain direction. Cheto didn't notice anything unusual on the starship, but his eyes flashed after he stepped out of the space plane. It was obvious that he was doing a deep scan of the area. This place looked like a plain, but there were some small hills here and there. There weren't any tall mountains at all. Hui Mao looked very excited. It wasn't because he was excited about food, but because he had found something fun. Normal scanning devices were useless in this place, and Silen's biomonitor didn't show anything at all. Not even their vitals showed anything. It was obvious that there was something wrong with this place. Fortunately, Cheto was still functioning normally. He was able to transmit some images to the starship through him. Although the images were a little disjointed, they were still visible enough for the people on the starship to see what was going on. Silen's running footsteps came to a halt as he looked around. He could feel a lot of eyes watching them from the shadows. "There are high-level alien life forms nearby," Cheto said. "There are, but we don't know what they are." Silen looked around once before continuing forward with Hui Mao. On the starship, Shotten and the technicians couldn't believe what Silen and Cheto were saying. According to the data detected by the probes, There weren't any high-level life forms on this planet. There were microbes, but most of them lived in extreme environments. There were also some low-level, single-celled organisms, and plants were more like low-level life forms. Huimao clearly didn't care about the gazes. Instead, he lowered his head and sniffed here and there. He looked very happy. There's something down here. It's an electronic device. It's huge. Huimao turned around and said to Sillin excitedly. How big is it? Sillin asked. The place we landed, the places we passed, and the places we're stepping on right now extend all the way to the distance. It's about 1/5 of the planet's surface. Sillin narrowed his eyes. Although he had sensed something unusual after he arrived on this planet, his senses weren't as sensitive as Huimao's. He didn't know what it was, and he couldn't estimate the range of the sensation. Still, he was surprised to hear Huimao's words. Right now, he had a vague feeling that someone had come to this planet a long time ago, and they had made a huge commotion and left some things behind. Xianxia had heard Huimao's words too. The news was shocking, but he didn't doubt Huimao's judgment. In other words, there was something on this planet that was interfering with the probes. If that was the case, the data they detected would be rendered useless. Sillin, don't move yet. I'll send someone to. Before Xianxia could finish, a few black shadows appeared on the screen. Sillin stared at the figures walking out from behind the protruding hills and took out his gun. What is that? A technician gulped and asked. Since it was nighttime on the other side, they couldn't see what exactly it was from the image Cheto sent back. They could only see a rough outline. It was about 2 meters tall, and it looked like a standing scorpion. In short, it was definitely not a human. Send a squad to the rescue immediately. The hair on Xianxia's back was standing on end. This planet was really strange. Right now, he was regretting sending Sillin out. The creatures gradually increased in number and surrounded Sillin's group. They formed an encirclement and gradually shrunk. With the help of the dim starlight, Sillin was able to see the appearance of these monsters clearly. Their mouths were triangular in shape, and they had several pairs of fangs. There were 3 pairs of pincers on their abdomens, and 3 pairs of feet with sharp claws were nailed to the ground. There was even a curled tail behind them. The surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped a lot since the appearance of these creatures. Huimao still didn't look at the creatures. Instead, he kept walking in circles, thinking about something. Wheeze, there's an enemy. What do we do? Sillin asked in a low voice. These creatures were definitely not easy to deal with, and there were so many of them. The spaceplane was still some distance away, and the situation was very bad for Sillin. Moreover, he was the only human here, so he was the target of everyone. Sillin was going crazy at Huimao's calmness. In response to Sillin's low roar, Huimao only flicked his ears and stopped spinning. Strings of green characters quickly flashed across his eyes. Sillin and Cheto stood back to back, ready to deal with the creatures that were approaching them step by step. Yeah, a sharp roar broke the silence. This was the sound of a monster walking at the very front. It should be their leader. After the sharp roar, the creatures finally sped up and charged towards Sillin. His shoulder cannon, wrist blade, and combination laser gun were all ready. But just as Sillin was about to fight, the monsters suddenly stopped in their tracks and let out a low growl with unknown meaning. Yeah, it was another roar, but from the tone, it was clearly different from the previous one. After the roar, the creatures that were already 7 or 8 meters away from Sillin's group slowly retreated, and the reinforcements Xianxia had sent gradually appeared in the sky. Reinforcements, don't come over yet. Don't open fire. Sillin said hurriedly. Just now, Huimao had sent him a message. The things underground were coming out. After receiving Sillin's order, the fighters and space planes that were flying above Sillin's group didn't land immediately. They were already here anyway, and they would open fire at the slightest movement. Lieutenant, what's going on? Before Carey could finish his sentence, he was stunned by the commotion below him. Everyone's reaction was about the same. Boom, boom, boom. The ground started shaking. The creatures swiftly left the area and vanished without a trace in no time at all. It was just like how they had arrived earlier. Sillin and Cheto didn't move. Huimao had told them that there was no danger here. As the ground shook, the rocks and dust on the surface of the protruding hills were shaken off. Then, they lit up at the same time. For a time, the darkness of the night was brightly illuminated. The people on the starship were also stunned by the scene. The light was especially eye-catching in the darkness after passing through the thin atmosphere. Even without Cheto's image, the people on the starship could see it clearly from space. What did this mean? It meant that someone had come here and built these facilities before. Judging from the current situation, these facilities had been here for quite some time already. Who on Earth built these facilities? Was the person who built these facilities related to the planet where the army was stationed? The technicians on the starship couldn't help but feel excited when they thought of this. The ground didn't stop shaking even after the protruding hills had lit up. It wasn't until a quarter-spherical building rose up from where Huimao was standing. The building was about 15 meters tall. After it rose into the air, Huimao stared at it while green strings of characters flashed in his eyes. Cheto cut off the image transmission with the starship and began analyzing the rising building. Huimao was decoding it, and Cheto was learning how to do it. It was a rare opportunity to learn such knowledge from a cyborg. Silin stared at the building. He knew that Huimao was talking to this, or rather, the giant machine underground. Although Silin couldn't talk to it himself, he could see the machine language and the communication between Huimao and the building. He didn't understand it. He could only see a little bit. 2 minutes later, a quarter of the spherical building opened towards the fan-shaped section where Silin and the others were. The next year, it was changed into a passageway. Let's go. It's just a few of us. The rest of you can wait outside. Entering without permission will only result in death. Huimao walked in the passageway with his tail raised. Silin and Cheto followed behind Huimao. Huimao's words were obviously meant for the 6th Division. The people who were about to land and enter the passageway were dumbfounded. Commander, what do you think? A team member asked Shotten directly. Let's wait around and do as it says. Silin will send us a message soon, Shotten said. All right, that's all we could do for now. Use this time to look around and find the monsters' nests. The second group will arrive at the planet in a bit. After Shadhan made some arrangements, he boarded the aircraft and went with the second group of people to the planet that had previously been identified as a C-class habitable planet. Things didn't seem to be as they had imagined. Chapter 208. Silin and Cheto followed Huimao into the building. There was a lighting device inside. The area they passed through would automatically light up, and it would only be extinguished after Silin and the others had completely passed through. It was obvious that the original owner of this place was a conservationist. It didn't take long for them to see an elevator. The doors opened on their own when they approached it, and Huimao walked in first. Silin followed suit without hesitation. The doors of the elevator closed and began to descend. After Silin and Cheto had entered the elevator, all the lights inside the building were turned off. The only illumination left was a small hill that protruded out of the building's exterior. Other than the noise caused by the 6th Division's space planes and fighter jets, there was only the faint rustling of the wind. Shotten and the others found this strange. If they hadn't seen those monsters before, they would have suspected that there weren't any high-level life forms here. They had searched so many places, but they couldn't find even the shadow of those monsters. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. Did they burrow into the ground? A technician asked. It's very likely, but the detectors can't detect the situation below the ground. It doesn't match reality no matter how hard they try, said another technician with a troubled expression while looking at the scan. We can't use these detectors, so we can only rely on our men to search for them. For the time being, Shadhan did not let his squad members go down. After all, there were unknown dangers below, and the planet's environment was very harmful to the human body. It was very inconvenient for people wearing protective suits to move around, and if those monsters were to come out and attack them all at once, it would be terrible. Therefore, Shadhan could not take this risk. He could only hope that Silin could send a message over as soon as possible. Sillin and Huimao walked out of the elevator. There were several tunnels in front of them, and the elevator was located at the intersection of these tunnels. Huimao's goal was very clear. He didn't hesitate after exiting the elevator, and he didn't explain too much to Sillin. He simply walked in a certain direction without hesitation. Looking at the construction of these passageways, Sillin did not think that they were built by a super civilization. In fact, although these passageways were considered solid and reliable, in terms of technology, they were not as advanced as some bases in the League of Stars. Turning left and right, Sillin saw some individual rooms, meeting rooms, big dining halls, and even big auditoriums, but he didn't stop moving. Right now, Wheeze was running faster and faster, and it looked like it was in a better mood than before. It was even shouting as it ran. "Sigma, I'm coming. Come out and welcome us." Sigma? Who's Sigma? Sillin looked to the front. There were no people or animals. "Hubie Liu, nice to meet you." As an excited voice sounded, an opening suddenly opened in the wall in front of them, and a robot came out. If they saw this robot on the streets of the 10 trade sectors outside of Sector Z, they would definitely be laughed at for being an old antique, old, ugly, and outdated. However, the robot that appeared here made Celine feel special. Looking at its appearance alone, this robot looked a little retro. Unlike Cheto's humanoid appearance and smooth movements, this robot didn't even have legs. Its cylindrical torso was a hemispherical thing that could roll in any direction. Its head was also a hemisphere connected to its torso, and a blue bar of light swept around it. This blue bar was probably its eyes. What was so special about this robot called Sigma? It had a head and legs that looked like a tumbler, his tone, his movements, and the change in the blue bar when he spoke. Its tone was very natural, and it sounded exactly the same as a human's. When it said that it was happy to see Wheeze, the blue light on its blue bar turned into a wavy shape, and it probably meant something similar to a human smile. Moreover, the worst part was that the bastard was waving its hands up and down like a fledgling flapping its wings when it was running. Huimao was so happy that he was running circles around Sigma, and Sigma was running circles around it. Even Sillin was feeling a little dizzy. "Say, why don't you two take a break?" Sillin asked. Sigma looked up at Sillin and Cheto behind Sillin. Then it let out a wah and waved its arms a couple of times around Cheto and Sillin. The aura of a kindred. Sigma was so happy that the blue bar on its face turned into a giant wave. The corner of Sillin's mouth twitched. This robot's personality was similar to a child's. It was obvious that Huimao had been communicating with this robot all this time. After circling around Sillin and Cheto a couple of times, Sigma stopped in front of Sillin. Its blue bar turned into a question mark. "You're a human? But why do I sense the aura of a kindred?" Sigma asked. Huimao jumped onto Sigma's hemispherical head and introduced Sillin and Cheto briefly. "Sillin is a weirdo, but all you need to do is treat him as one of us. Don't worry too much about him." "All right." Sigma classified Huimao, Sillin, and Cheto as one of their own. Then he said to Sillin, "The air composition and environment here have changed, so you can take off your protective suit now, Sillin." Cheto didn't object to Sigma's suggestion. He had already measured the temperature, air pressure, humidity, and composition of the air. It was perfectly in line with human standards, so there was no need for him to wear a protective suit. This change only started when Sigma classified Sillin as one of their own. The environment changed very quickly, and it only took a few seconds for it to change completely. Sillin took off his protective suit and sucked in a breath of air. The oxygen and carbon dioxide levels were pretty good. "Come here, I'll show you around this base." Sigma waved at them and started walking, rolling forward. Sillin was very curious as to how it rolled. But when he saw that the exposed hemisphere representing its feet had turned into a tooth shape similar to that of the stairs when it climbed up a flight of stairs, and then climbed up step by step, he understood that the hemisphere representing its feet could change its state. Sillin heard Huimao mention that the underground base was huge, but unlike other bases, this one was well equipped. It was almost like a perfect underground world, and there was even a large man-made lake. Have you always been here alone, Sigma? Scylla asked. Sigma's voice suddenly turned sad. Yeah, it's so boring. I have no choice but to enter hibernation. I won't wake up unless an outsider shows up. What about those non-humans outside? We saw them before we came. Oh, you mean Lovag and the others? They're the guardian beasts that guard this base. When there are no outsiders on the planet, they will enter a dormant state. Once an outsider invades, they will wake up and attack the outsiders. Lovag? Scylla was a little confused. He had never heard of the word before, nor did he know what it meant. Lovag means night. Master created them to protect this base like a knight. Which sector's language is it from? Scylla asked. It's not from here. It's from my homeland. Sigma's tone grew even sadder. You're not from the League of Stars? Are you a robot? No. Where's your master? He's not. Yes. Master was the one who brought me here. After Master and the others left, he asked me to stay here and guard this place, Sigma said in a sobbing tone. I was asked to stay by the little miss and the others. To tell you the truth, I really miss them. Master said that I can't leave the base to look for them unless the shortcut is open one day. A shortcut. Olilo's cage, the shortcut to new life. It was the same type of star map fragments Scylla possessed. As expected, Sigma's master was the one who left Olilo behind. Sigma was like a defenseless child. It answered everything Scylla asked, and this was mainly because of Wheeze. Then, it treated Scylla and the others as one of their own, and that was why it answered almost all of their questions. It didn't take long for Scylla to learn everything he needed. Scylla, Sigma said that we can use this base. Huimao jumped on his Scylla's shoulder. Really? Scylla looked at Sigma. Yes. Master said that you can use this base as long as I approve of you. I approve of you. From Sigma's tone, it sounded more like he was excited to find a playmate in the future. Aren't your master coming back? Nope. Even if he does, he won't use this base. This used to be Master's old base, but he moved it. According to Sigma, Sigma's master had relocated his base to the planet where the military was currently stationed. Do you want a base? Do you? Sigma's blue bars turned into two big circles and looked at Sigma expectantly. Of course, this abandoned base would save the 6th Division a lot of resources and energy. Moreover, according to Sigma, this base had always been in a state of stagnation. There's one problem. This planet's environment isn't good enough. We can't stay underground forever, can we? Scylla said with some regret. That's not a problem. Sigma circled around Scylla once before pointing a finger at him. Number 1, this base was originally above ground, but I had to go into hibernation and let it sink underground. So, when your master built the base, it was on the ground, and then you sank the base? How did you manage such a big project? Because I was bored. I didn't have anything to do anyway, Sigma said. Scylla's words were full of vicissitudes. A robot left alone in an old base. One inspirational story. Sigma's voice was filled with joy as he raised another finger and said, My second question. This planet has been modified over a long period of time, and its environment can be adjusted. One of the reasons why the base was built to cover such a large area is that it can affect the entire planet's environment and air composition. Sigma's voice was filled with joy. It can be changed? Scylla exclaimed in surprise. Of course. It can change the atmosphere, air composition, and air pressure within an hour. That's how it used to be. Before Master left, everyone could do whatever they wanted. The blue bars on Sigma's face floated upward as if reminiscing. Scylla rubbed his chin and beckoned Sigma with a finger. What? What's your decision? Sigma immediately leaned toward him. After discussing a few things with Sigma, Scylla told Sigma to keep the shortcut a secret for the time being. Once everything was ready and their testimony was checked, Scylla finally allowed Sigma to start reorganizing the base. Outside the planet's surface. Inside the spaceplane, Xianxia stared at the planet's surface on the screen. It was desolate and devoid of life. There was water and low-level flora and fauna on the planet, but they didn't add much life to the planet, and there were only a few of them. It made the planet look lonely and pitiful. While Xianxia was thinking about something, Silen's communicator connected. "What's the situation?" Shotten asked. "You'll know in a moment, Captain. For now, have everyone go to the sky and don't leave anyone near the ground. I'll show you what we got in 2 minutes." Silen's tone was very certain. Although Shotten was puzzled, he temporarily suppressed his doubts and ordered everyone to go to the sky. Once everything was ready, everyone stared at the scene below. The people on the starship also stared unblinkingly at the image on the screen. The glowing hills on the planet's surface grew brighter and brighter. Then, the ground began to shake even more violently than before. Even the rocks and sand on the surface were pushed away. Then, the base that had been hidden underground for hundreds of years finally saw the light of day again. Everyone in the 6th Division stared blankly at the magnificent building that stretched as far as the eye could see. The base gradually grew taller and taller. The surrounding area was completely covered in sand, but above the sand, the high-rise building of the base looked like a leader guiding the underground parts of the base upward. An hour later, as the sand layer gradually dissipated, everyone finally saw the underground giant under the illumination of the hill-like light. It looked like an earth dragon bursting out of the ground. It was as solemn as a military fortress. "See, Silen." Shotten's voice sounded a little hoarse. He seemed to know what was going to happen next. His heart rate sped up subconsciously, and he couldn't find his composure just yet. "Wait, Captain. We'll talk later. What else?" Shotten and the others held their breaths. They stared at the situation on the ground. 1 minute, nothing. 5 minutes later, there was still nothing. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. "Silen, what's going on? There's no movement?" Shotten finally couldn't help but ask. It was rare for the 6th Division captain to be so impatient. Before Silen could answer, some of the technicians on the starship excitedly told Shotten, "Captain, the planet's atmosphere has thickened. According to the monitoring data sent back by the detector, the planet's habitability is changing from C-class to B-class habitability. In other words, this giant could change the planet to B-class habitability. It could also change it to C-class habitability. It would have the ability to do so." Thump, 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 thump. Shotten could hear his own heartbeat and warm blood flowing through his veins. Finally, Silen's voice came to Shotten. "Captain, the transformation is complete. There's no need to wear the protective suit now." Following Silen's voice, a flat landing field appeared in the base. It was practically a temporary port. Good. Shotten landed the space plane on the ground and stepped out of it. He didn't wear the protective suit. The base's purification had calmed down the sand and dust. Now, the proportion of the various elements in the air was the standard, and the temperature was only slightly colder. For hunters like Shotten and the others, this was nothing more than normal. Silen was already waiting at one of the landing field's entrances. When he saw Shotten, he briefly explained the base to him and then introduced Sigma to him. After listening to Silen's explanation, Shotten's first words were, "Are you willing to join the 6th Division?" What followed was a string of child abduction excuses that turned the blue light on Sigma's face into a dizzying circle. Sigma didn't know what decision to make, so it turned to Hui Mao. "Hubeilu, are you a member of Vanguard Division 6? "Of course. I'm still a core combatant," Hui Mao said while looking up from Silen's shoulder. "Core combatant my ass." Not far away, Carrie curled his lips. However, Carrie and the others' reactions weren't within Sigma's consideration. It only accepted the opinions of its own people. Little did they know that Hui Mao was also abducted by Silen. Every member of the 6th Division went crazy when they saw the fortress that covered 1/5 of the entire planet. It was a blessing in disguise. The A Squadron allowed the B Squadrons to move freely, choose freely, and build their own temporary strongholds. This was also a test of the ability of the B Squadrons. Every once in a while, someone from A Squadron would visit the temporary strongholds of the B Squadrons for inspection. Shotten was already looking forward to the A Squad's arrival. He couldn't help but wonder how they would react when they saw this magnificent sight. Sigma was more than happy to see the 6th Division move in, but the first problem they had to solve was compatibility. Love Ag was a guardian beast herd with a chip inside its body. So Sigma needed to modify the chip's information so that both sides could live in harmony with each other. Back when the base was still underground, the guardian beast's food came from a nutrient fluid stored in the underground base. Since the nutrient fluid was limited, the guardian beasts would go underground and hibernate whenever no one was around. But now, the 6th Division didn't mind sacrificing a lot of food just to get along with the guardian beasts. Since they decided to set up a temporary stronghold on this planet, the first thing they had to do was build a satellite defense network. That being said, it had nothing to do with Huimao. Right now, Huimao was very conflicted because he noticed that Silin, Cheto, and Sigma all started with the word she. Does that mean I'm being ostracized? No, I can't be too different. But do I really have to change it to Hubealu? That sounds so bad. Chapter 209. Right now, the 6th Division was so busy that they could barely breathe. However, everyone was so excited that they were willing to work as hard as they could. At first, they thought that they would have to build a temporary base on 2 underdeveloped B-rank habitable planets, and they were even prepared to be laughed at by the B squadrons ahead of them. But who would have thought that things would take such a huge turn? Thanks to this, Silin's influence in the 6th Division grew even greater. Many of the team members would mention that Shotten would be replaced by Silin as the commander of the 6th Division during private conversations. Silin was still very young, and Shotten was in the prime of his life. Judging from the current situation, Shotten couldn't be promoted to the A Squadron in the short term, so they only talked about it when they had nothing to do with each other. Silin had talked to Dias once about this rumor. No one knew what Silin and Dias talked about, and the two didn't behave strangely after the conversation, so no one paid it any attention. Sigma explained the situation of the base to the technical team one by one, and then left them to figure it out on their own. The childish bastard didn't have the patience to stay with the technicians all day. After a heated discussion about the base's defense network, they finally decided to build a 3-layer defense network. The first layer was the defense network built by the technical team. The second layer was the defense network built by Yudi, Beaver, and Silin. The third layer was the one-track defense network that existed to begin with. The last layer was the base's foundation, and it wouldn't be manipulated by anyone. Of course, this anyone didn't include Sigma. Yudi and Beaver had built a database based on the data Silin brought back from Sector S's prison. At the same time, they upgraded the defense network and developed a new defense network. However, the technical team didn't agree with Yudi and Beaver's new defense network. That was why the 3-layer defense network was created. Sigma didn't mind setting up 3 layers of defense as long as they didn't destroy the base. Apart from that, they could do whatever they wanted. Recently, some of the members of the 6th Squad had been familiarizing themselves with the Lovag Guardian beasts. Although these genetically engineered beasts looked ferocious, their personalities were not what they appear to be. They only had one bottom line, and that was not to destroy the base. Therefore, these ferocious-looking Lovag Guardian beasts were actually loyal to the base. If outsiders attacked, these Guardian beasts would fight until they died. To the people of the 6th Division, this was undoubtedly good news. At the very least, the Lovag Guardian beasts would not betray them. From a certain point of view, these simple-minded creatures were very cute. Silin observed for a moment. After more than 20 days, the Lovag Guardian beasts were showing signs of reproducing. If their food supply was stable, the second batch of Lovag Guardian beasts would arrive soon. When the second generation of Lovag's Guardian beasts arrived, Sigma would implant them with a chip similar to the one implanted in the first generation. They would work together to defend the base. Recently, Sigma had been very happy to have a large group of playmates, unlike the dormant Lovag Guardian beasts in the past. As a result, Sigma, Xianxia, and the others could often be seen running around the base like crazy. What a child who's been holding back for so long. To everyone's surprise, however, Huimao had always been quiet and spacing out. Today, Silin, Yudi, and Beaver were conducting the final inspection of the second layer of defense network. Let's take a break. We're tired from all the work we've done. The last bit will only take 3 hours, and we'll still have time to eat dinner with everyone, Beaver said while wiping the sweat off his face. Then let's rest. I'm hungry too. Sillin took out some food from his bag and told everyone to fill their stomachs. They hadn't made it in time for the inspection of the defense network. Say, Wheeze, why don't you go out and play with them? Yudi asked Hui Mao. He knew that the Miantuan was nowhere to be seen as of late because it was playing with Sigma, Xianxia, and the others. Wheeze has been spacing out a lot lately, Beaver said. The cat had been sitting next to them and watching them inspect the network for days. I'm meditating. Hui Mao was furious. Spacing out and meditating were two completely different concepts. While it was true that the cat spent most of its time spacing out, it was still meditating a lot of the time. Sillin flicked Hui Mao's ears. Fine. What are you meditating about? Hui Mao's ears twitched, but he didn't say anything. Sillin and the others didn't rush him either. 10 minutes later, Hui Mao finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said, I'm thinking if I should change my name. Isn't your name pretty good? You named it yourself, didn't you? Sillin knew about the cat's narcissism. But Hui Mao raised a paw and bent the tip. Sillin, Cheto, and Sigma all start with the word she, so I'm thinking if I should add a she in front of my name. There's no need, Sillin said. Besides, my surname isn't she. That's right. Hui Mao's eyes suddenly lit up. It was true that Sillin's surname wasn't she. Sillin said that his surname was Yuan, so it didn't matter what came after it as long as it wasn't his surname. Hui Mao's thoughts were very simple, so it didn't take long to figure it out. It was at this moment Sigma and the others came over to invite Hui Mao to play. Xianxia was lying on Sigma's back. Tang Xiaoqiu couldn't carry him like she used to because the white fatty was gaining weight at an insane rate. Although Tang Xiaoqiu couldn't carry him, and the other members of the Six Squad didn't want to either, Sigma could. In fact, he didn't feel any pressure at all. The Miantuan was lying on top of Sigma's head and giggling happily. Hurry up, Wheeze. Carrie wants to duel us. Xianxia tilted his head to the side and said. Hui Mao happened to be in a good mood, so he asked excitedly, That kid wants to duel us? What kind of duel? Duel in the air. Sigma answered immediately. The long, wavy lines on his face showed just how excited he was right now. Duel in the air? Sillin looked at them and asked, He's flying a fighter? Yeah. Carrie said he'll be flying a fighter. Oh, and maybe Yudo's too. Xianxia pulled at his ears and laughed. Then how are you going to fly up there? Beaver asked. I can fly by myself. Sigma's hemispherical body slowly changed shape and floated up into the air. It was very agile in this small space. If Sigma can fly, then what about you kids? Are you going to lie on it like you are now? Sillin asked. Of course not. Xianxia raised his head. We have Lovag. Hui Mao's eyes flashed when he heard this. Sillin thought, this cat is up to no good again. Are there no stakes? Hui Mao asked. Stakes? Sigma scratched its head and only put its hand down when it touched the Miantuan. Clearly, it didn't know what stakes meant. Hui Mao, Xianxia, and the Miantuan shared a look. They all knew what Sigma was thinking, and they all laughed sinisterly. All right, this time we're going to lose everything in that Carrie bastard cabinet until there's nothing left of him, the gray cat shouted. Yeah, we're going to make sure he loses everything in his cabinet. Sillin and the other two thought to themselves as they watched the guys leave. Lovag's guardian beast can fly? Yudi narrowed his eyes. I think so, according to them, Beaver said. No one knew about this. Should we go check it out? Sillin looked at the rest of the work. We can't delay this. Are you sure you can come back in an hour? Beaver shook his head. Forget it. Let's finish the inspection first. The three immediately got to work. Although they were working faster, they didn't slack off. What was supposed to take 3 hours was now done in 1.5 hours. After packing up their tools, Sillin and the other two walked out of the base. There were quite a lot of people outside the base. They were all watching the battle, cheering and roaring from time to time. Of course, the cheers were for Hui Mao and the others. Many of them were making fun of Carrie. Yudos, hurry up and come help us. Carrie was almost going crazy in his fighter. These guys are so hard to deal with. His observation window was filled with the thick layer of mud bombs thrown by Xianxia and the others. It was easy to see how badly Carrie was getting beaten up. When Carrie's fighter was hit by a mud bomb, the people below it roared in unison. Carrie was so angry that smoke was rising from his forehead. In the end, he couldn't help but ask Yudos to come up and share the firepower. When Sillin and the others went out, Yudos happened to be flying his fighter. Carrie was caught in a pincer attack from 3 sides. 2 love ags were carrying Xianxia and Huimao. The Miantuan was with Huimao, and Sigma was on the other side. Sigma was as excited as a child that had just been let out to play. Xianxia and Huimao weren't easy to deal with, and the Miantuan would occasionally toss mud bombs at them. Those love ags are pretty agile in the air, Yudi said. It was true that if we hadn't contacted Sigma and opened the underground base to them, the reinforcements they sent might not have been able to come out on top. No one knew that these guys could fly at the time, not to mention that they couldn't fly at all. There was an opening on each side of the love ag's back. Before this, Sillin didn't think that they were wings. After all, these guys looked too similar to terrestrial insects. But now it seemed that Sigma's master had thought things through. If Sillin's guess was right, these love ags could move freely in the water. They were the product of genetic engineering. In their natural state, there were very few creatures that could do everything in the air, on land, and in water. These love ags were very qualified to be guardians. Yudo's fighter took off some of Carrie's firepower, but Sigma was clearly more excited than Huimao. Just like Huimao, its mud bombs were incredibly accurate. Although the interval between each throw was short, and it didn't seem like it was aimed, it had actually done thousands of calculations and threw them according to the most likely trajectory. Sillin had been studying Sigma all this time. Although most of the robots in the League of Stars looked similar to humans on the outside, most of them were still mechanized on the inside. The Robert family had improved their robots a lot and made them more human-like and intelligent. Cheto, on the other hand, was closer to a human than the Robert family's robots. However, Cheto's thinking was only superior compared to the Robert family's robots. Compared to Sigma, Cheto's thinking was a little more human-like. A human's thinking wasn't perfect, and there were always so many flaws in a person's personality. Some were childish, and some were deep. Sigma was more like a child than a human. The only difference was that Sigma was wearing a robot skin. Sigma would get nervous when it was in an emergency, but it would show its mood on its face when it encountered something fun. Cheto, on the other hand, was more like an adult who had experienced the world. A robot like Sigma was the most carefree choice for its creator, and very few people paid attention to a childish robot like Sigma. Sigma didn't have a liquid crystal nuclear brain or a central chip, but Sillin's research revealed that there was something similar to a human brain inside its brain. It was a discovery that shocked Sillin to no end. What kind of person was the creator of Sigma? To think that the creator actually treated Sigma like a human. The more Sillin learned about Sigma's way of thinking, the more interested he became in Sigma's birthplace. The technological civilization there wasn't necessarily much higher than the League of Stars', but each had their own strengths. At the very least, they were a little more unique than the League of Stars when it came to the creation of robots. When would the shortcut be completed? In the end, Carrie lost everything in his storage cabinet, and Yudos lost a third of his stock. When the battle was over, Huimao and Xianxia split the spoils, and the 2 love ags came over to join the fun. After all, they had a share in the victory, so they squealed happily after getting the food and crawled back into the underground cave. This incident caused Huimao and the love ags to volunteer themselves whenever there was an exciting duel, but no one in the 6th Division was stupid enough to compete with them again. After the temporary base was built, they had to send people to collect energy ores from planets with energy signatures they detected during the search for suitable planets. Energy reserves were essential for the survival of the base. Other than that, they also had to collect food and go hunting. The food grown in the base was just the beginning. It wasn't enough to supply the daily needs of the entire 6th Division. Sillin and the love ags were going to search for energy ores and food, but Sigma couldn't leave. It had to stay at the base. The love ags couldn't leave either. This was their base, and they wouldn't leave even if they died. The good news was that the base was covered by the network, so Huimao told Cheto to send the footage to Sigma. Sigma wasn't interested in energy ores, but it was interested in mining them. Therefore, while Sillin and the others were mining the energy ores, Sigma was staring at the big screen in envy. Why wasn't it the mining machine that they were talking about? On the mining planet, Sillin and the Love Ags came across some nutritious plants that could be used as food. All they had to do was remove the poison sac from their bodies. Sillin even demonstrated the process to Sigma, causing the Love Ags to move their fingers as if they were touching the plants themselves. While Sigma was watching the footage intently, a squeak suddenly came from behind. It was a 10-centimeter tall, newborn Love Ags. Adult Love Ags didn't come into the base often, and they rarely came after the 6th Division arrived. But this newborn Love Ags was different. Sigma had implanted a chip into it after it was born. Without the chip, the Love Ags were considered idiots and retards. But after the chip was implanted, the Love Ags were no different from children. They were curious about everything and often moved around Sigma. In its core, consciousness, Sigma was the safest character. Little Love Ags had poked its head out to look for Sigma's movements, but it noticed that Sigma hadn't gone out to play as of late. That was why it came over. Little Love Ags jumped onto Sigma's arm. Although its pincers were small, they were very strong and attached to Sigma's arm. Meow. Little Love Ags are here. Huimao and the others greeted Little Love Ags. Yaya. Little Love Ags were very happy to see them. They jumped on Sigma's arm to express their excitement. Sillin didn't interrupt Huimao and the others' video chat with Sigma. He cleaned the plants in his hand and collected some seeds. At the same time, he collected the poisonous sacs inside the plants. These were very rare medicines. This planet was very strange. Its habitability was between C and B rank. Places with dense vegetation didn't require protective clothing, but places with sparse vegetation did. There were energy ores in places with sparse vegetation, and some people were mining them. Right now, Sillin was in a place with dense vegetation. The reason why Sillin thought this planet was strange wasn't because of its habitability. It was because there were no animals on this planet. There were a lot of highly evolved plants, but not a single animal. Not even a small insect could be seen. The evolution of the species on this planet was clearly different from other planets. Without animals, the competition between the plants was very fierce. They had evolved all kinds of methods. If a tree couldn't move, it would be strangled by the vines. The vines would pierce their thorns into the tree trunk to absorb nutrients. However, although the vines could climb up quickly, they move horizontally very slowly. As long as the tree moved slightly, it would break free from the vines. If the vines were too tight and the tree moved too hard, the vines would break and the vines would wither. There's also a kind of fruit that looked like a pomegranate. When in danger, the top of the fruit would open and spit out the seeds inside one by one. When Sillin came over, he was attacked by these fruits. At the same time, Sillin also saw one of the vines that had extended towards the fruit being shot by the bullets the fruit spat out. This was a very strange place. Chapter 2:10. A lot of hallucinogenic gases and other toxic gases would be released in places where plants and animals intertwined, causing the animals in the plants to collapse. However, in this forest of plants, there weren't many of these high-risk toxic gases released. Instead, the toxins were stored inside the plants. The toxins were stored inside the plants, and when hostile species of plants encountered each other, they would release the toxins in their bodies, cutting through the epidermis of the plant and seeping in. Some toxins could even liquefy the hostile species and turn them into fertilizer for their own growth. Some of the arbor plants here were not completely stationary. Many of them could move. Although most of them could not move as fast as a tortoise, compared to the plants on other planets, the plants here were already very special. Many of the plants contained a variety of precious medicines. Medicines that were directly isolated from the plants contained a considerable amount of activity and were much more effective than those synthesized by machines. Moreover, some allergies and rejection reactions could be avoided. Therefore, in a league of stars, natural medicines that were isolated from plants were worth hundreds of times more than synthetic medicines. All of this came as a pleasant surprise to Tico and Riculab. From a few plants, they easily extracted hallucinogens and other neurotoxins that were of high purity and activity. Tico and Lycrabe had been busy ever since they arrived. They usually didn't rely on robots to process the materials, and they usually did it themselves. The medicinal ingredients that they collected were indeed worth the trip. These medicinal ingredients were all rare natural ingredients, and 2 of them could only be found by chance. In a league of stars, the price of these ingredients was comparable to a starship. There was also a type of evergreen shrub that grew in clusters. Its leaves and branches contained a chemical ingredient that was often used by hunters as an analgesic. It could be used to treat high fevers caused by infection. However, many synthetic drugs had high side effects. After the analgesic was administered, there would be a period of weakness. However, the side effects of this naturally extracted analgesic drug were minimal, and its biological activity was very good. This was the conclusion that Tico and Lycrabe came to based on their own experience. To them, this place was indeed a treasure trove. Tico and Lycrabe had already marked this planet, and in the next few years, it would probably become their herb garden. The white rabbit was nibbling on the leaves of some unknown plant with its 3-petaled mouth. Many animals had an innate intuition and could sense what they could eat and what they couldn't. Seeing Tico's expression, it was obvious that she believed in this white rabbit's ability. Hui Mao and the others gathered some nuts that could be stored for a long time and some fleshy fruits. I kept a video feed of Sigma while I was harvesting, so Sigma was able to see their every move, comment on them from time to time, and eavesdrop on them. Those animals obviously didn't care if there were any poisonous gases or plant secretions here. At least for now, these guys were still full of energy and were jumping around. Scarlet Wind grabbed a fruit and sniffed it before starting to eat it. Wow, what's that? Xianxia ran over and plucked a fruit from the tree. He took a bite, and it tasted good. But soon, Xianxia's attention was attracted by another tree. It was an umbrella-shaped tree with drooping branches that looked like a bell jar. What attracted Xianxia's attention wasn't the tree's appearance, but the watermelon-sized oval balls hanging from its drooping branches. Xianxia walked over and sniffed, then opened his mouth and bit the top of the oval ball. A moment later, some juice flowed out, and Xianxia licked it. It was sweet and tasted good, better than fruit. So, Xianxia stuck his mouth to the top of the oval ball and started sucking on it. The full oval ball slowly deflated. "Hey, what are you sucking on?" Hui Mao asked. Xianxia snorted twice, but didn't answer. Instead, he switched to another oval ball and continued sucking on the juice. Hui Mao jumped onto a branch and copied Xianxia's action. He bit the top of the oval ball and licked the juice that flowed out. Then, the Miantuan and Chiefing joined in the fun. On the other side of the screen, Sigma was frustrated. It walked around the room and protested loudly. In the end, it announced, "Bring that tree back." "How?" After licking one, Hui Mao wiped his face with his paw. He completely agreed to bring the tree back, but he couldn't be bothered to care for it. "Bring some back. We must bring some back. I'll plant them in a small garden." Sigma clapped his hands excitedly. "Yeah." Little Loveag jumped on Sigma's arm in agreement. In the end, the little guys discussed among themselves and shouted, "Sillin!" Sillin mourned for them. This was fate. Sillin walked over to take a look at the tree. The juice inside the oval fruit was very nutritious, and some of the plant oils were very rare nutrients for humans. But for some of the plants that grew in this area, there was something that would cause them to retreat at the mere mention of it. These oval-shaped spheres were equivalent to the plant's fluid sacs. The fluid sacs contain a lot of plant oils that carried a sweet fragrance. The smell of the plant oils was hated by many plants, and they would retreat the moment they smelled it. But Wheeze and the others liked it very much, and so did humans. After the inspection was over, Sillin asked Cheto to take care of the plants. Sillin wasn't counting on the gluttons to do it. Even if they destroyed the entire forest, they might not be able to dig out a whole plant. Not to mention that most of the plants needed to be treated for nutrients. The plants with the oval fluid reservoir belong to the viviparous type of plant. In most plants, after a seed matured, it would usually leave the mother's body and spread out. After a period of dormancy, it would wait for a suitable temperature, humidity, and other conditions before it would germinate in the soil and gradually grow into a young plant. However, due to the complexity of the natural environment, plants had a diversity of characteristics that allowed them to better adapt to the environment and survive. Therefore, there were some angiosperms that developed like a mammal's fetus inside its mother's body. Instead of leaving its mother's body immediately after the seed matured, it would germinate inside the fruit and grow into a seedling before leaving its mother's body. That was why people called them viviparous plants. The plant's branches covered the ground like a cover, and there were many lanterns inside the cover. In fact, there were seedlings that had sprouted from the seed. Once the seed matured, it would germinate inside the fruit without leaving its mother's body. The hypocotyl would stretch out and protrude out of the fruit skin, forming many club-shaped seedlings. If one broke the membrane outside the lantern, they would see the seedlings that had yet to leave their mother's body. Therefore, Chetto didn't need to prune the mother's body or dig out the entire tree. All he needed to do was collect some lanterns. Other than this plant, there were a lot of other plants that Sigma wanted them to bring back and plant in its botanical garden. Sillin agreed to all of Sigma's requests. After all, Sigma was the one who contributed the entire base to them, so Sillin naturally wouldn't turn down a small request that would benefit everyone. After Sillin and Chetto were done processing the plants, he left the rest to Chetto. While collecting information, Chetto dug out the plants that Hui Mao and the others had chosen, treated them with nutrient solution, and sealed them with a special membrane. Tico and Lycrabe would mark the plants that needed to be transplanted, and Chetto would go and collect the best materials later. While Sillin, Tico, and Lycrabe were processing some useful plants, Udos and Carrie had come over from the mining area. Seeing that Sillin and the others weren't wearing protective suits, Carrie and Udos also took off their protective suits. Carrie sucked in a breath and sighed. The air here isn't bad. Udos looked at the detector in his hand and said, "Yeah, the air here is a lot better than the other side. Hey, Xianxia, eat less. You'll have diarrhea." Xianxia was eating like a ball right now. Even Udos was worried that he might be overweight. Hearing Udos shout, Sigma asked in puzzlement, "What's diarrhea?" Ahem, it's when you can't control your bowel movements, Udos explained. Sillin and Carrie turned their heads away and pretended that they didn't hear anything. Udos noticed that Hui Mao, Qifeng, and Xianxia were all looking at him, and he obviously felt a little embarrassed. He rubbed his nose and said, "Hey, you guys should hurry up. We'll be leaving once the energy ores are all mined. Judging from your speed, there's still a lot of places you haven't visited yet, right? It's rare for us to come out, so let's enjoy ourselves." These words undoubtedly resonated with Hui Mao and the others. Instead of worrying about why they couldn't control their bowel movements, they turned around and went to look for more exotic plants. Carrie went over to watch Tico and Lycrabe process medicinal plants. He learned a little himself. However, Udos only watched for a while before his attention was drawn to a beautiful plant. The plant wasn't tall. It was less than 2 meters tall, and there was a feather-like thing growing at the top. When the wind blew, it looked like a peacock spreading its tail. It was a beautiful sight, and it also carried a sweet fragrance. "It's so beautiful." Udos couldn't help but take out his recording device and record the scene. While Sillin was dealing with the plant, the vines that had curled up because of his arrival suddenly grew excited. The vines stretched out with a whoosh and swiftly extended toward a certain direction, and that direction was exactly where Udos was standing. At the same time, the vines around Lycrabe and the others also began to become excited, and at the same time, they quickly extended towards Udos. "Udos, be careful." Sillin quickly ran over and used his wrist blade to cut off the vines that extended towards him. When the vines behind him reached forward, he took out a bottle of spray and sprayed it on Udos' arm. Carrie and Lycrabe also rushed over to help, cutting down the vines that extended from all directions. They didn't dare to use flames or ultra-low temperature freezing guns on their own. The surrounding environment was unstable, and the external image could easily change the environment here. The safest way was to use knives to cut down the vines. When Sillin put a protective mask on Yudos was still a little confused. Why? He was going to go up and cut the vines, but now he was treated like an injured person by Sillin. He was not injured. Huh. Yudos looked at his arm. There were many bloodstains on it, and the blood was still dripping down. Sillin sprayed him with a compound spray to cover the wound so that the blood would stop flowing. After wiping the blood, he threw the absorbent paper in his hand far away and pulled Yudos away from the place. After running for 50 meters, Yudos looked at the original place again. The vines had covered the place, and the place where the blood-stained absorbent paper fell was also the gathering point of the vines. Obviously, these vines were attracted to Yudos' blood. Don't get hurt. Once you bleed, it will cause a series of movements. After all, Carrie had experienced a lot of things. When he saw this scene, he could roughly infer the reason for the reaction of these plants and the various possible situations that might occur. Fortunately, Yudos was the only one injured. If everyone was injured, everyone would have to deal with the vines all over the place, and there would be no time to stop the bleeding and clean up the blood on the wound. Looking at the fine sawteeth on the vines because of excitement, the situation might get worse. Yudos panted. After putting on the protective mask, he gradually felt the pain in his arm. What happened? I didn't even notice that my arm was cut just now. Yudos was very puzzled. Wasn't it just taking a photo? How could he be cut without feeling anything? And there was more than one wound. There was a lot of blood. Lycrabe released a floating measuring device. The measuring device circled around and came back with some data. The gas released by the plant contains a lot of nitrous oxide and a few other auxiliary gases that affect the nerves but will not cause fainting or death. After inhaling this gas mixture, the body will lose the sense of pain, but the body will still be awake. The addition of the auxiliary gas will not affect the body's movement, so Yudos did not notice it at all, Lycrabe explained. Nitrous oxide inhibited the release of excitatory neurotransmitters and the conduction of nerve impulses in the central nervous system. So Yudos did not feel anything when he was cut by the plant and bled. Yudos took a deep breath. He was so bold because he saw that Sillin and the rest were not wearing protective suits, and nothing happened. It seemed that he still had to be cautious. As a hunter, Yudos still had a lot to learn. Vigilance was not something that could be cultivated through words. Although he had experienced this incident, Yudos was obviously not frightened. Instead, he was interested. He wore a protective mask and held a measuring device in his hand, looking for similar plants everywhere. Sillin did not care about him. This was also a kind of training, and it was good to accumulate more experience. Moving forward, there was a lake. There were some microscopic algae in the lake, but there were no fish or any other aquatic animals. There were only countless unknown names of plants, ranging from small to large. On the other side of the lake, there was a very tall tree. It was like a giant looking down at the creatures on the ground. Compared to it, Sillin was as small as an ant. Sillin walked over and looked around the giant tree. Finally, he came to the conclusion that this giant tree was at the top of the food chain in this area. However, there were not many of these giant trees. It was a strategy formed during the evolution of creatures to respond to the environment, and it was also the rule of nature. Sillin found a giant substance in this giant tree, and this giant substance made the tree grow bigger and bigger. After collecting some of the primitive substances, Sillin looked at the horizon. Night was coming. In the forest, the night was full of danger. There would be all kinds of wild beasts, but there were no wild beasts here. What would the night be like? Although the light receded and dusk came. At night, the most obvious thing was the row of trees not far away. The branches of those trees stretched outwards, and there was a big flower on each branch. The flower was about 20 centimeters in diameter, and it looked quite ordinary during the day. During the day, This kind of inconspicuous green flower would not attract too much attention in this colorful world. However, when night came, it would gradually emit a white light. The darker the night, the brighter the light. The plants that were attracted to the light would slowly move over, and the vines would also move over. The other branches on the tree would firmly capture these plants that were moved into the trap, cutting off the connection between them and the main body, and finally becoming fertilizer for the growth of the main body. This was the strategy of the plants, the survival technique. Because the composition of the air would change at night, Sillin and the others wore protective clothing and masks to be safe. After the glowing plants were full, the light would be dimmed or directly extinguished to save their own energy. The night here was not long, but it was enough for some nocturnal plants to have a full meal. Most of the plants were asleep. During the day and night, the plants carried out photosynthesis, respiration, movement, and sleep. In the forest where there were no insects, there was only the fleeting sound of hunting that belonged to the plants. At night, Sillin and the others saw the predation of the nocturnal plants and saw the changes in the composition of the air in this area. It was no wonder that there were no animals in this area. In such a gas environment, many animals could not survive. This was a world that belonged to the plants. When there were no outsiders, they were the rulers of this area. The residents fought openly and secretly in the way of plants, and they multiplied. In the morning, when a ray of light shone on the plant area, there was a muffled thumping sound. It was a tree as thick as 5 people. The tree was very tall, but of course, it could not be compared to the giant tree. There was a big bell-shaped flower at the top of this tree, and the sound came from the flower above. After coming into contact with the natural light, these bell-shaped flowers began to sway and then let out a distant sound, announcing the end of the night and the beginning of the day. After the bell-shaped flowers rang, some of the flowers that closed at night gradually bloomed, and the sleeping plants gradually woke up. Perhaps they were also thinking about hunting the next target. Sillin and the others looked at the light from the sky and continued to do what they had unfinished. A new day had begun. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.